So hey, what's up guys, welcome back to our YouTube channel. And today we are gonna see what if Harry Potter was God of Thunder. And because of some guideline issues, I have to bring this intro before we start with our what if video. So please don't hit on it, and if you want you can skip directly to the story. It's just a few seconds and I can't help, so yeah, let's begin.
Lightning cracked over Privet Drive and the sound rolled through the neat little street like it had teeth. Albus Dumbledore stood on the pavement with the baby in his arms and felt the hairs on the back of his neck lift. The air had gone sharp. Not cold. Sharp, like metal on stone. Minerva McGonagall was a step behind him, cloak pulled tight, eyes hard under her hat. Hagrid hovered at the garden gate, huge shoulders hunched, hands clenched like he could hold the night still if he tried. The baby made a small unhappy sound, then settled against Dumbledore's sleeve. "You're sure this is the best place?" McGonagall said. She kept her voice low, but it had that clipped edge she got when she was angry and trying to be polite about it. "I'm sure it's the safest," Dumbledore said. Another flash lit the street white. The windows of number 4 shone like blank eyes. Hagrid sniffed, loud enough that it felt rude, then wiped his face with the back of one hand. "He's just a little one," he muttered. Can't we take him somewhere else, Professor? There's folk who'd die for him." "There are folk who would kill him," McGonagall snapped. Then she softened barely. "Hagrid. Please." Dumbledore looked down at the baby. Harry Potter's forehead had the cut in it, red and swollen. It shouldn't have been anything more than an ugly mark. Tonight it felt like a live wire. There was magic in the air that did not belong on a quiet street in Surrey. Dumbledore's grip tightened without him meaning it. McGonagall saw it. "What is that?" she said. Dumbledore did not answer at once. He lifted his head and listened. Not with his ears. With that part of him that had learned to feel the shape of spells. Something was looking back. Hagrid shifted at the gate, boots grinding on the path. "Professor," he said, voice small for him. "Something's wrong." The street lamp above them flickered. Then the space in front of Dumbledore tore open like a curtain pulled too hard. It was light, pure and brutal, a column that slammed down from the sky and pinned the world in place. Gold and white, edged with blue. The air turned thick and buzzing. Dumbledore's teeth ached. McGonagall gasped and threw an arm up, as if she could shield her eyes from it. Harry woke properly. His tiny body tensed. He did not cry. His scar burned. Dumbledore's wand was in his hand before he thought about it. He raised it, but the spell died in his throat. This was not apparition. Not Portkey. Not any magic he had ever studied. The light bent toward the baby like it recognized him. "No," McGonagall said, voice thin. "Albus." Hagrid lurched forward. "Get away from him," he shouted, and it came out raw. Dumbledore stepped back, boots scraping the pavement. He tried to put his body between Harry and the beam, but the light moved as if he was not there. Something moved inside it. A tall figure, armor like polished night, eyes shining like stars. He stepped out of the light and onto the pavement as if it was a bridge. Hagrid froze. McGonagall went rigid, like she was bracing for impact. Dumbledore met the figure's gaze and felt, for the first time in decades, something close to fear. The stranger looked down at Harry, and the baby's scarf flared brighter, like it was answering a call. The figure's head tilted. Not curiosity. Recognition. Then the figure reached out. Dumbledore's wand snapped up. "You will not," he said, and the spell hit the air like a crack. It did nothing. The light swallowed the wand magic like it was smoke. McGonagall made a strangled sound. Hagrid took another step, fists raised, like a man trying to fight a storm. The stranger's hand closed gently around Harry's blanket. And Harry Potter was lifted clean out of Dumbledore's arms. For a heartbeat, Dumbledore was holding nothing but cold air and the weight of his own mistake. Harry did not scream. His eyes were open, green and wide, staring straight up into that impossible light. The stranger stepped back into the beam with the baby held close. McGonagall shouted, "Stop!" and it came out broken. The light narrowed, pulled upward, and then it was gone. No flash. No bang. Just absence. The street fell back into its tidy dark. Rain started to patter, soft and normal, like it had been waiting its turn. Dumbledore stood there with his empty arms and felt the night settle around him. Hagrid's breath came fast. "Professor," he said. "Where'd he go? Where'd the little one go?" McGonagall's face was white. "Albus," she said, and there was no anger left in it. Only dread. "What was that?" Dumbledore stared at the patch of pavement where the light had been. His hand shook once, then stilled. He forced his voice into place. "I don't know," he said. "But I intend to find out." He looked up at the sky. Thunder rumbled again, far away, as if someone was laughing. Later, far beyond the reach of all post and prophecy charts, the rainbow bridge flared like a wound in the air. Heimdall stood at the head of it with a human baby in his arms, and Asgard's wind tugged at his cloak like it was trying to get a look. The infant was quiet. Too quiet. His eyes tracked the world with a focus that did not belong in a child that young. A thin red mark sat on his forehead. It was not just a cut. It was a scar that hummed with a wrongness Heimdall could taste. The sword at Heimdall's side vibrated once, as if warning him. Heimdall did not move. He did not need to. He could see through all realms, and he had felt the spike of power flare from a small world called Midgard. This was not a normal child. Not a normal pull through the Bifrost. Boots hit stone behind him. Odin Allfather approached without haste, but the air shifted as if the realm leaned toward him. Ravens circled overhead, black shapes against the bright sky. Frigga walked at his side, her hand resting lightly on his arm. Her eyes were calm, but there was a tightness around them that said she had already seen a dozen possible futures and disliked them all. Thor barreled in a step later, already talking. "What did you drag through the bridge this time, Heimdall? Another frost beast. Another." He stopped when he saw the baby. Loki slipped in behind Thor like a shadow choosing a shape. He said nothing at first. His gaze landed on the infant's scar and sharpened. Heimdall kept his posture straight, feet planted on the carved stone. "A child," he said. "Taken from Midgard by the bridge itself." Odin's one eye fixed on Harry. The baby stared back, unblinking. Odin reached out, not touching, just hovering his hand over the scar. The air crackled. The mark flared and then settled, like a beast deciding to stay asleep. Frigga's fingers tightened on Odin's sleeve. "There's something in him," she said softly. Thor leaned in, eyebrows knit. "He's tiny," he said, sounding offended by the concept. "Why would the bridge take a tiny Midgard child?" Loki's mouth curled. "Because the bridge has better taste than you," he said. Thor swung his head toward him. "What did you say?" Loki lifted his hands, innocent. "I said the bridge has reasons." Odin did not look at either of them. His attention stayed on Harry. "His name," Odin said, and it was not a question to anyone in particular. Frigga's gaze went distant for a moment, as if she was listening to a threat of fate. Harry, she said. Harry Potter. The name meant nothing in Asgard. The scar did. Heimdall's eyes narrowed. There is a war in his realm, he said. A dark power fell tonight. The bridge reacted the moment the child was marked. Odin's hand finally touched the blanket. Harry's tiny fingers curled, reflexive, and caught the edge of Odin's glove. A spark jumped. Thor swore and jerked back. Did you feel that? Loki's eyes widened a fraction, then he smiled like a boy offered a sharp new toy. Frigga reached out and touched Harry's cheek with 2 fingers. The baby turned his head into it, like he recognized warmth even here. He's frightened, she said, voice almost angry, as if that fact itself was an insult to the people who had left him. Odin's gaze lifted to Heimdall. He remains here, he said. Heimdall's jaw tightened. All-Father. He is Midgardian. Odin's voice did not rise. It did not need to. And yet he was taken into Asgard by the bridge. That is not an accident. Thor looked between them. Father, he said slower now. What are you thinking? Odin's fingers closed gently around Harry's fist and pried it open without hurting him. I am thinking that the realms throw stones into our path and call them gifts. Frigga's eyes flicked to Odin's face. And I am thinking this gift comes with poison. Odin finally looked at her. There was something old and tired in his expression. Then it vanished, replaced by the hard calm of a king. He will be raised here, Odin said. He will learn. He will be watched. He will not be weak. Thor straightened, chest out. Then he'll train with me, he said, as if that was decided. Loki stepped closer, voice soft. He'll need more than muscle, he said. Midgard brings strange tricks. Odin's eye narrowed. He'll have what he needs. Frigga took Harry from Heimdall with careful hands. The baby settled against her like he had belonged there all along. Then his scar pulsed once, and Frigga flinched. Her calm face cracked for a heartbeat. She looked down at him and whispered, What are you? Harry stared up at her, then smiled, small and bright. It looked wrong in a place built for war. Years later, the training yard rang with the sound of wood cracking against steel. Harry's bare feet slapped the hard ground as he moved. He was small for an Asgardian child, smaller even than the Midgardian boys in stories, but he moved like he had learned early that speed could be a shield. Sif's practice blade hissed through the air and Harry ducked under it, twisting, trying to bring his own weapon up. His weapon was too heavy for him. It was not a sword. It was a thick staff of carved wood Frigga had given him, etched with runes that made his palms tingle when he held it. Sif stepped in, shoulder cutting his path, and tapped him clean on the ribs with the flat of her blade. Harry sucked in air, eyes wide, then snarled. That was your opening, Sif said. Her voice was flat, but her eyes were sharp. You gave it to me. Harry glared at her from a crouch. He held his staff in both hands, knuckles white. You're taller, he said. Sif's mouth twitched. Then learn to hit where I can't reach. Thor's laugh boomed from the edge of the yard. He was older, broader, already wearing the shape of a warrior. He leaned against a pillar with his arms crossed. Watching like this was entertainment. Hit her in the knees, Thor called. Or bite her. Biting works. Sif shot him a look. You bite people and see how many friends you keep. Thor shrugged. If they can't handle it, they weren't worth it. Harry's eyes flicked to Thor, then back to Sif. He moved again, quicker, sliding low like Thor had said, swinging the staff at her legs. Sif hopped back, light on her feet, and the staff hit nothing but dust. Harry overbalanced. His foot skidded. He caught himself, hard hammering, then lunged again, stubborn. Sif stepped in and hooked his staff with her blade, twisting it out of his hands. The staff spun, thudded to the ground, and Harry's fingers stung. Harry clenched his jaw. His eyes burned. He did not cry. He did not look away. Sif pointed her blade at his chest. "Dead?" she said. Harry's chest rose and fell fast. Sweat dampened his hair. He stared at the blade like he wanted to headbutt it. Thor pushed off the pillar and strode closer. "He's improving," he said, as if he was offended Sif had ended it so fast. "He's stubborn," Sif said. "That's not the same thing." Harry snapped. "It is when you keep standing back up." Thor grinned. "See? That's the spirit." Sif lowered her blade and offered a hand. Harry stared at it for a beat, then grabbed it and hauled himself up without thanks. Thor leaned down, face close, voice dropping to something only Harry could hear. "Don't scowl like that," he said. "You look like Loki when he's planning." Harry's mouth tightened. "I'm not Loki." Thor's grin faded. "No," he said. "You're you. That's enough." Harry's scar prickled. He rubbed at it with the back of his wrist, quick and annoyed, like he could wipe away the feeling. It did nothing. From the shade beyond the yard, Loki watched without stepping forward. His hands were folded behind his back, posture loose, like he was bored. His eyes were not bored. When Sif walked away and Thor went to grab a drink, Loki finally approached. Harry bent to pick up his staff. Loki's shadow fell over it first. Harry looked up, wary. He had learned that Loki's kindness could come with a hook. Loki smiled anyway. "You're bleeding," he said. Harry looked down. There was a scrape on his elbow, thin and bright. "It's nothing," Harry said. Loki crouched. He took Harry's arm without asking and turned it, inspecting the scrape like it mattered. "You say that like it's brave," he said. "It's not. It's just stupid." Harry stiffened. "I didn't ask." "I know," Loki said, and his tone went gentler. "That's the problem, isn't it?" Harry pulled his arm back. "What do you want?" Loki's smile shifted. Less playful. More serious. "I want you to stop trying to be what Father wants," he said. "It'll break you." Harry's throat tightened, anger snapping in fast. "You don't get to talk about what he wants." Loki's eyes flashed. Then he breathed out, slow. "Fine," he said. "Then let's talk about what you want." Harry's mouth opened, ready with something sharp, and nothing came out. Loki tilted his head. "Go on," he said. "Say it." Harry swallowed. His voice came out rough. "I want to be worth keeping." Loki's smile softened in a way that made Harry's skin crawl, because it felt too close to understanding. "Then be careful," Loki said. "Because the people who decide worth are never kind about it." Before Harry could answer, a horn sounded in the distance. Deep and clear, echoing across stone. Loki stood and stepped back. "That's Heimdall," he said. "Father's calling." Harry's stomach dropped. He wiped his elbow, smearing blood across his skin, and followed. The hall smelled of smoke and cold metal. Harry stood a few steps behind Thor and Loki, feet on the carved floor, shoulders tight. Odin sat on the high seat, Frigga beside him. Heimdall stood at the base of the steps like a pillar that had learned to speak. Odin's gaze landed on Harry and held. Harry's scar throbbed once, like a slow heartbeat. Odin spoke without greeting. Heimdall saw a letter, he said. Thor frowned. A letter. A message, Heimdall corrected. Bound in paper and magic. It crossed realms without the bridge. Frigga's eyes narrowed. Midgardian magic, she said. Harry's mouth went dry. He felt that word hit him in the chest. Midgardian. Odin's fingers tapped once on the arm of his throne. It is addressed to you, he said to Harry. Heimdall held out a thick envelope. The wax seal was a bright red blob with a crest stamped into it. Harry stared at it like it might bite. Thor leaned closer, whispering, "Open it! It's just paper." Loki did not whisper. He watched Harry's face. Harry took the envelope. The paper felt warm in his hand, like it had crossed fire to reach him. His scar prickled harder. He broke the seal with his thumb. The letter inside slid out. The words formed as he read, crisp and black. Harry Potter. He saw his name, and his stomach flipped. The rest was a blur of polite lines and an offer, no, a demand, for his presence at a school called Hogwarts. He read it twice. Then again. Like the words might change if he stared hard enough. Thor scoffed. A school, he said. They want you to go to a school. It is not a request, Frigga said. Her voice had gone careful. It is a pull. I can feel it. Harry's fingers tightened on the letter until the paper creased. Odin's voice cut through the room. You will go. Harry looked up so fast his neck hurt. What? Thor barked. Father! Loki did not speak. His expression did not change, but his eyes sharpened, hungry for the shape of this argument. Harry forced his voice steady. I'm not Midgardian, he said, and it came out like a plea he hated. I'm here. I train here. This is my home. Frigga's face softened, and that made it worse. Harry, she said quietly. Odin's one eye stayed hard. You are Midgardian, he said. You have always been Midgardian. The room went still. Harry felt like the floor had shifted under him. Thor's brows drew together. What are you talking about? Odin did not look away from Harry. You are not my blood, he said. Harry's breath caught. It was like being hit without seeing the fist. Frigga flinched, like she wanted to reach for Harry and stopped herself because Odin was watching. Thor stepped forward, voice rising. You knew, he said. You knew this whole time and you still let him call you father. Odin's gaze flicked to Thor, sharp as a blade. Watch your tongue. Harry's ears rang. He could hear his own heartbeat. He could hear the distant crackle of torches. Loki's voice slid in, soft. And where did he come from? He asked, like he was asking about a stolen jewel. Heimdall answered because he always did. Midgard. Taken by the bridge. Harry's mouth tasted like iron. He glanced at Frigga. She looked pained. That was all the confirmation he needed. He had always known, in the back of his mind, that he did not fit. That his body hurt in ways the others did not. That his bones ached after training while Thor laughed and asked for more. But hearing it said out loud, in this hall, with everyone watching, made it real in a way he could not dodge. Harry's hands shook. He made fists to stop them. Odin spoke again. You have learned what you can hear, he said. Now you will return to your realm and learn what you are. Harry's voice cracked. You're sending me away. Odin did not soften. I am placing you where you belong. Harry's scar flared so hard he gasped. Pain shot behind his eyes. For a second, the edges of his vision went dark. In that darkness, he heard a whisper. Not Odin. Not Frigga. Not Loki. A thin voice that sounded like cold water and old hate. Harry blinked hard and the hall snapped back into focus. He swallowed bile and forced himself upright. Thor took another step, anger rolling off him. He's my brother, he said. You can't just toss him back like scrap. Odin's gaze went flat. He is not your brother by blood. Thor's hands clenched. By blood doesn't matter, he snapped. It never has, not in this house. Frigga's breath hitched. Loki's eyes flicked to her, then to Thor, like he was cataloging weaknesses. Harry's voice came out low. Is this because I'm not strong enough? He said. Odin's mouth tightened. This is because the realms move, and I move with them. Harry laughed once, sharp and ugly. That's not an answer. Odin stood. The hall felt smaller with him on his feet. Power pressed down, not magic like spells, but the weight of a being who had ruled wars and survived them. You want an answer, Odin said. Fine. There is something in you that does not belong here. It stirs when you draw on our craft. It calls to things that should remain asleep. Harry's skin went cold. He glanced at Frigga, and she looked away. Thor's anger faltered, replaced by confusion. What does that mean? Frigga's voice was quiet. It means he carries a piece of death that is not meant to be carried, she said. Harry's throat tightened. He looked down at his own hands. They looked normal. They were not normal. He had felt it. That whisper. That wrongness under his skin. He had thought it was fear. Or homesickness. Or some weakness he could train out. Odin pointed at the letter in Harry's fist. Midgard calls you, he said. Let it. If you survive their games, you will return, and we will see what you are worth. Harry's eyes burned. He hated that the tears wanted to come. He hated that he wanted to beg. He forced the words out anyway. You raised me, he said. You let me believe. Odin's gaze did not change. I gave you purpose, he said. Do not waste it. Frigga stood then, stepping down from the high seat. She moved to Harry and stopped an arm's length away, giving him that respect, like he was a person and not an object being passed around. Her hand lifted, then hovered, not touching. I am sorry, she said. Harry stared at her. His voice came out small, which made him furious at himself. Were you ever going to tell me? Frigga's eyes shone. I wanted to, she whispered. So many times. Harry swallowed hard. Then why didn't you? Because Odin, Harry thought. Because kings decided what truth was allowed. He breathed in, then out. He turned his head toward Thor. Thor looked wrecked. Angry and hurt and lost all at once. Harry tried to smile. It came out crooked. Don't, he said, voice rough. Don't start a war for me. Thor's jaw worked. You're my brother, he said again, like saying it enough would make it a spell. Harry nodded once. He could not trust his voice. Loki stepped closer. Quiet, careful, like he was approaching a skittish animal. You'll hate it there, Loki said. Harry's eyes narrowed. Why do you care? Loki's smile was thin. Because I'm the only one here who remembers what it feels like to be told you don't belong. Harry's scar prickled again, warning him. He did not look away. You always want something, Harry said. Loki's eyes gleamed. Of course, he said. But that doesn't mean I'm lying. Odin's voice cut in. Enough, he said. Heimdall, prepare the bridge. Heimdall bowed once stiff. As you command? Harry stood there, letter crushed in his fist, and felt the room closing in. He forced himself to breathe. He forced himself to stand straight. If Odin wanted to throw him into a world that did not know him, fine. He would not crawl. The Bifrost Observatory sat high above the city, open to the sky. Harry stood near the edge, wind pushing at his hair, cloaks snapping against his back. The bridge was a band of light below, quiet now, waiting. He could hear the distant hum of Asgard, the clang of metal, the shout of soldiers, the normal life that would keep going without him. Thor paced behind him like a caged beast. Frigga stood off to the side, hands clasped, trying to look composed. She did not fool Harry. Her eyes kept flicking to his face, like she was memorizing it. Heimdall waited at the head of the bridge, expression unreadable. Odin had not come. That fact sat in Harry's chest like a stone. Harry kept his eyes on the horizon because if he looked back, he might break. Thor finally stopped and stepped up beside him. He did not touch Harry at first. Then he bumped his shoulder into Harry's, hard enough to sting. Harry huffed a breath. Ow. Good, Thor said. You're still breathing. That's a start. Harry glanced at him. Thor's grin was forced. His eyes were wet. Harry swallowed. You're going to make it worse, he said. Thor's voice dropped. I don't know how to say goodbye, he admitted. Harry's throat tightened. He stared at the sky. Then don't, he said. Just tell me one thing. Thor's brows drew together. What? Harry's voice came out low. Was I ever worth it? He asked. Thor turned fully to him, face fierce. You idiot, he said. Yes. Harry's eyes burned. He blinked hard. Thor grabbed Harry's shoulder, fingers digging in. Listen, Thor said. Midgard is soft. They'll talk. They'll scheme. They'll try to make you feel small. Harry snorted. No one here ever made me feel small. Thor's mouth twisted. That's not what I mean, he said. They'll do it with words. With rules. With polite smiles. Harry's scar throbbed. He thought of the letter, the neat writing, the way it had felt like a hook. Thor leaned closer. Do not let them, he said. You're not a pet they get to parade. Harry nodded once. I won't. Frigga stepped forward then, finally closing the distance. She reached out and pressed something into Harry's palm. A small charm, smooth stone wrapped in thin metal, warm with her magic. For focus, she said. When your thoughts scatter. Harry closed his fingers around it. His voice went tight. Thank you? Frigga's mouth trembled. She nodded once, like she was afraid if she spoke again she would cry. Heimdall's voice cut through the wind. It is time. Harry looked at the bridge. Light waited below like a throat waiting to swallow him. He took one step forward. And Loki appeared out of the shadow of a pillar, like he had been there the whole time. Thor's head snapped around. "Where were you?" he demanded. "You didn't even show your face until now." Loki ignored him. His eyes were on Harry. Harry's posture tightened. "What?" Loki walked up close enough that Harry could smell smoke and something sharp, like herbs crushed between fingers. Loki's voice was soft, meant only for him. "They will look at you and see a boy," Loki said. "Let them." Harry's jaw tightened. "That's your advice. Let them think I'm weak." Loki's smile flickered. "No," he said. "Let them think you are harmless. There is a difference." Harry's scar prickled again. He hated that Loki's words made sense. Loki's hand dipped into his cloak and came out with 2 short daggers. Their blades were dark, edges bright. Runes chased along the metal like frozen lightning. He offered them hilt first. Thor bristled. "What are those?" Loki did not look at him. "A gift," he said. Harry stared at them. "Why?" Loki's eyes held his. "Because you will need something that feels like home," he said. "And because I want you to live." Harry did not take them right away. His fingers twitched. Loki leaned in a fraction. "They channel lightning," Loki said quietly. "Not like the hammer. Not like a storm god. But enough." Harry's breath caught. "You think I'm going to need weapons?" Loki's smile went sharp. "I think Midgard is not kind to things it cannot control." Harry took the daggers. The metal was cold, then warm, like it was waking up. A faint crackle danced along the edge, raising the hairs on his arms. Thor stared. "Loki," he said, voice warning. Loki finally looked at Thor, expression bored. "Relax," he said. "If he's going to be thrown into a nest of snakes, let him at least have fangs." Harry's grip tightened on the daggers. He glanced down at them. For a heartbeat, he imagined using them on someone smiling politely while trying to trap him. The whisper in his head stirred. Harry shoved the thought down hard. Frigga's voice was strained. "Loki." Loki's gaze flicked to her. The boredom dropped for half a second. Something like guilt flashed. Then he smirked again. "He will be fine," Loki said, but it sounded like he was trying to convince himself. Harry looked at Loki. "What do I do if I can't get back?" he asked, and he hated that his voice shook. Loki's smile softened, just a touch. "Then make them build you a throne," he said. "Or burn their rules down. Whichever feels cleaner." Thor swore. "That is terrible advice." Harry huffed a breath that almost felt like laughter. "It fits you," he said. Loki's eyes gleamed. "Exactly," he murmured. He stepped back, letting the wind fill the space between them. Heimdall raised his sword. The bridge flared. Harry's stomach dropped. He looked at Thor. Thor's fist clenched, like he wanted to grab Harry and refuse. Harry held his gaze and nodded once. Then Harry turned and walked onto the light. It hit him like a fist. Not heat. Not cold. Pressure. His bones felt like they were being squeezed through a narrow crack. His skin prickled. His scar burned like it was being peeled open. Harry tried to breathe and the air tasted like lightning. His vision shattered into color. He heard voices, distant and twisted, like they were underwater. He could not tell if they were his brother shouting or something else calling his name from the dark. Pain lanced behind his eyes. His stomach heaved. He clenched his jaw and tasted blood. For a heartbeat, he thought he would be ripped apart. Then the light spat him out. Harry hit wet ground hard, shoulder first, breath exploding out of him. Mud splattered up his sleeve. He rolled once, instinct kicking in, and came up on one knee with both daggers out. Rain hammered his face. He blinked water out of his eyes and took in the world in quick pieces. Tall trees. Dark trunks. A smell of moss and cold stone. Wind pushing through branches, making them hiss. Somewhere in the distance, faint and metallic, a whistle cried out. Harry's chest rose and fell fast. His hands shook. Not fear. Aftershock. His scar throbbed in time with his heartbeat. He forced himself to stand. The daggers crackled, small sparks snapping along their edges. Harry turned slowly, scanning the treeline. There was no Heimdall. No bridge. No gold light. Only rain and darkness, and a world that did not know him. Harry lifted his face to the sky and felt the storm answer, low and distant. Thunder rolled again, closer now, like it had been waiting for him to arrive. Harry swallowed, breathing through the pain in his head. "All right," he muttered, voice rough. "Let's see what you lot do with me." And the whisper under his scar laughed like it had teeth. Something heavy punched through the great hall ceiling and the whole room flinched. Stone dust burst outward. A chunk of slate skidded across the long tables. Candles snapped and bobbed in the air, their flames shaking like they were scared. Students screamed, chairs scraping back so fast they toppled. Harry hit the floor on one knee with a wet slap of cloak and mud. His shoulder screamed from the earlier landing, and his stomach lurched like the bridge had left a piece of itself inside him. He came up with both daggers out anyway, blades low and ready, lightning crackling in short, angry bites along the rune lines. For half a second he thought he was still in the forest. Then he smelled food, smoke, old wood, and a thick layer of magic that felt like standing too close to a forge. Hundreds of people stared at him. Harry blinked hard. Rain ran down his face, cold on hot skin. He could hear his own breathing, rough and fast, and the whisper under his scar, awake and pleased. The hall was huge. Long tables. Floating candles. Banners. A raised table at the far end where adults stood, all rigid, all holding thin sticks like they were weapons. Wands, Harry thought, and almost laughed. A tall old man in robes stepped forward from the raised table, hands spread, calm like he was trying to talk down an animal. His eyes were bright behind half-moon glasses. That face hit Harry like a memory he did not own. Albus Dumbledore. Harry felt his scar throb once, like it recognized the name before he did. The old man spoke, voice steady. "Put the blades down. You're safe here." Safe. In a room full of strangers pointing wands at him. Harry shifted his feet, keeping his weight balanced. The daggers sparked again. The sound made students gasp like the air itself had slapped them. "Where am I?" Harry asked. The words came out in the older English Frigga had drilled into him when she was in a teaching mood. He heard it himself and hated it. He sounded like a storybook. A woman with a severe bun and sharp eyes stepped into view beside Dumbledore. Her jaw tightened when she looked at him, like she was trying to lock her own shock away. "Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry," she said. "And you are in my hall, dripping on my floor." Her voice was British, strict, clipped. The kind of adult who expected you to behave even if the world was ending. Harry's mouth went dry. Hogwarts. The letter. The tug. His left hand twitched, almost checking the inside of his cloak for the folded paper like it might keep him grounded. A large woman in black stood further down the table, tall and broad, chin lifted, eyes narrowing with interest. A man beside her, thin and pale with a long nose, watched Harry like he'd found something disgusting under his shoe. Then there was another man, sharp-faced, dark eyes, and something on him that made Harry's scar itch. Rot. The whisper under Harry's scar stirred, like it wanted to lick it. Harry turned his head a fraction and saw another, further back, pale blonde hair slicked, smile too thin. Rot there too, stamped into skin like a brand. That one smiled at Harry like he was enjoying the fear in the room. Harry's fingers tightened around the dagger grips. His heart hammered. His eyes darted between faces, cataloging threats. Someone near the front squeaked, "Is that him?" And another voice hissed, "That's Harry Potter," like it was a curse. Harry stared at them. Potter. That name meant nothing to him and everything to the scar. Dumbledore stepped closer, slow, like he was approaching a skittish creature. "Harry," he said gently. "My boy." Harry's stomach turned at the words. My boy. The arrogance of it. The familiarity from a stranger. "Don't," Harry said. His voice came out hard. "You do not know me." A rustle ran through the hall like wind through grass. The pale man with the long nose snorted, quiet but sharp. "He certainly sounds full of himself." The strict woman snapped. "Severus." Severus. Snape, the name slotted into place like a knife sliding into a sheath. Harry did not know how he knew. It made him angrier. The whisper under his scar laughed softly. A small fat man in a green bowler hat shoved his way to the front of the raised area, puffed up like he was trying to make himself larger. He had a pinched face, watery eyes, and the confidence of someone used to being obeyed. Cornelius Fudge, Harry thought, and that thought did not feel like his either. Fudge pointed a shaking finger. "This is outrageous," he blurted. "Outrageous. You cannot just crash into a school and wave weapons about, boy. You are in breach of international secrecy, in breach of any number of statutes, and I will not have it." Next to him stood a squat woman in pink with a tight smile that made Harry's skin crawl. Her eyes were small and bright, like a toad watching a fly. Dolores Umbridge. She smiled wider when Harry looked at her, like she was pleased he noticed her. Now, Umbridge said, voice syrupy. "Let us not be dramatic. You are clearly confused. Hand over the dangerous objects, dear, and we can sort this out properly." Her tone was soft, but it was not kind. It was the voice of someone who enjoyed having power over a person who could not walk away. Harry's scar burned. Not pain. Heat. Like something inside him leaned toward her, and like the sound of her. Harry forced a breath in through his nose. He tasted copper. He tasted ozone. He tasted the wrongness under his scar, smiling. "No," Harry said. Fudge spluttered. "No. No. You do not tell me no. Dawlish." A tall man in dark robes moved forward from the side, wand up, expression hard. Behind him, two more followed, ready to box Harry in. Harry's shoulders went tight. He shifted his stance, daggers angled outward. His eyes flicked to the strict woman, to Snape, to Dumbledore. None of them moved to stop the Aurors. "Hospitality laws," Frigga's voice echoed in his head. "You are a guest, or you are a challenger. Do not let them take your weapon unless you are surrendering your life." Harry did not feel like surrendering. Dawlish barked. "Drop the knives. Now." "Blades," Harry corrected automatically, and hated himself for it. He sounded like Loki when Loki was being annoying on purpose. Dawlish took a step closer. I said drop them? Umbridge's smile did not change. Her eyes glittered. Harry's scar pulsed. The whisper slid up behind his thoughts like a hand on the back of his neck. Kill them, it murmured. They are small. They are afraid. Break them. Harry swallowed bile. His heart slammed so hard his ribs hurt. Dawlish reached out, as if he was going to grab Harry's wrist. Harry moved before he decided to. His left dagger flicked up, not to stab, just to force space. Dawlish jerked back, wand swinging. A curse fired. It hit Harry's chest like a shove. Not pain. Impact. It was like being hit by a heavy door. Harry stumbled half a step, boots scraping on stone, and then anger surged up so fast it made him dizzy. He snapped his right hand out, palm open. Seed answered him the way it always did, loud and messy, like a storm getting dragged into a bottle. The air in front of Harry detonated. Not fire. Force. A wall of kinetic pressure slammed into Dawlish and flung him backward like he weighed nothing. He crashed into the nearest table. Plates exploded. People screamed again, louder. The sound of wood breaking rang out, and then the smell of food and smoke turned sharp with blood. Harry's hand shook from the discharge. Blue-white veins of light flickered along his forearm, branching like lightning scars. Pain lanced through his wrist and up to his elbow, hot and deep. See to burn, Frigga would have called it, if she was here to see it. Dumbledore's voice cracked like a whip. Enough. Something invisible slammed down between Harry and the Orus, a shimmering barrier that made Harry's teeth ache. Dawlish groaned on the floor, clutching his side, face twisted. The Orus froze, wands up, eyes wide. Fudge went red. He attacked an Auror. He defended himself, Dumbledore said. Harry stared at Dumbledore through the shimmer. His breathing came fast. The whisper under his scar hissed in disappointment that Dawlish was still moving. Umbridge's smile finally twitched. Albus, she said, still sweet. He is dangerous. We must secure him. Secure him. Cage him. Harry's scarf flared again. His stomach rolled. He felt the wrong thing inside him press against his skull like it wanted to get out. Snape's black eyes flicked to Harry's forehead. For a moment, the sneer on his face looked like fear. Harry saw it and latched onto it. You stink of rot soul, Harry said, voice low. The words hit the room like a stone thrown into still water. Snape's mouth went tight. Excuse me. Harry's gaze cut past him to the pale blonde man at the other table. You too, Harry said. Both of you wear it. The blonde man's smile widened like he'd been offered a game. How charming, he drawled. The savage boy thinks he can smell sin. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. Karkaroff, the thin man with rot on him, shifted like he was trying to hide behind his own dignity. McGonagall, the strict woman, snapped. Harry, that is enough. Harry's laugh came out rough. Is it? He said. You let rot sit at your table and you point wands at me. Fudge squeaked. What is he talking about? Umbridge's eyes flicked to Snape and Karkaroff, then back to Harry. He is delirious, she said. He needs restraint. Harry's fingers flexed around his daggers. His arms still tingled from the force blast. His shoulder throbbed. His scar felt like a hot nail driven into his skull. He wanted to slash at the pink woman's smile just to see it break. He did not. He forced another breath in. He tasted copper again. Dumbledore lowered his wand slowly. The shimmering barrier faded, but his posture stayed ready. Harry, Dumbledore said, quieter now. Let us speak somewhere private. There are frightened children here. Harry's eyes flicked across the hall. Teenagers. Younger ones too. Faces pale. Some staring like he was a monster. Some staring like he was a weapon. A few looked angry, like he had ruined their dinner. One red-haired boy at a nearby table was half standing, mouth open, eyes fixed on Harry with a mix of awe and irritation. Next to him, a girl with bushy hair clutched her wand with both hands, knuckles white, eyes sharp like she was already judging every choice Harry made. Harry's chest tightened. He did not know them, but he could feel their gravity, like they would matter whether he wanted them to or not. He swallowed. The whisper under his scar mocked him for hesitating. Harry lowered his daggers a fraction. Not surrender. Just not actively pointing. I will speak, Harry said. But I will not be chained. Fudge puffed up. No one is chaining you. We are escorting you for public safety. Harry's eyes snapped to him. Touch me, Harry said, voice flat, and you will learn what public safety means. Fudge recoiled like Harry had slapped him. Umbridge's smile returned wider, but her eyes were harder now. Such theatrics, she cooed. You will regret them. Harry stared at her until she looked away first. McGonagall's voice cut in tight. Albus, the champions. Harry's eyes flicked to the side. 3 teenagers stood near the staff table, tense and alert. A tall boy with dark hair and a good face that looked too tired right now watched Harry with careful concern. A broad-shouldered girl with pale hair, beautiful and cold, stared at Harry like she was trying to decide if he was an insult or a challenge. A dark-haired boy with sharp cheekbones stood slightly apart, shoulders hunched, eyes wary like he expected a fight any second. Cedric Diggory, Fleur Delacour, Victor Crumb, Harry's mind supplied, and again it did not feel like his memory. It felt like the castle whispering names into him, trying to make him fit into its story. Fleur's gaze locked on his daggers. Then on his scar. Her lips parted like she wanted to say something and stopped herself. Dumbledore nodded once at McGonagall. Take them to the antechamber, he said. I will join you shortly. Then he looked back at Harry. Come with me. Harry did not like walking into a room with fewer witnesses. It was easier to kill you where no one could see. That was an Asgard lesson and a Midgard lesson both. But the hall was a pressure cooker, and his scar was too awake. Harry followed, daggers still in hand. The staff moved fast, forming a loose circle. McGonagall was on his left. Snape on his right. Dumbledore ahead. Fudge and Umbridge trailing like bad smells. As they moved, Harry felt eyes on him from every table. Whispers rose and fell like waves. Boy who lived. Champion. Monster. Thunder freak. His shoulders stayed tight. His grip stayed firm. His stomach kept trying to crawl up his throat. By the time they reached a heavy door off the side of the hall, Harry's scar was pulsing hard enough to make him see sparks at the edges of his vision. McGonagall pushed the door open. Inside was a smaller room with a fireplace and chairs arranged like adults like to pretend that sitting made things civil. The air smelled of old parchment and polished wood. The sound of the great hall muffled behind the closed door, but Harry could still hear it, like a distant crowd at an arena. McGonagall turned sharply. Sit, she said. Harry stared at her. No. Her nostrils flared. This is not a negotiation. Harry's voice went clipped. In my home it is. Snape's mouth curled. How impressive! Harry snapped his gaze to Snape. The rod on him made Harry's skin itch. Speak again, Harry said quietly, and I will show you what impressive means. McGonagall's eyes went wide with outrage. Dumbledore raised a hand. Enough, he said, not loud, but the room still listened. Fudge shoved forward. Albus, you cannot treat him like an equal. He is a child. Harry's laugh was short. And you are a coward, he said. So what? Fudge's face went purple. Umbridge's eyes gleamed like she liked watching Fudge get humiliated. Dumbledore looked at Harry for a long moment. You are Harry Potter, he said, careful. You were taken from this world as a babe. Harry's jaw tightened. I was taken, he echoed. Yes. You lost me. A flicker crossed Dumbledore's face. Regret, maybe? Or calculation. Harry did not care which. McGonagall's voice shook. Albus, what is he talking about? Dumbledore kept his eyes on Harry. I stood on a street in Surrey, he said softly, and a light took you from my arms. Harry's scar burned, and with it came a flash of a street lamp, rain, and a woman's voice saying Albus like it mattered. Harry's stomach dipped. He hated that it felt familiar. Why did you put me there? Harry demanded. Why did you carry me to a door like an offering? McGonagall sucked in a breath. Offering, she repeated, affronted. Dumbledore's gaze did not flinch. To keep you alive, he said. Harry stepped forward without thinking. His boots thudded on the rug. The daggers crackled louder for a second, picking up his anger like it was fuel. Alive, Harry said. In a cupboard. McGonagall's face went still. Dumbledore's mouth tightened. You did not live there, he said, and the words were a lie dressed as confidence. Harry could smell it. Not like rot soul. Like ordinary human lies, the kind adults told because admitting the truth would make them look weak. You do not know what happened to me, Harry said. You do not get to speak like you do. Snape's lips parted, ready to cut in. Dumbledore's eyes flicked to him. Snape shut his mouth again, scowling. Umbridge sighed, delicate and false. This is all very emotional, she said. But we have rules. The boy has attacked an Auror. He has entered this castle by force. He is armed. We need to restrain him, question him, and determine what he is. Harry's grip tightened. I am not a thing, he said. Umbridge's smile stayed fixed. Of course you are not, dear. You are a danger. The whisper under Harry's scar purred like a cat. Danger, it agreed. Yes. Be that. Harry's scar pulsed, and for a split second he smelled the forest again, wet earth and rain, and the voice in his head that had laughed when he came to Midgard. He blinked hard. His hands trembled. He hated that they trembled. Dumbledore stepped closer. Harry, he said, gentle again. Who raised you? Harry's throat tightened. He could not say Odin's name in this room and not feel like he was betraying something. He said it anyway. Odin, Harry said. Frigga. Thor. Loki. Fudge barked a laugh that sounded like panic. This is nonsense. McGonagall's face went pale. Albus, she whispered. Snape's eyes narrowed, calculating. Umbridge's lips twitched like she wanted to sneer and remembered she was supposed to be sweet. Dumbledore did not laugh. His voice stayed even. Asgard, he said. So the myths are true. Harry's eyes narrowed. They are not myths, he said. They are my home. Dumbledore nodded slowly. And this letter, he said, and his gaze flicked to Harry's cloak. It reached you. Harry's hand jerked toward his chest, protective. Yes. Then the magic that binds you to this school still holds, Dumbledore said. There are ancient agreements. Blood and name. The castle has called you back. Harry's scar prickled. The castle. Yes. He could feel Hogwarts like a living thing, watching him. McGonagall's voice was strained. Even if that is true, Albus, we cannot allow him to threaten students. Harry snapped. I have not threatened children. You blasted an aura through a table. McGonagall shot back. He tried to grab me, Harry said, like that explained everything because to him it did. McGonagall stared at him. That is not how this works. Harry's voice went flat. Then your world is weak. Fudge made a strangled sound. Weak, he spluttered. We are civilized. Harry turned on him. Civilized? Harry said. You call it civilized when you point sticks at a person and expect him to kneel. Fudge looked to Dumbledore like he wanted help. Dumbledore did not give it. Cornelius, he said, voice sharp now. This is not the time for bravado. Umbridge's eyes flicked to Dumbledore, irritation flashing through the sugar. Harry saw it and filed it away. Dumbledore looked at Harry again. You are part of the Triwizard Tournament, he said. Harry stared. What? McGonagall's mouth tightened. The goblet produced your name, she said, like she was still offended by it. We were in the middle of the selection when you arrived. Harry felt the floor shift under him. I did not put my name in, he said. Fudge seized on it. Exactly. Fraud. Sabotage. Dumbledore held up a hand. The goblet is binding, he said. If his name was entered, he is magically compelled to compete. Harry's scar throbbed, and the whisper under it hissed, amused. Compelled, it murmured. Like a leash. Harry's stomach twisted. He hated leashes. So someone pulled me here, Harry said, voice low. Snape's eyes glinted. Or you are lying. Harry's gaze snapped to Snape. The rod on him seemed to squirm. Harry took a step forward. McGonagall's wand came up. Do not, she warned. Harry stopped, breathing hard. His hands shook again. The daggers sparked, then calmed, like they were listening to his pulse. He forced his voice steady. If you accuse me again, Harry said to Snape, I will answer like a warrior, not a student. Snape's sneer returned. And what will you do, boy? Stab me. Harry did not answer. He let the silence sit. He let the threat exist without words. Dumbledore's voice cut in, tight with control. Severus. Enough. Snape's eyes flicked to Dumbledore, then away, jaw clenched. Fudge looked between them, sweating. He cannot stay here, he said. He cannot. This is a school. And he is a student, Dumbledore said, and there was iron in it now. Umbridge's smile was back. He is not enrolled, she said sweetly. We do not even know if he is human. Harry's scar burned again, and his vision blurred for a heartbeat. He heard a hiss, faint, like a snake in grass. Harry swallowed. I am human, he said, and the lie tasted bitter because he did not know what he was anymore. Dumbledore watched him closely. Harry, he said quietly, are you in pain? Harry wanted to say no. He wanted to spit in the face of sympathy. But his scar was a live thing and the whisper was getting louder, like Hogwarts was feeding it. Harry's voice came out rough. "My head," he said. "It burns." McGonagall's expression flickered. Concern, fast and reluctant. Snape's eyes sharpened. "The scar," he murmured. Harry's fingers tightened. "Do not look at it," he snapped. Umbridge's voice was almost a purr. "Oh, but we must," she said. "We must inspect. For safety." Harry's stomach rolled. He could picture her hands on his face. He could picture her fingers pressing his scar like it was a bruise to poke. The whisper under his scar surged. "Kill her," it urged. "She will put you in a box." Harry's breath hitched. He stepped back, forcing space. Dumbledore held up both hands. "No one will touch you," he said. "Not without your consent." Umbridge's smile faltered. "Just a sliver." Harry saw it, and felt a cold satisfaction that was not entirely his. Dumbledore glanced at McGonagall. "Minerva," he said, "please take Cornelius and Dolores to my office. I will speak with them shortly." Fudge spluttered. "Albus, I am not being dismissed." "You are," Dumbledore said. McGonagall's voice was crisp. "Minister," she said, and there was a sharpness that made Fudge flinch. "This way." Umbridge's eyes lingered on Harry as she left, smile returning like a mask set back into place. "You will regret your attitude," she said softly, almost fond. Harry stared at her back. His hands shook again, harder. When the door shut, the room felt a fraction less poisoned. Dumbledore exhaled, slow. "Harry," he said, and his voice softened again. "I would like to help you." Harry's laugh came out flat. "Help," he repeated. "You let a pink woman call me a creature." McGonagall snapped. "Watch your tone." Harry's gaze cut to her. "Why?" he said. "Because you are used to obedience." McGonagall's cheeks flushed. "Because you are in my school." Harry's voice went quiet. "Then your school should learn to handle honesty." Snape's mouth curled. "He is insufferable." Harry's scar pulsed. The whisper urged him to move, to strike, to make the room obey. Harry forced himself still. He stared at the floor for a heartbeat, breathing through his nose like Frigga had taught him when anger made his hands twitch. Dumbledore spoke carefully. "There is another matter," he said. "The champions." McGonagall stiffened. "They will want answers." Harry's eyes flicked up. "I do not owe them," he started. Dumbledore cut in gently. "You share a fate with them now," he said. "Whether you like it or not." Harry hated that. Hated being tied to strangers by a cup and a trick. His shoulders tightened. "Fine," he said. "Bring them." McGonagall's lips pressed into a line, but she nodded and left the room. Snape stayed, lurking like a crow. Dumbledore kept his eyes on Harry. "May I ask," he said softly, "what you remember of your first night?" Harry's scar burned and the street lamp flash returned, rain, the feeling of arms holding him, then nothing but light and the cold bite of Asgard wind. "I remember being taken," Harry said. "And the years after?" Dumbledore prompted. Harry's jaw clenched. He did not want to give this man pieces of his home. He did not want to hear Dumbledore say those names like they were curiosities. But he also did not want to be alone in this castle of liars. "Training," Harry said. Fighting. Learning. Snape scoffed. How quaint. A child raised as a weapon. Harry turned his head slowly. Say that again, he said. Snape's eyes narrowed. I said you are a weapon. Harry's scar flared hot. The whisper surged, delighted. His daggers crackled. For a second the room felt too small. Dumbledore's voice sharpened. Severus. Snape's jaw worked. He did not apologize. Harry breathed hard, then forced his voice out, clipped. I am a person, he said. Weapons do not feel lonely. That shut Snape up for a moment. Dumbledore's gaze softened. Lonely, he repeated, and it was not pity. It was something closer to recognition. Harry hated that too. The door opened again and McGonagall returned with the 3 champions. Cedric came in first, careful, hands visible, posture respectful. He looked Harry over like he was trying not to stare at the daggers and failing. Crumb followed, shoulders tense, eyes sharp. He watched Harry the way a fighter watches another fighter, looking for tells. Fleur came in last, chin lifted, expression cool. She looked like she had walked into rooms full of judgment her entire life, and had learned to act like she did not care. Her eyes locked on Harry's forehead for a beat, then his hands, then back to his face. Harry held her gaze without blinking. McGonagall shut the door behind them. The room was suddenly crowded with tension. Dumbledore spoke first. Thank you for coming, he said. This is Harry Potter. Cedric's eyebrows shot up. He recovered fast. Right, he said, voice gentle. Hi. Harry did not answer. Fleur's voice cut in, French accent sharp. You are the 4th champion, she said, like she was accusing the universe. Harry's jaw clenched. Apparently. Crumb's eyes narrowed. You make big entrance, he said. Harry's mouth twitched. I did not choose it. Cedric glanced at Dumbledore. Sir, he said, polite but firm. What is going on? Dumbledore's voice stayed calm. Someone entered Harry's name into the goblet, he said. The magic pulled him here. Fleur's eyes flashed. Pulled him from where? She asked. Harry's scar throbbed. Harry answered anyway. Asgard, he said. Cedric blinked. ASG, sorry, what? Crumb's gaze sharpened. He looked at Harry like he was reassessing everything. Fleur's expression did not change, but something in her eyes shifted, like she had heard myths in a different language than the British ones. You smell like storm, Fleur said quietly. Harry's attention snapped to her. Not the words. The way she said it, like it was a fact and not an insult. Cedric cleared his throat. Look, he said, trying to be reasonable. I don't know what any of this is, but can we all just not kill each other? Harry stared at him. Cedric swallowed under that stare, but he did not look away. Harry respected that more than he wanted to. Crumb's mouth twitched, like he found Cedric's nervous bravery funny. Fleur's eyes stayed on Harry. Are they going to chain you? She asked, voice low. Harry's scar prickled. He glanced at Dumbledore. They tried, he said. Cedric's face tightened. That's mad, he muttered. McGonagall snapped. Language, Mr. Diggory. Cedric flushed. Sorry. Fleur's mouth curled a fraction, like she enjoyed McGonagall's reflex. Harry's shoulders stayed tight. He could feel the room measuring him, deciding where he fit. He did not fit. Dumbledore looked at the champions. You will be competing together, he said. And it is in all your interests that you do not antagonize one another. Harry's laugh was short. Tell that to your minister, he said. McGonagall's jaw tightened. Cedric hesitated, then looked directly at Harry. Did you actually blast an aura across the hall? He asked. Harry's eyes narrowed. He tried to take my weapon. Cedric stared. That's it. Harry's voice went flat. That is enough. Crumb huffed a sound, half laugh, half disbelief. In my school, he said, they take your wand if you fight. Harry turned his head slowly. Then your school is weak too, he said. Cedric winced like that was going to start a fight. Fleur's eyes gleamed. He is not wrong, she said lightly. British wizards hide behind rules like curtains. McGonagall snapped. Madame Delacour. Fleur shrugged, elegant and unconcerned. What? It is true. Harry watched Fleur. She was bold. She did not flinch under authority. He liked that more than he should. Dumbledore's voice cut through again. Harry, he said, you will be housed within the castle. You will attend some classes to maintain the appearance of normalcy. You will be kept informed about the tasks. Harry's mouth went tight. Appearance, he repeated. Yes, Dumbledore said, and there was no apology in it. The Ministry is already in a panic. I would prefer not to add fuel to it. Harry's scar pulsed again. The whisper under it murmured, burn them. Harry forced it down. Cedric looked between Harry and Dumbledore. If he's from somewhere else, Cedric said carefully, does he even know magic like we do? Snape's eyes flicked to Harry's daggers. He knows violence, Snape said. Harry snapped. You keep talking like you want me to prove you right. Snape's lip curled. Tempered boy. Harry took a step forward. McGonagall's wand moved, just a fraction. Dumbledore's voice went low. Harry. Harry stopped. His chest rose and fell hard. He felt sweat on his back under the damp cloak. He could taste bile. The whisper under his scar laughed, soft and pleased at the tension. Fleur stepped forward, just one step, and her voice cut clean through the room. You are exhausted, she said to Harry, like she could smell it. Harry's gaze snapped to her. Fleur lifted her chin. You are shaking, she said. You are trying to stand like you are not. Harry hated that she saw it. He also hated that she did not sound mocking. Cedric frowned. He does look rough, he admitted. Crumb's eyes narrowed. You need heal, he said blunt. Harry's jaw clenched. I am fine. Fleur's eyes flicked to the faint lightning marks along Harry's wrist where the cedar had burned him. Nah, she said softly. You are lying. Harry's scar burned again. A hiss slid through his head, faint, like a snake behind a wall. Harry's grip tightened on the daggers until his fingers hurt. Dumbledore watched Fleur, then Harry. There is a guest room near the hospital wing, he said. Madame Pomfrey can check you, and then you may rest. Harry's voice went flat. I do not want strangers touching me. McGonagall snapped. You cannot refuse medical attention. Harry turned on her. Watch me. McGonagall's eyes flashed. She looked like she wanted to yell and remembered there were teenagers in the room. Albus, she said, strained. Dumbledore's gaze stayed on Harry. Then allow one person, he offered. Someone you choose. Harry's stomach twisted. He did not trust anyone here. His eyes flicked to Fleur before he could stop them. Fleur's eyebrows lifted slightly, as if she was surprised and not displeased. Cedric looked confused. Crumb looked amused. Snape looked disgusted. Harry's face went hot with irritation at himself. Fine, he said, biting the word. The French one. Fleur's mouth curled into a small smile. Fleur, she corrected. Harry's jaw tightened. Fleur, he repeated, forcing it out. Hermione would have approved of that correction, a part of his mind supplied, and Harry hated that too. McGonagall's eyes narrowed. You do not speak of other students as objects, she snapped. Harry stared at her. I did not, he said. I chose someone who did not point a wand at me. McGonagall's cheeks flushed. Fleur's smile widened a fraction, like she enjoyed watching the British get called out. Dumbledore nodded once. Very well, he said. Fleur, if you are willing. Fleur shrugged like it was nothing. Of course, she said. If he tries to bite, I will bite back. Cedric coughed, half-laugh. Crumb's mouth twitched. Harry stared at Fleur. I do not bite, he said. Fleur's eyes gleamed. Not yet, she said, and her tone made Cedric make a choking sound like he was trying not to laugh. Harry felt his face heat again. He hated that he did not hate it completely. Dumbledore moved the group along with a few quiet words. The champions were dismissed back to their dorms, though Fleur lingered a second longer, eyes still on Harry like she was cataloging him. When they finally left the room with McGonagall, Snape stayed behind with Dumbledore for a moment. Harry watched them, wary. He could not hear their words, but he could see Snape's face tighten, and Dumbledore's expression go cold for a heartbeat. Rot soul, Harry thought again, and his scar pulsed like it agreed. Dumbledore turned back to Harry. We will speak again soon, he said. For now, rest. Please. Harry did not answer. He followed Fleur out instead, because the room felt like it was trying to swallow him whole. The corridors were quieter. The sound of the great hall behind them faded, but the castle still felt alive. Portraits watched him. Some whispered. Some flinched like he was about to explode. Fleur walked a step ahead, not too close, not too far. Her posture was relaxed, but Harry noticed the way her fingers flexed near her wand, ready. Are you always so dramatic? Fleur asked, voice light. Harry's laugh came out tired. I fell through your roof, he said. That is your drama. Fleur hummed. There. They turned a corner and a group of students came into view. 4 boys in green and silver robes slowed, staring openly. One blond boy smirked, eyes bright with mockery and curiosity. Harry's scar prickled. Not pain. Something mean. The blond boy's voice carried, lazy. Look at this. The barbarian prince. Did you get lost on the way to the zoo? His friends snickered. Fleur's shoulders stiffened. Harry stopped. The group stopped too, like they wanted a confrontation. The blond boy took a half step forward, smirk widening. You know, if you are part of the tournament, you should learn how to use a wand like a normal person. Or do they not teach manners where you come from? Harry stared at him. His scar pulsed. The whisper under it murmured, cut his throat. Harry's fingers tightened around his daggers. Fleur's voice cut in, sharp. Malfoy, she said, with enough contempt to make the other boy blink. Malfoy's smile flickered, then returned. Delacour, he said, bowing his head in a mock show of politeness. I did not see you there. Fleur stepped closer to Harry's side, chin lifted. You are embarrassing yourself, she said. Malfoy's eyes flicked to Harry's blades. He is embarrassing the whole school, he said. I am just pointing it out. Harry's breathing went slow and controlled, like Frigga's training. He did not move. He did not blink. You speak too much, Harry said quietly. Malfoy raised his brows. Oh, does the savage threaten me? Harry's voice stayed flat. No, he said. I warn you. In my home, we do not let loud children play near knives. Malfoy's smirk faltered. You think you can frighten me? Harry's scar burned. The whisper pushed harder. Do it. Make him bleed. Harry forced his jaw unclenched. He swallowed. His throat felt tight. Fleur's voice softened, just a fraction, meant only for Harry. Do not, she murmured. This is what they want. Harry's eyes flicked to her. He hated that she was right. He looked back at Malfoy. Go, Harry said. Before I decide you are a threat. One of Malfoy's friends stepped forward, wand half raised. Harry's daggers crackled. The air tasted like metal. Fleur's wand slid into her hand, smooth, casual, like she was doing it without thinking. Malfoy's eyes narrowed. He glanced at Fleur's wand, then at Harry's blades. He swallowed something. Pride, maybe? He forced a laugh. Fine, he said. Enjoy your little tantrum. We will see how long you last against a dragon. He turned and walked away. His friends followed, snickering a little less loudly than before. Harry's shoulders stayed tight until they were out of sight. Fleur exhaled slowly. You almost killed him, she said, not accusing. Just stating it. Harry's voice came out rough. He is a snake. Fleur's eyes flicked to Harry's forehead. And you, she said softly, are a storm that does not know where to strike. Harry's scar throbbed hard and he flinched. Fleur noticed. Your head, she said. Harry swallowed. It is nothing. Fleur snorted, annoyed. You are bad at lying, she said. Harry's mouth twitched, almost a smile. I have not had to, he said. Fleur stared at him like that meant more than the words. They reached a corridor near the hospital wing. The air smelled of clean herbs and potion fumes. Harry's stomach rolled again, sudden and sharp. The whisper under his scar hissed like it hated the smell. Fleur paused at a door. Inside, she said. Harry stopped in the doorway, eyes scanning. A neat bed. Clean sheets. A chair. A small table. No chains. No cages. Still a trap if someone wanted it to be. Fleur stepped in first, showing she was not afraid. Harry followed. He shut the door behind him. For a second, silence sat heavy between them. Harry's breathing was still too fast. His shoulder throbbed. His forearm stung where seed of burn had flared. His scar felt swollen, alive. Fleur watched him like she was waiting for him to stop acting like a cornered animal. You can sit, she said, voice calmer. Harry stared at the bed like it was an insult. Then his knees wobbled, and his body made the decision for him. He sat, slow and stiff, keeping the daggers in his hands. Fleur raised her brows. You sleep with weapons, she said. Harry's voice went quiet. Yes. Fleur stepped closer, not too close, and held out her hand, palm up. "Let me see," she said. Harry's eyes narrowed. "See what?" Fleur pointed with her chin at his forearm. "You are burned," she said. Harry glanced down. The lightning marks were faint now, but the skin still looked angry, red and raised. "It will fade," Harry muttered. Fleur's mouth tightened. "In my world," she said, "we do not pretend pain is noble. We fix it." Harry's scar pulsed again, hard. He hissed through his teeth. His vision blurred for a heartbeat. Fleur's eyes sharpened. "That scar," she said. "It hurts more than a burn." Harry's throat worked. "It is old," he said. Fleur's voice was quiet. "Old things can still poison you," she said. Harry stared at her. The words landed too close to truth. The whisper under his scar curled around the thought like a hand. Fleur moved again, slow, and reached for his forearm. She paused inches away, waiting. Harry's jaw clenched. He forced himself to nod once. Fleur touched him lightly. Her fingers were warm. The heat made Harry's skin jump, like it did not know what kindness felt like from a stranger. Fleur murmured something under her breath, soft French that Harry did not know, and a gentle cooling sensation spread over the burn. The sting eased. Not gone, but quieter. Harry's shoulders dropped a fraction before he could stop them. Fleur noticed and did not comment. "You are not British," Fleur said after a moment. Harry let out a tired breath that almost sounded like a laugh. "Yes," he said. Fleur's eyes flicked over his cloak, his leather armor, the daggers. "You are also not pretending," she said. Harry's voice went flat. "Why would I pretend?" Fleur's mouth twisted. "Because it is easier," she said. "Here. If you pretend, they let you breathe." Harry stared at her. "I do not want their permission." Fleur's eyes gleamed. "Good," she said. "Because they do not give it fairly anyway." Harry's scar pulsed again, and the whisper hissed like it disliked Fleur's voice being in Harry's head. Harry flinched sharp. Fleur's fingers paused. "That," she said quietly, "is not normal." Harry swallowed. "I know." Fleur's hand withdrew slowly. She sat on the chair opposite, posture relaxed but eyes alert. "So," she said, voice light again like she was choosing to make this less heavy, "why did you break the ceiling?" Harry stared at her. "It was in my way," he said, and the bluntness of it made Fleur blink. Then Fleur laughed. A short, surprised sound, like she did not mean to. Harry's mouth twitched. He felt the smallest spark of something that was not anger. Fleur's laughter faded into a small smile. "They are afraid of you," she said. "The British do not like what they cannot categorize." Harry's eyes narrowed. "And you?" he asked. "Do you fit their categories?" Fleur's smile went sharp. "I am Vila," she said, like it was a knife and a shield. "To them, I am a creature. A pretty one, so they pretend it is a compliment." Harry stared at her. He could feel the weight behind that sentence, the years of being looked at like an object. He understood that in a way he did not want to. "To you," Fleur asked softly, "what am I?" Harry's scar pulsed. The whisper tried to twist the answer into something cruel or possessive. Harry forced his voice steady. "You are loud," he said, and Fleur's brows drew together, offended for half a second. "Not your mouth. Your mind. It screams for recognition." Fleur went still. Then her expression shifted, not soft, not sentimental, just honest. Yes, she said quietly. It does. Harry's throat tightened. He looked away, suddenly embarrassed by how much he had revealed. Fleur watched him for a beat, then leaned back, folding her arms. And you, she said, you act like you do not need anyone, but your eyes keep looking for exits. Harry's jaw clenched. That is strategy. Fleur's smile returned small. It is fear too, she said. Harry's scar burned hard. He sucked in a breath, fingers digging into the dagger grips. His head rang. Fleur's voice sharpened. There, she said. That. What is it? Harry swallowed. His voice came out low. There is something in me, he admitted. Something that does not belong. Fleur's eyes narrowed. A curse, she said. Harry's mouth went tight. A piece, he said. A piece of a dead thing. Fleur went very still. Her voice dropped. How do you know? Harry stared at the floor. Because it whispers, he said. And it wants me to hurt people when they look at me wrong. Fleur did not flinch away. That surprised him more than anything else tonight. Fleur's voice was quiet. That is not your fault, she said. Harry's laugh came out bitter. It is inside my head, he said. How is it not my fault? Fleur leaned forward slightly. Because you are fighting it, she said. If you wanted it, you would not be ashamed. Harry's throat tightened. Shame was not a word he liked. Shame felt like weakness. Shame felt like being caught wanting comfort. Harry's eyes burned. He blinked hard. Fleur sat back again, giving him space. You should rest, she said. Your body is screaming. Harry stared at her. You do not even know me, he said. Fleur's smile was faint. I know enough, she said. I know what it looks like when the room decides you are a problem. Harry's scar pulsed again, softer this time, like the whisper was listening. Harry stood slowly, joints aching. I do not sleep unarmed, he said. Fleur's brows lifted. I notice, she said dryly. Harry hesitated, then slid the daggers into his belt, keeping them close. His fingers still tingled from the crackle. Fleur stood too. If they come, she said, voice calm, I will shout first. I like shouting. Harry stared at her for a beat, then let out a breath that almost felt like relief. He did not say thank you. He did not know how to say it without feeling exposed. Fleur did not ask for it. When Fleur left, the room felt too quiet. Harry sat back on the bed, shoulders tense, eyes on the door. He could hear faint footsteps in the corridor, distant voices, the castle settling. His scar pulsed again. Harry pressed 2 fingers to it, not hard, just enough to feel the raised skin. The whisper slid up behind his thoughts. They will cage you, it murmured. They will smile while they do it. You should strike first. Harry squeezed his eyes shut. No, he whispered, voice rough. The whisper laughed softly. A faint hiss drifted through the air, so quiet he almost missed it. Not from the corridor. Not from the door. From the window. Harry's eyes snapped open. Outside, beyond the glass, he could see the dark stretch of the black lake under the night sky. The surface looked calm, but something moved under it, slow and heavy, like a shadow rolling beneath water. Harry's scarf flared with heat. And in his head, the hiss became words he understood too well. Come closer. If you want me to continue Chapter 2 in the next message until it reaches your full chapter length, say continue Chapter 2. The glass rattled again, soft and steady, like someone tapping a fingernail on it to get his attention. Harry sat on the edge of the bed with both daggers in his hands, elbows on his knees, shoulders tight. The room smelled clean and sharp, like herbs and soap trying to cover old sickness. The castle noise was muffled, but he could still hear it, distant footsteps and a door closing somewhere, then a low murmur from a portrait that never slept. Outside the window, the lake was a black sheet. Moonlight sat on it in broken patches, and something big rolled under the surface, slow enough to make his stomach turn. His scar burned. Not a headache. Not a normal pain. It felt like something living was pressed into his skin, chewing at the storm inside him. The heat in his scar crawled down his face and into his jaw, like it was trying to get deeper. Come closer, the voice hissed in his head. Harry swallowed hard. His mouth tasted like metal. He stood anyway. His knees felt stiff, like the bridge had left them half frozen. He moved to the window and put his free hand on the frame. The wood felt cold and damp. Rain still clung to the glass in tiny lines. The shadow under the water shifted again. Harry leaned forward before he meant to. His chest tightened, breath going shallow. The whisper under his scar purred. That is yours, it said. A serpent. A tool. A throat to wrap your hand around. Harry's grip on the window frame tightened until his fingers ached. He forced air into his lungs. He did not look away from the lake, but he fought to keep his feet planted. No, he said under his breath. The voice hissed, amused. It did not sound like Odin. It did not sound like Loki. It sounded like something old and spiteful, pretending it was clever. A faint hiss answered from outside, not in his head, but on the other side of the glass. It made the hair on his arms lift. Harry's scar flared, hot enough to make his eyes water. He staggered back, shoulders hitting the wall. His daggers sparked, small angry pops of blue-white that snapped against the air. His stomach rolled hard. He bent over and threw up onto the floor. It came out bitter and sharp, mostly water and whatever panic had built in his throat. He gagged, eyes watering, hands shaking. His scar kept burning, like it was offended he was refusing to listen. When it eased, just a fraction, Harry wiped his mouth with the back of his sleeve and breathed through his nose. Sweat dampened his hair at the roots. His ribs hurt like he had been punched. He stared at the puddle on the floor like it was proof of weakness. Footsteps came from the corridor outside. Harry froze, daggers up again, body sliding into that ready stance he had learned before he learned how to read properly. He listened, jaw clenched. The footsteps stopped right outside his door. A soft knock. Harry, Fleur's voice said, low and cautious. Are you awake? Harry's throat tightened. His eyes flicked to the door, then to the window, then back. His scar pulsed again, but softer, like the thing inside him was annoyed he had company. He took 2 steps, keeping his back to the wall, and opened the door just enough to see her. Fleur stood there with her hair loose and a robe pulled tight around her shoulders. Her eyes went straight to his face. Then to the wet shine on the floor behind him. Then to the way his hands shook around his daggers. Her mouth tightened. You are not fine, she said. Harry's voice came out rough. Go back to bed. Fleur's brows lifted. You throw up and tell me to go to bed, she said like he was being ridiculous on purpose. Move. Harry didn't. Fleur stared at him for a beat, then pushed the door wider with her shoulder anyway. Harry could have stopped her, He did not. She stepped in and took in the room in one quick sweep. Her gaze landed on the window. "The lake," she said quietly. Harry's scar prickled again. He hated it. He hated that it reacted like the lake was a person. Fleur turned back to him. "Tell me," she said. Harry's jaw worked. "Something is calling," he admitted. "In my head." Fleur did not flinch. She stepped closer, careful, and her eyes softened in a way that made his stomach twist. "That scar," she said. "It is not just a mark." Harry let out a bitter breath. "No." Fleur's gaze flicked to the floor again. "Sit," she said. Harry's pride surged up, sharp and stupid. He stayed standing. Fleur's voice went harder. "Sit, or I will hex you until you do." Harry stared at her. "You would not." Fleur's mouth curled. "Try me," she said. Harry hesitated, then sat on the edge of the bed again, shoulders tight. He kept the daggers in his hands. Fleur did not ask him to put them down. That small mercy sat heavy in his chest. Fleur knelt by the puddle on the floor, murmured a spell, and it vanished with a faint pop. Then she looked up at him again. "What did you hear?" she asked. Harry swallowed. His throat felt raw. "Hissing," he said. "Like a snake." Fleur's expression shifted. "Parseltongue," she said. Harry blinked. "What?" Fleur stood and brushed her hands off on her robe. "It is a language," she said. "Snakes. Wizards who can speak it. It is rare." Harry's scarf flared again at the word snakes. His fingers tightened. Fleur's eyes narrowed. "You did not know," she said. Harry's voice went flat. "I do not know anything about this place." Fleur's gaze flicked to his daggers. "You know enough to threaten people," she said. Harry's jaw clenched. "They threatened first." Fleur did not argue. She stepped closer and sat on the chair again, facing him. Her posture was relaxed, but her eyes did not leave his. "Do you want help?" she asked, and her voice was quieter now, less sharp. Harry swallowed. The answer wanted to be yes. The answer also felt like a trap. His scar pulsed, almost like it was listening to his choice. Harry's voice came out low. "I do not trust this castle," he said. Fleur nodded once. "Good," she said. "I do not either." Harry stared at her. Fleur shrugged. "It is old," she said. "It pretends to be a school, but it watches like a creature. It has secrets. It keeps them because it likes them." Harry's mouth went tight. "It called me," he said. Fleur's eyes softened. "Yes," she said. "And you did not ask to be called." Harry's scar burned again, harder this time. He sucked in a breath and dug his fingers into the dagger grips until his knuckles went white. Fleur leaned forward. "Look at me," she said. Harry forced his eyes up. Fleur's voice stayed steady. "Breathe," she said. "Slow." Harry wanted to snap at her. He did not. He pulled air in, held it, then let it out. His chest felt tight, like a band was wrapped around his ribs. He did it again. The burning eased barely. Fleur watched him like she was memorizing his tells. "It gets worse when you are alone," she said. Harry swallowed. He hated that she was right. Fleur's mouth tightened. "If it happens again," she said, "you open the door and you come to mine. I will shout. I will wake the whole castle. I do not care. Harry stared at her. Why? He asked, voice rough. Fleur held his gaze. Because you are not the only monster here, she said. And I am tired of pretending the monsters should suffer quietly. Harry's throat tightened. He looked away before she could see too much on his face. Fleur stood, smooth and quick. Tomorrow, she said, you will have classes. Harry's head snapped up. I will not sit in a room with children, he said. Fleur's eyes narrowed. You will, she said, or they will use it as proof you are not human enough to keep your rights. Harry's scar pulsed like that phrase, human enough. He swallowed the surge of anger. Fleur stepped closer, stopping just short of touching him. You do not have to be like them, she said. But you have to learn their rules so you can break them on purpose. Harry's mouth twitched, almost a smile. That sounds like Loki, he muttered. Fleur's brows lifted. Your brother is clever, she said. I can tell. Harry's scar prickled, warning him about trust, about kindness. He looked at Fleur again. Fine, he said. Tomorrow. Fleur nodded once, satisfied. She turned to go, then paused at the door and looked back. Lock it, she said. Harry's voice came out blunt. It was locked. Fleur's smile was small. Then lock it again, she said. She left, footsteps soft down the corridor. Harry shut the door and stood there for a moment, staring at the wood. His hands still shook. His scar still burned, but quieter. He locked the door anyway. Then he went back to the window, not leaning close this time. He watched the lake from a distance, breath slow, shoulders tight. The shadow under the water was gone. That did not make him feel better. By the time the castle woke properly, Harry had already decided he hated breakfast. He followed McGonagall through the corridor with his daggers hidden under his cloak, one hand resting near the grips. Fleur walked on his other side, chin lifted, acting like she owned the hallway. It made students move aside without thinking. Harry noticed. He filed it away as useful. The corridor smelled of porridge and toast and too many bodies. The noise hit him before the great hall doors even opened. It was a wall of chatter and laughter and clinking cutlery. McGonagall paused at the door and turned sharply. You will not threaten anyone, she said. Harry stared at her. Tell them not to threaten me, he said. McGonagall's jaw tightened. That is not how schools work, she snapped. Harry's voice went flat. Then your school is built on lies. McGonagall's eyes flashed. Fleur made a soft, amused sound, like she found the argument entertaining. McGonagall pushed the doors open. Hundreds of heads turned. Harry could feel it like a pressure shift, like the room sucked its breath in. He smelled fear. He smelled excitement. He smelled something mean, like jealousy warmed up and served as gossip. Dumbledore stood at the staff table, watching. His eyes met Harry's and held. Harry's scar pulsed. It did not burn this time. It just throbbed, like a heartbeat he did not want. McGonagall guided Harry toward the side table that had been set aside for the champions. It was close enough to the staff table that adults could watch, far enough that it felt like a cage with a polite fence. Cedric was already there, sitting straight, looking tired. He gave Harry a cautious nod. Crumb sat with his arms crossed, posture tight, eyes scanning the hall like he expected a fight to break out between bites. Fleur sat down like she was dropping onto a throne. She glanced at Harry, then at the empty seat beside her. Harry sat. His shoulders stayed tight. He did not touch the food. Cedric looked at the bruise on Harry's jaw where he had clenched through pain last night. "You all right?" Cedric asked, quiet. Harry stared at him. He could not tell if the question was genuine or just British politeness. He answered anyway. "No," he said. Cedric blinked, then let out a small breath like he respected the honesty. "Fair," he muttered. Crumb glanced at Harry's hands. "You keep knives," he said. Harry's eyes narrowed. "Yes." Crumb grunted like that was acceptable. Fleur leaned closer, voice low. "Eat," she said. "If you faint in class, I will laugh." Harry's mouth twitched. "You will not," he said. Fleur's eyes gleamed. "Try me," she whispered. Harry grabbed a piece of toast and bit it just to stop the argument. It tasted like ash in his mouth because his stomach was still twisted from last night, but he chewed anyway. Across the hall, whispers rose and fell. Harry caught pieces. "Champion. Savage. He tried to kill an aura. He smells like storms. He looks like he wants to stab someone." A group of Gryffindors kept glancing over. The red-haired boy from last night was staring again, not subtle. Beside him, the bushy-haired girl watched Harry like she was trying to solve him. Harry felt their attention like heat on his skin. He hated it. Fleur followed his gaze and snorted softly. "Your house is curious," she murmured. Harry frowned. "My house," he repeated. Fleur's eyes flicked to his face. "They think you belong there," she said. "Do you?" Harry swallowed toast that felt too dry. "I do not belong anywhere here," he said. Fleur's mouth tightened, just a fraction. "Then you make your own place," she said. Harry's scar pulsed again, and for a moment he heard that hiss in his head, faint and pleased. Cedric cleared his throat. "So," he said carefully, "they told us the first task is dragons." Crumb's mouth twitched. "Everyone knows," he said. Fleur rolled her eyes. "Everyone knows because the adults are idiots," she said. Harry's stomach tightened. Dragons? He had fought beasts in Asgard. He had bled in training yards. He had still been a child, but the world had not cared. He looked down at his hands. They trembled slightly, not from fear, from restraint. Cedric watched him. "Have you fought one?" Cedric asked. Harry's voice came out blunt. "Not here," he said. "But I have fought things that wanted to eat me." Cedric huffed a nervous laugh. "Right," he muttered, then corrected himself quickly. "Sorry. That sounded rude." Hermione would have approved of that correction too, Harry thought, and hated that his brain kept doing it. Fleur leaned back in her chair and flicked her hair over her shoulder. "You should not fight it like a wizard," she said to Harry. "You should fight it like you." Harry's scar pulsed. The whisper purred. "Yes," it said. "Fight like you. Tear it apart." Harry forced himself to breathe. McGonagall appeared at the edge of the champions' table, posture rigid. "Mr. Potter," she said, "after breakfast, you will attend Transfiguration with the 5th years. Then Defense against the Dark Arts." Harry's jaw tightened. "I do not have a wand," he said. McGonagall's mouth went thin. "You will be provided one," she said. Harry felt anger spike, sharp and immediate. "I do not accept gifts as chains," he said. McGonagall's eyes flashed. "It is not a chain," she snapped. It is a tool. Harry's voice dropped. Tools can be used against you, he said. Fleur looked between them, then muttered, He is not wrong. McGonagall shot her a glare. Fleur smiled sweetly and did not look sorry. McGonagall turned back to Harry. You will attend, she said, voice tight, or you will give the Ministry more reason to interfere. Harry's stomach rolled at the thought of Umbridge smiling in his face again. He swallowed hard. Fine, he said. McGonagall nodded once and left, shoulders stiff. Cedric watched her go. She's stressed, he said quietly. Harry stared at him. I do not care, he said. Cedric's face tightened. You might want to, he said. Because she's one of the few adults here who actually tries. Harry's scar pulsed again. He forced himself not to rub it in front of everyone. Fleur leaned closer to him, voice low. Do not let Diggory make you soft, she murmured. Cedric heard his name and looked annoyed. I'm right here, he said. Fleur smiled. Yes, she said. And you are still trying to be nice. It is adorable. Crumb made a sound that might have been a laugh. Cedric went red. Harry found his mouth twitching again. It did not become a smile, but it was close enough to feel dangerous. By the time breakfast ended, Harry's scar had settled into a dull throb. The hiss in his head was quiet, but it never felt gone. It felt like a creature that had curled up and decided to wait. That was worse. Transfiguration smelled like chalk and old wood. Harry stepped into the classroom, and the noise died like someone had cut a string. Students stared. Some looked curious. Some looked scared. A few looked like they were deciding whether they hated him on principle. McGonagall stood at the front, wand in hand, spine straight. She did not introduce him. She did not make a speech. She just pointed to an empty desk near the side. Sit, she said. Harry sat. Fleur was not there. Cedric was not there. It was just him and a room full of teenagers who had grown up together, who knew the rules of each other's faces. Harry kept his hands on the desk. His daggers were hidden. His shoulders stayed tight. McGonagall did not waste time. Today, she said, we are practicing controlled transfiguration. Matchstick to needle. A few students groaned. McGonagall's eyes snapped toward them. If you cannot handle simple work, you will not handle what comes next, she said sharply. Harry's scar pulsed at the word next, like it heard it as threat. McGonagall demonstrated. One flick. One word. The matchstick became a needle, clean and precise. Then she turned back to the class. Begin. Wands lifted. Words murmured. The air filled with faint sparks and small popping sounds. Some matchsticks twisted into something close to a needle. Some became blobs of metal that looked like they wanted to cry. Harry stared at the matchstick on his desk. He could do this with cedar. He could pull matter into shape. But it would not be neat. It would be messy. It would be loud. McGonagall's voice cut toward him. Mr. Potter, she said, you will attempt the exercise like everyone else. Harry looked up. I do not use a wand, he said. McGonagall's eyes narrowed. You will today, she said. You are in my classroom. A wand appeared on his desk, placed there by a hand that had moved too fast for him to track. McGonagall's gaze stayed on his face. Harry stared at the wand like it was a thin bone. He picked it up. The moment his fingers closed around it, his scar flared hot. Not pain. Rage. Like the thing inside him hated the feel of a wand. Harry's jaw clenched. He forced a breath out. He lifted the wand, copying the posture he saw around him. He did not know the incantation. He could guess it, but guessing in magic got people killed. McGonagall watched him with a tight expression. Veriverto, she said, clipped. Harry repeated it, rough accent on the wrong syllable. Veriverto. He flicked the wand. The wand screamed. Not a sound in the room. A vibration in his bones. The wood in his hand jolted like it had been struck by lightning. A burst of sparks shot out and singed the desk. Harry jerked his hand back, reflexive. The wand slipped, clattered to the floor, and a few students yelped. McGonagall's eyes widened, then narrowed hard. Pick it up, she snapped. Harry stared at the wand on the floor. His hand shook. The whisper under his scar hissed, amused. Too small, it said. Too fragile. Break it. Harry forced himself to bend and pick it up again. The wood was warm now, almost hot, like it had been bruised by his grip. McGonagall's voice went colder. Again, she said. Harry lifted the wand again, jaw clenched tight. Sweat prickled along his spine. He spoke the incantation again. The wand exploded. Not fire. The wood split with a sharp crack. Sparks burst out like a swarm of angry insects. Harry flinched, instinct throwing his forearm up to shield his face. Pain bit his wrist where a shard of wood caught skin. Students screamed and shoved their chairs back. A few raised wands like they expected Harry to attack them. McGonagall moved fast. She slammed her wand down, and a clear barrier snapped into place around Harry's desk, catching the last of the sparks. Harry sat there, breathing hard, heart hammering, the broken wand pieces on the desk like dead insects. His scar burned like it was laughing. McGonagall's voice was tight. Everyone, she said sharply, sit down. A beat of hesitation, then chairs scraped and students sat, wide-eyed. McGonagall stepped up to Harry's desk, eyes hard. You cannot use a wand, she said, like she was furious at the fact. Harry's voice came out clipped. No, he said. McGonagall stared at his hand where blood welled in a thin line. You are bleeding, she said. Harry looked down like it was an insult. It is nothing, he muttered. McGonagall's nostrils flared. Do not say that, she snapped. That is not bravery. That is stupidity. Harry's jaw clenched. McGonagall pointed at the matchstick. Then show me how you do it, she said. The class leaned in, half terrified, half hungry for spectacle. Harry hated that. He took the matchstick between two fingers. He did not stand. He did not make a show. He closed his eyes for a second and reached for cedar the way Frigga had taught him, like pulling a thread out of the air and wrapping it around his hand. His scar pulsed, warning him, biting at the energy. Harry ignored it. He opened his eyes and pressed the matchstick to the desk. He whispered a rune word under his breath, the kind Frigga had etched into stone when she taught him shaping. His voice came out low, almost a growl. The matchstick shuddered. The wood softened, then shifted, then stretched. Not smooth. It fought. Harry felt it like resistance in his bones, like bending metal with bare hands. His forearm burned. Sweat broke across his forehead. His scar flared hot, trying to eat the lightning he was calling. Harry clenched his jaw and pushed. The matchstick snapped into a needle shape with a faint pop. It was not perfect, but it was sharp. It was metal. It caught the light. Harry's breath came out hard. His hands shook. His wrist throbbed from the sharp cut and the effort. The classroom was silent. Then someone whispered, "Merlin." McGonagall stared at the needle. Her face had gone pale. "That," she said slowly, "is not wand transfiguration." Harry's voice came out blunt. "No," he said. McGonagall's eyes flicked to the broken wand, then back to him. "You will not attempt wand work again," she said tight. "Not until I have spoken to Dumbledore and understood what you are doing." Harry's scar pulsed again at the word "what you are." Harry forced his voice calm. "I told you," he said. "I am not like you." McGonagall's gaze sharpened. "You are a student in my classroom," she said, "and you will follow instructions." Harry stared at her for a beat, then looked down at the needle. His hands still shook. He hated that. He hated showing weakness in front of a room full of people. McGonagall's voice cut to the class. "Back to work," she snapped. "If I hear another whisper, you will write an essay on why transfiguration is dangerous until your fingers bleed." A few students flinched and hurried to their matchsticks. Harry sat back, breathing hard, scar still hot. He kept his eyes on the desk to avoid the stares. Halfway through the lesson, a shadow fell across his desk. Harry's body tensed. Two students stood there, awkward and tense like they did not know where to put their hands. The red-haired boy and the bushy-haired girl. Harry recognized them instantly, and hated that his brain did it like they mattered. The girl spoke first, voice sharp and controlled. "You cannot keep threatening people," she said. Harry looked up, slow. "Hello?" he said, flat. The boy shifted, face red. "Air," he said, then cleared his throat. "Look, mate, you can't just blow stuff up and expect everyone to be fine with it." Harry's eyes narrowed. "It blew up," he said, "because your tools are weak." The girl's eyes flashed. "That is not the point," she snapped. "The point is you are making yourself a target. There are rules. There are consequences." Harry stared at her. "You speak like you think rules protect you," he said. The boy bristled. "They do," he said. "Most of the time." Harry's scar pulsed like it wanted to laugh at most of the time. Harry's voice went colder. "What are your names?" he asked. The boy blinked. "Ron," he said. "Ron Weasley." The girl lifted her chin. "Hermione Granger," she said. Harry's throat tightened. Their names sat in his head like old ghosts. He did not know why. It made him angry. Hermione's eyes flicked to the needle on his desk. "That was impressive," she said, and then she immediately ruined it. "But reckless. You should have asked the professor for guidance. You can't just experiment with magic in a classroom." Harry stared at her. "You talk too much," he said. Hermione's face flushed. "Excuse me." Ron muttered, "Blimey," under his breath, then tried to recover. "She's just saying, you know, don't be an idiot about it." Harry's eyes flicked to Ron. He could smell jealousy on him, sharp and sour. "Why are you here?" Harry asked. Ron's ears went red. "Because," he said, then hesitated like he did not want to say it. "Because you're Harry Bloody Potter, and you're meant to be in our house, and everyone's acting like you're going to stab someone, and it's doing my head in." Hermione snapped. "Ron, that is not helping." Ron threw his hands up. Well, it's true, he said. You're acting like you hate everyone. Harry's scar pulsed. The whisper urged him to say yes. To lean into it. To make it simple. Harry kept his voice clipped. I do not hate everyone, he said. I do not trust anyone. Hermione's mouth tightened. That is not the same thing, she said. Harry's eyes narrowed. Yes, he said. It is. Ron's jaw clenched. You could at least try, he said. Harry's voice went flat. Try what? He asked. Ron hesitated, then blurted. Try being normal. Harry stared at him. Hermione winced like she wanted to yank Ron back by the collar. Harry's scar burned, hot and sharp. His hands trembled. His voice went low. Normal, he repeated. Ron swallowed. Air, he said. You know what I mean. Harry's mouth twisted. No, he said. I do not. Hermione pushed forward, trying to salvage it. We are trying to help, she said. You are isolated. People are saying things. The Ministry is watching you. If you keep acting like you are above everyone, they will use it against you. Harry's scar pulsed again at the word against. Harry leaned forward slightly, voice quiet and hard. You think you are helping, he said. But you are offering advice like I am a child who needs a hand held. Hermione's eyes flashed. You are a child, she snapped, then corrected herself with visible effort. You are a teenager. You are in a school. You cannot behave like you are in a war camp. Harry's jaw clenched. Why not? He asked. Hermione opened her mouth, then shut it. Ron muttered, Because we're not animals. And it came out harsher than he probably meant. Harry's scar burned hotter. The whisper hissed eager. Harry's voice went flat. A sheep does not advise a wolf, he said. Ron went pale. Hermione stiffened like she had been slapped. Hermione's voice went tight. Do you hear yourself? She asked. Harry's eyes did not move. Yes, he said. Ron's hands clenched. We're not sheep, he snapped. Harry's gaze flicked to him. Then stop acting like you believe the fence keeps you safe, he said. Hermione's eyes narrowed. That is not fair, she said. You do not know what we have faced. Harry's scar pulsed, and something in his chest twisted, sharp and ugly, because a part of him did know. He just did not know how. Harry forced his voice steady. Then face it again, he said. And stop pretending rules will do it for you. Ron's face reddened, anger and hurt mixing. You're a right nightmare, he said. You know that. Hermione grabbed Ron's sleeve. Come on, she snapped, then looked at Harry again. When you are ready to talk like a normal person, we will listen, she said. But if you threaten anyone again, I will report you. Champion or not. Harry stared at her. You would, he said, and it was not a question. It was a fact. Hermione's jaw tightened. Yes, she said. Ron let himself be pulled away, muttering, Unbelievable, and thinks he's some sort of king, under his breath. Harry watched them go. He did not move. He did not call them back. His scar burned until he tasted copper again. McGonagall's voice snapped from the front. Mr. Potter, she said, if you are going to intimidate my students, you can leave my classroom. Harry forced his gaze forward. They approached me, he said. McGonagall's eyes were hard. And you escalated, she said. You are not in Asgard. You are not in a battlefield. You are in a school full of children. Harry's voice went clipped. I am a child too, he said, and it came out like an accusation. McGonagall went still for a beat. Then her expression shifted, just a fraction, like something in her softened, and she hated it. Then act like one, she said and turned away. Harry stared at the desk until his vision blurred, then blinked hard and forced it back into focus. He told himself he did not care. He did not believe himself. Defense Against the Dark Arts came after lunch, in a classroom that smelled like old dust and something bitter under it, like potion fumes that had soaked into the stones. The teacher was already there. Mad-Eye Moody stood at the front with his wooden leg planted wide, his scarred face turned toward the door like he had been waiting specifically for Harry. His magical eye word, tracking everything at once. The normal eye was sharp too, like the eye of a man who had seen death and kept walking. Harry stepped in and felt his scar pulse. Moody smelled wrong. Not evil. Not rot soul like Snape and Karkaroff. Something else. A stench like dead flesh under clean soap, like someone wearing another man's skin too long. Harry's stomach tightened. Moody's mouth twisted into something close to a grin. Potter, he said, voice rough. Heard you broke a wand. Students murmured. A few laughed nervously. Harry did not. It broke itself, Harry said. Moody's magical eye spun, locking on Harry's forehead for a beat, then dropping to his hands, then his belt. It felt like being stripped with a gaze. You carry blades in a school, Moody said. That's either stupid or you know something the rest of them don't. Harry's voice went flat. Both, he said. A few students gasped. Someone whispered, He's mental. Moody's grin widened. Good, he said. At least you're honest. Harry's scar pulsed again, like it liked Moody's voice. Harry hated that too. Moody slapped the blackboard with his hand. Today, he said, we're talking about curses. Real curses. The kind that don't care what year you're in. A few students shifted, uncomfortable. Moody's normal eye swept the room. If you want to survive, he said, you learn what can kill you. You don't hide behind pretty spells and hope the bad man plays fair. Harry's mouth went tight. That sounded like home. That sounded like Odin. That sounded like Loki mocking guards. Moody's voice got rougher. Constant vigilance, he growled. Harry's scar flared. For a heartbeat, a memory flashed that was not his. Loki, older, leaning in and whispering constant vigilance in a stupid high voice, laughing when a guard bristled. Harry's stomach dropped. His eyes locked on Moody. Moody's magical eye whirred and pinned him back. For a moment, either of them moved. Then Moody's mouth curled. You look like you just swallowed a nail, he said. Harry's voice came out low. That phrase, he said. Moody's grin did not falter. Gets the point across, he said. Harry's scar burned, but it was not just pain. It was warning. It was the parasite under his skin twitching like it knew it was being watched. Moody turned to the class. Weasley, he barked, and a red-haired boy further back jumped. Tell me the 3 unforgivable curses. Ron stumbled through the answer, voice shaky. Moody nodded. Good enough, he said. Now you lot watch. He pulled out a spider and dropped it onto the desk. Students recoiled. A few made disgusted sounds. Moody lifted his wand. Harry's body tensed, instinct bracing. His scar throbbed. Moody cast the first curse. The spider jerked, legs curling. Students winced. A few looked sick. Harry watched without flinching. It was ugly. It was controlled. It was power used like a tool. Moody's magical eye flicked to Harry again, like he was measuring his reaction. Harry's scar pulsed, and the whisper in his head stirred, pleased by the violence. Harry clenched his jaw and forced himself still. When the demonstration ended, Moody dropped the spider into a jar like it was rubbish and leaned back against the desk. "You," he said, pointing at Harry. "Come up here." A wave of whispers ran through the room. Harry stood and walked forward, shoulders tight. He could feel eyes on his back like hands. He did not turn. Moody watched him approach. "You use wandless magic," he said. Harry stopped a few feet away. "Yes," he said. Moody's mouth twisted. "Show me," he said. "Not your ceiling stunt. Something controlled." Harry's scar pulsed. The whisper hissed, "Do it, break something." Harry forced his voice flat. "What?" he asked. Moody's grin sharpened. "Disarm me," he said. "No wand." The room went silent again. Harry stared at Moody. "You want to fight?" he said. Moody's magical eyes spun. "I want to see if you freeze when someone actually tries," he said. "Tournament doesn't care about your feelings." Harry's scar burned at the word tournament. Harry took a breath. His hands shook slightly. He hated it. He did not look at the students. He kept his focus on Moody. Moody lifted his wand. "On my count," he said. 3. Harry shifted his stance, weight balanced. His shoulder still ached from the earlier landing and last night's tension. His wrist cut stung faintly. His scar throbbed like a second pulse. 2, Moody said. Harry's breathing slowed. 1, Moody said. Moody moved first. A curse shot toward Harry, fast and clean. Harry did not think. He stepped sideways, cloak snapping, and the spell missed his chest by inches. The air where it passed felt cold, like it sucked heat out of the room. Students gasped. Harry surged forward, closing distance because wands were weak up close. He felt cedar rise in his gut, hot and messy. His scar flared like it wanted to bite into it. Moody's wand snapped up again, faster than any school teacher should move. Harry flicked his hand and a shove of kinetic force hit Moody's wrist, not enough to break it, enough to jar it. Moody's wand jolted. Moody swore low. Harry lunged, grabbing Moody's wand arm with one hand and twisting, using leverage the way Sif had taught him. His muscles burned. His shoulder screamed. He gritted his teeth and pushed through. Moody let the twist happen, then used his wooden leg like a weapon, sweeping it out. The corner of the hardwood slammed into Harry's shin. Pain shot up Harry's leg. His knee buckled. Moody yanked his arm back and broke Harry's grip. Harry stumbled, breath sharp. He almost fell. He caught himself, daggers still hidden, hands empty, but his body screaming. Moody's mouth curled. "Good," he said. "You feel pain like a person." Harry's scar pulsed furious. Harry surged again, faster, because anger was fuel and he hated being praised like a dog. He snapped his hand out and pulled at the air, not shaping matter, just yanking the space around Moody's wand, trying to drag it out of his grip. The room crackled with static. Harry tasted copper. Moody's magical I word, and he braced. His fingers tightened around the wand like a vice. Harry pushed harder. His scar burned like a parasite fighting medicine. It felt like a foreign thing inside him was trying to eat the lightning as he called it up. It gnawed, it scratched, it made his vision blur at the edges. Harry snarled, low, involuntary. Moody's expression sharpened. There it is, he muttered. That's the thing in you. Harry's throat tightened. His hand shook. The pull faltered. Moody took the opening. His wand flicked, and a binding curse shot out, wrapping around Harry's forearms like ropes. Harry's muscles locked. His breath hitched. Panic flashed, sharp and ugly. The whisper in his head surged. Kill him, it urged. Tear him open. Do not let them bind you. Harry's scarf flared hot enough to make tears sting his eyes. He fought the ropes, muscles straining. The bindings cut into his skin. His wrists burned. Moody stepped close, wand up, expression hard. Stop, he snapped. This isn't an execution. Harry's eyes locked on his. Harry's chest rose and fell fast. Sweat ran down his back. His scar screamed. Then Fleur's voice cut in from the doorway, sharp and furious. Enough. Harry's head snapped toward the sound. Fleur stood there, wand in hand, eyes bright with anger. Beside her, McGonagall had appeared, posture rigid, face pale. Moody's magical eye swung toward them. McGonagall's voice was clipped. Release him, she said. Moody stared at her, then flicked his wand. The bindings vanished. Harry staggered back a step, rubbing his wrists. The skin was red and raised where the magic had bitten. His scar still burned. His stomach rolled. He swallowed hard, forcing it down. Moody's expression did not soften. He agreed, he said. Fleur's eyes flashed. He did not agree to be tied like an animal, she snapped. Moody's mouth twisted. Tournament won't ask permission, he said. Harry's voice came out rough. I am fine, he said, because pride was a stupid reflex he could not kill. Fleur's gaze snapped to him. You are not fine, she said. Harry's jaw clenched. McGonagall looked between them, then at Moody. Her voice went tight. We are not using champions as demonstrations in front of students, she said. Moody's normal eye narrowed. You want him alive, he said. Then let him learn what it feels like to be targeted. Harry's scar pulsed again at targeted. Moody's gaze flicked to Harry's forehead again, and for a second his expression looked almost satisfied. Like he had confirmed something he wanted to see. Harry's stomach tightened. Moody turned to the class. Lesson's over, he barked. Out. Students scrambled to pack their bags, whispering like a swarm. Ron glanced at Harry as he left, face tight. Hermione looked worried for half a second, then forced her mouth into a hard line like she refused to show it. When the room finally cleared, it was just Harry, Fleur, McGonagall, and Moody. McGonagall stood near the door, blocking it like a line in the sand. Fleur stayed close to Harry's side, wand still in her hand, shoulders tense. Harry felt weirdly grounded by that, which annoyed him. Moody leaned against the desk, casual again. You got a parasite in your head, he said, blunt. Harry's scarf flared. His hand jerked toward it, reflexive. McGonagall's voice went cold. Alastair, she warned. Moody's magical I word. Don't pretend it's polite, he said. He knows it's there. I can smell the potion rot coming off it whenever he pulls power. Harry's stomach clenched. What do you smell? He asked, voice low. Moody stared at him. Old death, he said. And lightning trying to burn it out. Harry's scar pulsed like it hated being described. Fleur's voice cut in, sharp. Stop talking like he is a specimen, she snapped. Moody's gaze flicked to Fleur. You're attached already, he said, amused. Fleur's cheeks flushed. I am not attached, she snapped. I am annoyed. Moody's mouth curled. Same thing sometimes, he said. Harry's jaw clenched. He hated being watched like entertainment. McGonagall's voice was clipped. You will not antagonize him, she said to Moody. Moody shrugged. If he can't handle words, he'll die, he said. Harry's scar pulsed. The whisper hissed, kill him, prove it. Harry forced his voice steady. Why do you care? He asked. Moody's smile did not reach his eyes. Because I've seen boys with power get turned into weapons, he said. And I've seen boys with power get turned into corpses. I prefer the first if I have to pick. Harry stared at him. The words sounded almost honest. The smell did not. McGonagall's voice went tight. That is enough, she said. Harry, come with me. Dumbledore wants to see you. Harry's shoulders tightened. No, he asked. McGonagall nodded. No. Fleur stepped closer. I am coming, she said. McGonagall's eyes narrowed. That is not necessary, she said. Fleur's chin lifted. He asked for someone he trusts, she said. That is me, whether you like it or not. Harry's scar pulsed again at the word trusts. He hated that it felt true. McGonagall's jaw clenched, but she did not argue further. She turned and led them out. Dumbledore's office smelled like old books and tea. Harry stood near the door with Fleur at his side. McGonagall stayed closer to the desk, arms crossed, face tense like she was holding herself back from saying everything at once. Dumbledore sat behind the desk, fingers steepled, eyes calm. Fawkes the Phoenix watched from a perch, bright and still. Harry's scar pulsed at the Phoenix, like it did not like the idea of something that could die and return clean. Dumbledore spoke first. How are your hands? He asked. Harry stared at him. I broke your wand, he said. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled faintly. Professor McGonagall tells me the wand broke itself, he said. McGonagall made a tight sound of agreement. Harry's jaw clenched. It cannot hold my power, he said. Dumbledore nodded. That is what I suspected, he said. Your magic behaves differently. Harry's scar pulsed again, warning. Dumbledore's gaze flicked to Harry's forehead. And the scar, he said quietly. Harry's shoulders went rigid. Fleur's voice cut in. It made him sick last night, she said blunt. He heard hissing. The lake. He threw up. McGonagall's eyes widened. The lake, she repeated. Harry's scar burned, and he felt anger spike at Fleur telling them things without asking. Then he felt the shame of knowing he needed someone else to speak for him when his throat locked. Harry forced his voice out. It calls, he said. Dumbledore's expression tightened. What calls? He asked. Harry's jaw worked. A serpent, he said. Or something that wants me to think it is. Dumbledore exhaled slowly. Parseltongue, he murmured. That makes sense. Harry's eyes narrowed. Explain, he said. Dumbledore folded his hands. The scar, he said, careful, was created by Voldemort. He attempted to kill you. The spell rebounded. It left you marked, and it left something else behind. Harry's scar pulsed like it hated being talked about like this. McGonagall's voice went sharp. Albus, she said. Dumbledore's gaze stayed steady. He deserves honesty, he said. Harry's stomach tightened. Honesty from Dumbledore felt like bait. Dumbledore's voice went lower. Voldemort did not only mark you, he said. He left a fragment of his soul attached to you. The room went still. Harry felt cold slide through his gut. It was not fear, exactly. It was recognition. Like the parasite in his scar had been named out loud and did not like it. Fleur's face tightened. McGonagall's jaw clenched like she wanted to deny it. Harry's voice came out rough. That is the thing in my head, he said. Dumbledore nodded once. Yes, he said. Harry's hands shook. He curled them into fists until his nails dug into his palms. The whisper under his scar hissed, furious. Lies, it snarled. They want you afraid. They want you owned. Harry forced his eyes to stay on Dumbledore. Can it be removed? He asked. Dumbledore hesitated. That hesitation felt like a knife. It is complicated, Dumbledore said softly. Harry's voice went flat. That means no, he said. Dumbledore's mouth tightened. Not yet, he said. Harry's scar burned. Anger surged, hot and immediate. He took a step forward before he meant to. Fleur's hand shot out and caught his sleeve, gentle but firm. It stopped him. Harry's chest rose and fell fast. He felt sweat break on his back. He tasted copper again. McGonagall moved slightly, closer to Harry, like she was trying to block him from reaching Dumbledore and also block Dumbledore from being too close. Dumbledore held Harry's gaze. I am trying, he said. Harry's voice came out clipped. You tried to leave me at a door, he said. Now you tell me I am infected and you are trying. Dumbledore's expression flickered. Regret. Pain. Something human. Harry did not trust it. Dumbledore's voice stayed steady. I failed you, he said. Harry stared at him. The words landed harder than Harry expected. He did not want an apology. He wanted a weapon. He wanted a fix. He wanted the parasite ripped out with a blade. He felt his eyes burn anyway. Harry swallowed hard. What do I do? He asked, voice rough, and the question felt like defeat. Dumbledore's gaze softened. You survive, he said. You compete. You stay close to people you trust. You do not let the fragment make choices for you. Harry's scar pulsed like it was laughing. Fleur's voice cut in, sharp. He needs information, she said. Not comfort. Harry glanced at her, grateful and annoyed at the same time. Dumbledore nodded. Yes, he said. Then information. He leaned forward slightly. The hissing you hear, he said, may be because the fragment carries Parseltongue. It may also be something in this castle responding to it. McGonagall went still. Albus, she said. Dumbledore's eyes flicked to her. Hogwarts has secrets, he said quietly. Old ones? Harry's stomach tightened. The lake. The shadow. The voice calling. Harry's voice went low. What is in the lake? he asked. McGonagall's mouth tightened. Creatures, she said. Mere people. A giant squid. Nothing that should speak to you through glass at night. Harry's scar pulsed again. The whisper purred, amused at her certainty. Dumbledore watched Harry carefully. If it happens again, he said, you come to me. Immediately. Harry's mouth twisted. You want me near you, he said. Dumbledore did not deny it. I want you alive, he said. Harry stared at him. His throat tightened. Fleur's hand stayed on his sleeve. Harry could feel the warmth through the fabric, grounding him. Dumbledore's gaze shifted to Fleur. Thank you, he said. Fleur's chin lifted. Do not thank me, she said. Just do not let your ministry woman near him. Dumbledore's eyes hardened. I am working on that, he said. Harry's scar pulsed again, and the hiss in his head whispered, working, working, always working, and you still bleed. Harry forced it down. Dumbledore leaned back. One more thing, he said. Harry's shoulders tightened again. Dumbledore's voice was calm. You may send letters, he said. If you have family. Harry's throat tightened so fast it hurt. Family. He thought of Thor's hand gripping his shoulder. Frigga's charm in his palm. Loki's daggers. Odin not coming to say goodbye. Harry's voice came out low. I can send one, he said. Dumbledore nodded. If a raven arrives in my tower, I will not stop it, he said. McGonagall's eyes narrowed like she did not like that, but she did not argue. Harry turned his head toward Fleur. Come, he said, short and clipped. Fleur blinked, then smiled slightly, like she liked being ordered and would never admit it. Yes, she said. They left the office with McGonagall watching them go, posture rigid, eyes full of worry she was pretending was annoyance. Later that evening, Harry stood at the edge of the Oli with cold wind biting his face. The tower smelled of feathers and droppings and old wood. Owls shifted on perches, watching him with bright eyes. They were not like ravens. Ravens felt like family. Owls felt like strangers doing a job. Fleur stood a few steps behind him near the door, arms crossed, hair pulled back, looking bored on purpose. Harry knew she was watching his shoulders for tension. Harry pulled a piece of parchment out and stared at it. He did not know how to write to Loki without sounding weak. He wrote anyway. He kept it short. He kept it blunt. He kept his words like stones. He told Loki about the scar. About the hissing. About the lake voice. About a teacher who smelled like dead flesh and potion rot. About wands snapping under his grip. He did not say he missed home. He did not say he felt alone. He did not say he was scared. He folded the parchment and held it out. An owl swooped down, talons clicking on the wood, head tilted like it was judging him. Harry stared back, unblinking. Take it, Harry said. The owl snatched the letter and launched into the dark. Fleur made a soft sound behind him. You look like you are sending a soldier to die, she said. Harry's voice came out low. In my world, messengers die, he said. Fleur's eyes narrowed. In my world, too, she said. Harry glanced at her. Why are you still here? He asked. Fleur's mouth curled. Because you asked me to come, she said like it was obvious. And because I do not like leaving you alone with your own head. Harry's scar pulsed, annoyed. Harry swallowed. It speaks louder at night, he admitted. Fleur's expression softened. Then you do not sleep alone, she said. Harry's chest tightened. That is not what I meant, he said quickly. Fleur's eyes gleamed. I know, she said. I still said it. Harry felt his face heat, anger, and embarrassment mixing. He hated that she could do that to him with one sentence. Fleur stepped closer, stopping in front of him, close enough that he could smell her perfume under the cold air. You are tense, she said. Harry's mouth tightened. Always, he said. Fleur lifted a hand and adjusted the front of his cloak like she was fixing a messy uniform. Her fingers brushed the leather under it, quick and warm. Harry went still. His scar pulsed once, sharp and jealous, like the parasite did not like her touching him. Harry's breath caught. He forced it out slowly. Fleur's eyes flicked up to his face. You are thinking too much, she murmured. Harry's voice came out rough. I am trying not to listen, he admitted. Fleur's mouth tightened. She looked at him for a beat, then stood on her toes and pressed a quick kiss to his cheek. It was fast. It was warm. It was not gentle in a sweet way. It was more like a promise. Harry froze. Fleur pulled back and watched his face, not smiling, not mocking. Just watching. Harry's throat worked. Why? He asked, voice low. Fleur's eyes stayed steady. Because you looked like you were going to break, she said. And I do not like seeing people break in silence. Harry's scar burned, but it was confused now, like it did not know whether to hate her or use her. Harry swallowed hard. His hands shook slightly. He hated that too. Fleur's voice softened. Come, she said, before you freeze. They left the Oli together. Harry's cheek still felt warm where her lips had been, and it made his chest ache in a way he did not have a clean word for. The next morning, a raven arrived. Not an owl. A raven. It landed on the window ledge of Harry's guest room like it owned the place, feathers slick and dark, eyes bright and sharp. The castle wards hummed uneasy, like they did not like the bird but could not stop it. Harry sat up fast, heart slamming. Fleur was not there. She had gone back to her dorm late last night, with a warning that she would hex anyone who tried to touch him while she slept. Harry's scar pulsed. The raven tilted its head, then dropped something onto the bed with a soft clack. A tooth. No, not a tooth. A fang. Long and pale, sharp as a blade, with a faint green stain at the base like old poison. Harry's stomach dropped. Under it was a scrap of parchment, folded once. Harry picked it up with careful fingers, like it might bite him. He opened it. The handwriting was quick and familiar, slanted like Loki was laughing while he wrote. For the snake in the grass. Harry's scar flared hot. He stared at the fang in his palm. It felt cold, but it also felt heavy in a way metal did, like it wanted to be used. The raven watched him, still and patient. Harry's breath came fast. His hands shook. He heard the hiss in his head again, faint and pleased, like the parasite recognized the fang and liked the idea of it. Harry closed his fist around the fang until the edge bit into his skin. Pain grounded him. Blood welled, warm and real. He forced himself to breathe. Then he looked up at the door. He could almost picture the castle outside, full of moving pieces and smiling faces and hidden knives. Snape with rot soul on his skin. Karkaroff smirking. Moody smelling like dead flesh under potion fumes. Umbridge with her pink smile. Students whispering. Teachers watching. Everyone a possible enemy. Harry let out a slow breath through his nose and wiped the blood off his palm with his sleeve. He did not drop the phone. The raven clicked its beak once, like it approved. Then the bird launched out into the gray morning, leaving Harry alone with Loki's gift and a scar that would not stop burning. Fire hit the ground where Harry had been standing and the sand turned black in a blink. He rolled, cloak snapping, heat chewing at his back, and came up on one knee with his hands empty on purpose. The crowd roared anyway, a wall of noise that made his teeth buzz. The dragon lifted its head and screamed again, a sound that shook the stands and rattled the bones in his chest. Its eyes locked on him like he was meat that had learned to run. Harry forced air into his lungs and tasted smoke. His scar burned, sharp and hungry, and the whisper under it purred like it was enjoying the show. Get closer, it urged. Let it bite. Let it tear. Then you tear back. Harry swallowed hard and pushed the voice down, hard enough that his head throbbed. He looked past the dragon and spotted the golden egg, half buried near a pile of rocks, glowing like a dare. The point was simple. Get the egg. Do not die. It should have been that simple. The dragon shifted, muscles rolling under black scales, wings flexing. Chains lay around it like broken promises, snapped where handlers had tried to pretend they were in control. Harry heard the crowd yell his name, but half of them sounded like they were cheering for a storm, not a person. He took one step forward, then another, slow and measured. The dragon breathed again. Harry snapped his hand out and called Cedar the way Frigga had drilled into him. Not big. Not loud. Just enough. The air in front of him thickened. Fire hit an invisible wall and split, sliding around him in two streams. Heat still slapped his face, but it did not eat him. Harry's forearm burned from the effort, skin prickling with cedar burn. The dragon's eyes narrowed, confused, then furious. It charged. Harry ran. He moved before the crowd could even register it, sprinting at an angle, boots digging into sand, cloak dragging behind him like a torn banner. The dragon's claws tore furrows in the ground, each step a quake. Harry's lungs screamed. His legs felt heavy, like Midgard gravity was trying to claim him properly. The dragon snapped at him, jaws closing on air inches behind his shoulder. Harry twisted, slid under the swipe of a claw, and came up with a grunt that he swallowed. Pain flashed through his shin where it had already been bruised, and his knee threatened to buckle. He did not let it. He threw his hand out again and yanked at the air under the dragon's front leg. The sand exploded upward, not fire, just force, a shove that lifted the beast's weight for half a breath. The dragon stumbled, claws scraping stone. The crowd screamed like it was watching a game. Harry's scar pulsed, pleased. Kill it, the whisper urged. Lightning. Blood. Make them remember you. Harry clenched his jaw so hard his teeth hurt. He ran again, pushing toward the egg, using the dragon's stumble as an opening. A line of judges sat high above. He could see their faces in sharp flashes. Dumbledore calm and watchful. A man with a wide grin and quick eyes, Ludo Bagman, leaning forward like he could not wait. A stern foreign headmaster, Karkaroff, watching like he was calculating odds. Madame Maxime tall and still, gaze hard. A ministry man, Barty Crouch, posture stiff, face unreadable. Harry's gaze snagged on the pink woman seated near the officials, too bright and too pleased. Umbridge was there. She watched him like she wanted him to fail in a way that hurt. Harry's scarf flared, angry and eager. The dragon roared again, and Harry snapped his focus back. He hit the rock pile and vaulted, hands slapping rough stone. His shoulder screamed, but he used the pain as fuel and pushed up and over. The egg gleamed below, closer now. A shadow fell over him. The dragon's wings swept across the arena like a storm cloud. Harry jumped. Heat rolled under him as the dragon's breath scorched the rock pile and turned it into a smoking mess. Bits of stone exploded. Shrapnel clipped his calf and he hissed, teeth clenched. He hit the sand hard, rolled, and came up with sand in his mouth and blood on his sleeve. The egg was 3 steps away. Harry lunged for it. The dragon slammed down between him and the egg with a crash that threw sand up into his eyes. Harry blinked grit away and found himself staring up at teeth the size of knives. The dragon exhaled, smoke curling from its nostrils. Harry's scar screamed. The whisper surged, ecstatic. Now, it hissed. Now you strike. Harry's hands twitched toward the daggers under his cloak. He stopped himself. He forced his hands down, palms open, like he was offering nothing. The dragon's eyes narrowed, suspicious. Harry breathed slow, chest tight, and reached inward. Not seed shaping. Not a shove. Lightning. He had felt storms in his bones since Asgard, felt them like a second pulse, but he had never tried to pull them through Midgard air with a crowd watching and death breathing in his face. He did it anyway. He reached for the sky. For a second, nothing answered. The dragon opened its mouth. Harry's scarf flared hot enough to make his vision white. Then thunder rolled overhead. A bolt cracked down behind the stands, far enough to not hit anyone, close enough to make the crowd gasp and duck. The dragon flinched, head snapping up. Harry moved. He dove under the dragon's neck, slid on sand, and grabbed the egg with both hands. It was heavier than he expected, warm and vibrating faintly like it was alive. He turned with it clutched to his chest and ran. The dragon roared, furious, and snapped at him, but another rumble rolled through the sky and the beast hesitated again, wary of the sound. Harry used that hesitation like a knife. He sprinted, legs burning, clutching the egg so hard his arms shook. A line painted in the sand marked the boundary. He crossed it and kept running anyway, because stopping felt like dying. A blast of fire hit the sand behind him. Heat slapped his back. Harry stumbled, caught himself, and dropped to one knee on the safe side of the line, egg still clutched tight. The crowd erupted. Noise crashed over him like a wave. People were on their feet. Some cheering. Some screaming. Some just staring like they had witnessed something they could not fit into their story. Harry's breathing came fast. His hands shook. His scar burned, still hungry, still not satisfied. The dragon thrashed and roared behind the boundary, handlers rushing in, chains flying, spells flashing. It did not feel like control. It felt like a delay. Harry stared at the egg in his arms. His fingers were smeared with blood and sand. He had done it. He should have felt relief. Instead, he felt a cold knot in his stomach, because the voice under his scar had loved every second. He stood slowly, legs trembling, and lifted the egg. The crowd roared louder. Bankman leapt up and clapped like it was a Quidditch match. Maxime's eyes narrowed in something like appraisal. Karkaroff's mouth tightened. Crouch did not move. Dumbledore's gaze stayed on Harry's face, not the egg. Umbridge smiled. Harry's grip tightened until the gold creaked faintly. He wanted to throw the egg at her just to wipe that smile off. He did not. He turned away instead, because looking at her made the whisper louder. A whistle blew, sharp and commanding, and the arena began to settle. Harry started walking toward the exit tunnel, egg heavy in his arms, lungs still on fire. Halfway there, his scar pulsed again, and the world tilted. For a heartbeat, he saw the dragon's open mouth again. But it was not the dragon. It was a snake, huge and pale, mouth full of fangs, hissing his name. Harry blinked hard and the vision vanished, leaving only pain behind his eyes. He staggered. Strong hands caught his arms. Cedric's voice hit his ear. "Oh, steady." Harry jerked, instinct flaring, then forced himself not to swing. Cedric was right there, face tight with concern, eyes flicking over Harry's burns and blood. Crumb stood behind Cedric, watching like a guard dog, expression wary. Fleur shoved past them, hair wild from the wind, eyes bright. "You did it," Fleur said, voice sharp like she was trying to cover fear with anger. "You absolute idiot." Harry huffed a breath that might have been a laugh if his chest did not hurt so much. "Hello?" he rasped. Fleur's hand shot up and grabbed his jaw, turning his face side to side with no permission at all. "Your pupils," she snapped. "You look like you are about to fall over." Harry tried to pull back. "I am fine." Cedric snorted. "You're bleeding," he said, then corrected himself fast. "Sorry. Obvious. But you are." Harry's scar throbbed and his stomach rolled. He swallowed hard. "I need air," he said. Crumb grunted. "You need healer," he said. Fleur's eyes narrowed. "We take him," she said, already deciding. Harry tried to protest, and then the world tilted again. This time he did not catch it. His knees buckled. Cedric and Fleur took his weight, and for a second Harry hated them for touching him and loved them for not letting him hit the ground. The whisper under his scar hissed, annoyed. "Weak," it mocked. "You let them hold you." Harry clenched his jaw and forced his eyes open. "I will walk," he said, voice rough. Fleur stared at him like she wanted to slap him. "Then walk," she snapped. "But if you vomit on my shoes, I will hex you." Harry managed a strained sound that might have been amusement. Cedric looked relieved, like that meant Harry was still himself, whatever that meant. They got him through the tunnel and into a corridor where the noise faded into distant thunder. Harry's breathing stayed ragged. His hands shook. His forearms burned where cedar had bitten his skin. The egg sat against his chest like a living thing, warm and humming. The whisper under his scar did not shut up. It wanted more. It wanted blood. It wanted him to go back and tear the dragon's throat out just to prove he could. Harry forced the thought down so hard it made his head throb. The hospital wings smelled like herbs and sharp potions. Madame Pomfrey came at him like an angry storm in human form, eyes wide, mouth already forming a lecture. "What have they done to you?" she snapped, then stopped herself when she saw Fleur holding him up. "On the bed. Now." Harry bristled, but his legs were shaking too hard to argue properly. Cedric and Fleur guided him to a bed. Harry sat, then leaned back, chest heaving. Pomfrey's wand moved fast. Cool air hit his burns. A warm tingle spread over the cuts. Something numbed his shin where the stone shrapnel had bitten. Harry watched her hands and kept his daggers hidden, because he did not trust himself not to flinch if he saw steel. Pomfrey glanced at Fleur. "You," she said. "Out." Fleur's chin lifted. "Nah," she said. Pomfrey's eyes narrowed. "This is medical care." Fleur's voice was flat. "He asked for me," she said. "You can heal him with me here." Pomfrey's mouth tightened. She looked ready to argue, then her gaze flicked to Harry's face and softened a fraction, like she understood the fear in his shoulders. "Fine," she snapped. "But do not interfere." Fleur did not move. She folded her arms and stayed at the side of the bed like a guard. Harry hated that he felt safer with her there. Pomfrey pressed a potion into Harry's hand. "Drink," she said. Harry sniffed it and grimaced. "What is it?" "A calming draught," Pomfrey said. "And if you argue, I will pour it down your throat." Harry glared, then drank. It tasted like bitter grass. His stomach tried to reject it. He swallowed it down anyway, because he was tired of vomiting. The calming draught did not erase his anger. It just sanded the edges off enough that he could breathe. Pomfrey's gaze flicked to his forehead. "That scar," she murmured. Harry's shoulders went rigid. Fleur's voice cut in. "Do not touch it," she said sharp. Pomfrey glared at Fleur. "I am not an idiot," she snapped. Then she looked back at Harry, expression softer. "Does it hurt?" she asked. Harry stared at the ceiling. "Yes," he said. Pomfrey's mouth tightened. "Of course it does," she muttered then to herself. "Merlin, help me." The door creaked open. Harry's body tensed instantly. Dumbledore stepped in, calm as ever, robes pristine like he had not just watched a dragon try to eat a boy. McGonagall followed, face tight with worry she pretended was irritation. Bagman bounced in behind them, grinning. "Marvelous," he said. "Absolutely marvelous. That was a performance. The crowd loved it." Harry stared at him. "I do not care," he rasped. Bagman blinked, then laughed awkwardly. "Right, yes, well," he said, still smiling like he could not stop. "You did, though. Fastest retrieval yet. Not a scratch worth mentioning." Pomfrey made a sound like a growl. "Not a scratch," she snapped. "He is bruised, burned, and shaking." Bagman's grin faltered. "Right," he said. "Yes. Well, he lived." Harry's scar pulsed, and the whisper laughed like it agreed with Bagman. "Lived. That is all they want." McGonagall's voice cut through, clipped. "Ludo," she said. "Out." Bagman looked offended. "Now hold on." McGonagall's eyes narrowed. Bagman shut his mouth and backed out, still looking confused. Dumbledore's gaze stayed on Harry. "Well done," he said quietly. Harry's mouth twisted. "Do not," he said. Dumbledore did not look offended. He just nodded once, like he accepted the boundary. McGonagall stepped closer. "You pulled lightning," she said, voice tight. "In front of a stadium." Harry stared at her. "It worked," he said. McGonagall's jaw clenched. "It drew attention," she snapped. "The Ministry will not like it." Harry's laugh came out rough. The Ministry does not like me breathing, he said. Fleur made a small sound of agreement. Dumbledore glanced at Fleur, then back to Harry. How do you feel? He asked. Harry swallowed. Like my bones are buzzing, he said. And my head is on fire. Dumbledore nodded slowly. The fragment reacts strongly to stress, he said. Harry's eyes narrowed. It reacted to the dragon, he said. It liked it. Dumbledore's expression tightened. McGonagall went still. Fleur's eyes flashed. That is why he needs help, she snapped. Not lectures. McGonagall's mouth tightened. I am not lecturing, she said, then corrected herself, voice softer. I am trying to keep him alive. Harry stared at her, surprised by the honesty. Pomfrey shoved Dumbledore back with her presence. Enough talk, she snapped. He is resting. Dumbledore's gaze stayed on Harry anyway. There is something else, he said softly. Harry's stomach tightened. What? He asked. Dumbledore's voice stayed calm. The Ministry requests an interview, he said. They want to assess you for public safety. Harry's hands curled into fists under the blanket. The whisper under his scar purred. They want to cage you, it said. They want you on a leash. Fleur's voice went cold. Nah, she said. He is injured. McGonagall's eyes narrowed. They can request, she said. They cannot demand in my hospital wing. Dumbledore's gaze flicked to McGonagall, then back. I will delay them, he said. But not forever. Harry's voice came out low. Let them come, he said. Fleur stared at him. Harry, she warned. Harry looked at her, jaw clenched. I am tired of hiding, he said. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. Do not mistake confrontation for control, he said. Harry's scar flared at the word control. Harry's voice went flat. Do not mistake delay for protection, he shot back. Dumbledore held his gaze for a long moment. Then he nodded once. Rest, he said again. We will speak later. He turned to leave. McGonagall hesitated, then looked at Harry. You did not kill the dragon, she said, and it sounded like she had expected him to. Harry stared at her. I wanted to, he admitted. McGonagall's face tightened. That is what frightens me, she said quietly, then turned and followed Dumbledore out. Pomfrey tooted and fussed, muttering about reckless boys and tournaments and grown men who used children as entertainment. Harry lay back and stared at the ceiling, breathing slow. Fleur stayed in her chair, eyes on his face. For a while, either of them spoke. The calming draft settled his stomach, but the ache in his chest remained. The whisper under his scar did not go away. It just watched. After the hospital wing cleared and the hallway quieted, Fleur leaned forward. You scared me, she said, voice low. Harry blinked and turned his head toward her. Why? He asked, blunt. Fleur's mouth tightened. Because you looked happy when it tried to eat you, she said. Not you, your eyes. Something in them. Harry swallowed hard. His throat felt raw. That is not me, he said. Fleur's gaze stayed steady. Then do not let it wear your face, she said. Harry stared at her. Fleur's voice softened. You did good, she said. You took the egg. You did not become a butcher. Harry's scar pulsed, annoyed. Harry's mouth twisted. I do not know if I deserve praise for that, he said. Fleur leaned back, arms folding again. You do, she said. Because it was harder than it looked. Harry breathed out slowly. His fingers twitched under the blanket, and he remembered the fang in his pocket, cold and heavy. He had not used it. He had not needed it. Yet. The thought made his stomach twist. Fleur's eyes flicked to his pocket. You carry something, she said. Harry went still. No, he lied. Fleur's brows lifted. You are still bad at lying, she said. Harry huffed a breath. It is nothing, he said. Fleur's eyes narrowed. If it is nothing, you show me, she said. Harry's jaw clenched. The whisper under his scar hissed, protective and possessive. Do not show her, it urged. She will take it. She will tell them. You will be alone again. Harry swallowed hard. He reached into his pocket anyway and pulled the fang out. Fleur's eyes widened. She leaned forward careful, like she expected it to bite. What is that? She asked. Harry's voice was low. A weapon, he said. From my brother. Fleur stared at it, then at his scar, then back to the fang. That is not Asgard, she said softly. Harry's stomach dropped. No, he admitted. Fleur's voice went quieter. Where did it come from? She asked. Harry stared at the fang in his hand. I do not know, he said. It arrived with a raven. Fleur went still. You have ravens, Fleur said, voice flat. Harry's throat tightened. Yes, he said. Fleur's eyes narrowed. So you have family watching, she said. Harry's jaw clenched. Not the one who matters, he muttered before he could stop himself. Fleur's expression softened. Odin, she guessed. Harry did not answer. Fleur did not push. She reached out slowly and touched the fang with one finger, then pulled back when she felt the sharpness. That can kill, she said. Harry's voice came out rough. It can destroy, he said. Things that should not exist. Fleur's eyes sharpened. Like the thing in your head, she said. Harry's scar pulsed hard, angry and afraid. Harry's breath hitched. Maybe, he admitted. Fleur stared at him, then leaned back, eyes scanning his face like she was thinking fast. Do not, she said, voice sharp. Harry blinked. Do not what? He asked. Fleur's eyes flashed. Do not use that on yourself, she snapped. Harry went still. He had not said it out loud. Fleur's mouth tightened. Your eyes, she said. They went there. I saw it. Harry swallowed hard. His throat felt tight enough to hurt. He forced the words out, low and bitter. If it can remove it, he said, then maybe it is worth the pain. Fleur stood so fast her chair scraped. No, she said, voice shaking with anger. You are not allowed to decide you are disposable. Harry stared at her. Fleur's eyes were bright. You are not a tool, she said. You are not a sacrifice. You are a person. Harry's scar pulsed, and the whisper hissed like it hated her words. Harry's voice came out clipped. You do not get to tell me what I am allowed, he said. Fleur leaned closer, hands clenched at her sides. Then tell me, she shot back. Tell me you want to die. Look at me and say it. Harry opened his mouth. Nothing came out. His chest tightened. His eyes burned. He looked away, jaw clenched, because he could not handle the way she watched him like he mattered. Fleur's voice softened, just a fraction. You do not want to die, she said. You want the pain to stop. Harry's hands shook. He hated that she was right. He shoved the thong back into his pocket, fingers tight around it for a second before he let go. Fleur sat again, slower, breathing hard like she had fought a battle too. For a while, silence sat between them. Harry listened to the castle sounds. A distant laugh. A door closing. The soft flutter of wings from the rafters. His scar pulsed again, quieter now, like it was sulking. When Fleur finally spoke, her voice was calmer. You will open the egg, she said. Harry blinked. What? He asked, thrown. Fleur's mouth curled faintly. The clue, she said. You will need it. And I want to be there when you open it, in case it screams at you. Harry huffed a breath. It will, he said. Fleur's eyes gleamed. Good, she said. Then we scream back. Harry's mouth twitched, almost a smile. He hated that she could drag that out of him. Later, after Pomfrey finally let him leave, Harry walked with Fleur through the corridor toward his guest's room. Students stared again, whispers rising like insects. A few Slytherins sneered openly. Harry ignored them. His shin hurt with every step. His shoulder ached. His wrist still bore faint marks from Moody's bindings. He did not miss the way portraits watched him like gossip with eyes. When they reached his door, Fleur stopped. I will go, she said, voice flat. I have to pretend I am not worried or my dorm mates will ask questions. Harry nodded once. Fine, he said. Fleur hesitated, then stepped closer. Her hand rose and paused in front of his chest, hovering like she was asking without words. Harry swallowed hard and nodded once. Fleur's fingers pressed lightly to the front of his cloak, just above where his heart hammered. You are still here, she said softly. Harry's throat tightened. Yes, he managed. Fleur's mouth curled in something like relief. Then she leaned in and kissed him, quick and clean, on the corner of his mouth. It was not a hungry kiss. It was not a promise of more. It was a line drawn in the sand. Harry froze, then exhaled slowly. Fleur pulled back and watched his face. Do not do anything stupid with that thong, she said, voice sharp again. Harry huffed. You already said, he muttered. Fleur's eyes gleamed. I will say it until it sticks, she said. Harry's mouth twitched. Good night, he said. Fleur nodded once, then turned and walked away without looking back, shoulders squared like she refused to let anyone see she was shaking inside. Harry shut his door and locked it. He leaned against it for a moment, breathing slow. His scar pulsed. The whisper hissed, jealous and furious. Mine, it urged. She is a distraction. She will make you weak. Harry clenched his jaw. Shut up, he whispered. The whisper laughed softly. Harry pushed off the door and sat at his small table. He set the golden egg in front of him and stared at it. The gold caught the candlelight and shimmered. His scar burned again, sharp and insistent, like the edge was poking at the fragment. Harry swallowed hard. He took a deep breath, then another, then forced his hands steady. He twisted the egg open. A scream tore out of it, high and sharp, a sound like drowning made into a weapon. Harry flinched hard, hands jerking, egg rattling on the table. The scream did not just hit his ears. It hit his skull. His scarf flared white hot. The whisper under it surged, delighted. A second voice threaded through the scream, faint and slippery, a hiss buried under the song. "Come to the water," it murmured. "Come to the deep. Bring me what I want." Harry slammed the egg shut. The scream cut off. Silence fell like a punch. Harry's breathing came fast. His hands shook violently now. Sweat broke across his forehead. He stared at the egg like it was alive. Then he stared at his own hands. He could still hear the hiss in his head, softer now, amused. "Bring me what I want," it repeated. Harry swallowed hard. He reached into his pocket, pulled out the thong, and held it up in the candlelight. The thong looked back at him, pale and sharp, made to destroy. His scar pulsed, hungry. Harry's stomach twisted. He did not know whether the egg had spoken to him, or the fragment had used the egg to speak. Either way, something in this castle wanted the thong. Harry clenched his fist around it until the edge bit his palm again. Pain grounded him. He forced himself to breathe. Then he stood, took the egg, and shoved it under the bed like it was a problem he could hide. He knew it was not. He crossed to the window and stared out at the night. The lake was a black sheet again. Moonlight broke on it. Something moved under the surface, slow and heavy. Harry's scar burned. And in his head, the hiss came back, clearer now, almost pleased. "You have the tooth," it whispered. "Good. Now come closer." Harry's hands shook. He did not move. Not yet. But he understood the threat now. The tournament was not the only thing trying to kill him. The castle itself was reaching for the rot in his scar, and it wanted to feed. Umbridge's smile didn't wobble once as she stepped into the hospital wing like she owned the beds. She wore pink like it was armor. The kind that made people hesitate before they called it what it was. Harry lay back against the pillows with the golden egg on the table beside him, and the thong tucked deep in his pocket, cold against his thigh. His shoulder still ached. His shin throbbed. The burns on his arms had gone from screaming to stinging, which was meant to feel like improvement. It didn't. Fleur sat in the chair next to his bed with her legs crossed and her wand resting on her knee like a warning. Pomfrey hovered at the foot of the bed with her arms folded, lips pressed tight, looking ready to bite someone. Dumbledore stood between Umbridge and Harry, calm and polite in the way that always felt like a locked door. Umbridge clasped her hands. "Such a frightful little incident," she cooed. "But what a thrilling display! The public is simply fascinated." Harry stared at her. His scar warmed, not pain, more like recognition. Like something inside him leaned toward her voice and like the way it tried to control the room. That made his stomach turn. Pomfrey snapped. "He is not a circus." Umbridge's smile stayed sweet. "Of course not, my dear. Of course not. That is precisely why we must ensure the boy is stable." Harry's jaw clenched. Stable. Like a horse. Dumbledore's voice was soft. "Dolores, Harry is resting. And Harry is also a public concern," Umbridge said, still sweet, still sharp underneath. A boy with foreign magic, blades in a school, and a tendency to throw grown men across rooms. Fleur made a small sound of disgust. Harry's hands curled under the blanket. His scar pulsed again, and the whisper under it hissed, "Break her smile." Dumbledore did not move. He acted in self-defense, he said. Umbridge tilted her head. "You say that as though self-defense excuses all conduct," she said. "In a school. With children." Harry's breath came slow and controlled. He forced it. He could feel the pressure building in his chest, that familiar surge that wanted to become lightning. He kept it caged. Fleur's voice cut in crisp. "He is also a champion," she said. "You cannot pretend you want him safe while you throw him at dragons." Umbridge's eyes flicked to Fleur. The smile tightened a fraction. "Madame Delacour, I appreciate your passion," she said. "But this is British business." Fleur leaned forward slightly. "Then do not invite foreigners into your tournament," she said. "It looks desperate." Pomfrey made a quiet choking sound that might have been laughter. Umbridge's smile widened again, but it didn't reach her eyes. "How charming!" she said. "Now, Harry dear, I will ask you a few questions." Harry's scar warmed again. The whisper purred. Harry looked at Dumbledore. "No," he said. Umbridge's smile did not falter. "You are confused," she said. "You do not understand how these matters work." Harry's voice stayed flat. "I understand," he said. "You want to decide what I am allowed to be." Umbridge's eyes glittered. "I want to keep everyone safe." Harry let out a short breath. "You want to keep everyone obedient," he said. Pomfrey made a satisfied sound under her breath. Dumbledore's eyes flicked toward Pomfrey, then back to Umbridge. "Dolores," he said, gentle but firm, "today is not appropriate." Umbridge sighed like she was being patient with children. "Albus," she said, "you have always been sentimental. It is your weakness." Harry's scar pulsed hard at that word. Weakness. The whisper under his scar slid up like a blade. "They will make you kneel. Show them what fear looks like." Harry's vision sharpened. The room felt too small. He could hear the tiny shift of Fleur's chair, ready. He could hear Pomfrey's breath, fast and angry. He could hear Umbridge's soft little inhale like she was pleased she was pushing him. Harry forced his shoulders down. "I will answer questions," he said. "Not here. Not with you smiling at me like that." Umbridge blinked once. "Like what?" Harry's gaze stayed on her face. "Like you are excited," he said. For the first time, Umbridge's smile slipped. Just a crack. Then it returned wider. "You are imagining things," she said softly. Harry's scar burned. The whisper laughed. It liked her. It hated her. It wanted her close. Dumbledore stepped slightly to the side, keeping his body between them. "Dolores," he repeated, voice calm. "We will speak later." Umbridge's eyes held on Harry for a beat too long. "Very well," she said. "But do remember, Harry. The Ministry does not enjoy being refused." Harry's mouth twisted. "Then the Ministry should get used to disappointment." Fleur made a pleased little hum. Umbridge turned and left without another word, robes swishing as though she was the one granting mercy. When the door shut, Pomfrey exhaled hard. "That woman," she muttered, "is poison in a frilly bough." Harry stared at the ceiling. His scar still burned, but it was quieter now. "Sulking." Dumbledore's voice was gentle. Thank you for holding yourself, he said. Harry's laugh came out tired. I did not do it for you, he said. Dumbledore nodded like he accepted that. I know, he said. I did not mean it that way. Fleur's eyes stayed on Harry's face. You shook, she said quietly. Harry's jaw clenched. No. Fleur's tone went dry. Yes. Pomfrey waved her wand and a clean cloth floated over to dab the small cut on Harry's palm where the fang had bitten earlier. Harry flinched before he could stop himself. Pomfrey paused. I am not Umbridge, she snapped. Harry forced his breathing steady. I know, he said. Dumbledore watched him for a moment. Harry, he said, the second task will be announced soon. You will need the clue from the egg. Harry's stomach tightened. It screams, he said. Pomfrey's brows rose. It what? Fleur's mouth tightened. It screamed when he opened it, she said. And it whispered. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. Whispered what? Harry's scar warmed again, like it remembered. He hated it. Come to the water, Harry said. Bring me what I want. Pomfrey went still. That is not tournament clue language, she said. No, Fleur agreed. That is predator language. Dumbledore's gaze was steady. We will open it properly, he said. There is a method. In water, the sound becomes words. Harry's chest tightened. Water. The lake. The thing under the surface. The whisper under his scar stirred, pleased. It wanted water too. Harry swallowed hard. Where? He asked. Dumbledore glanced at McGonagall, who had been silent near the door like a guard. The prefect's bathroom, he said. Private. Ward protected. Harry's eyes narrowed. Who will be there? Dumbledore did not hesitate. Me. Professor McGonagall. Madame Pomfrey if she insists. And Fleur if you wish her there. Fleur lifted her chin. I wish, she said. Harry hated that relief washed through him anyway. Pomfrey sniffed. I insist, she said. McGonagall's eyes narrowed at Fleur, but she said nothing. Dumbledore's voice softened. Rest for an hour, he said. Then we will go. Harry's jaw clenched. No sleep, he said. Pomfrey's stare turned murderous. You will rest, she snapped. Even if you just lie there and glare at the ceiling. Harry did lie there. He did glare. He did not sleep. Every time his eyes started to drift, his scar pulsed and a hiss in his head reminded him that water was waiting. When Pomfrey finally allowed him up, Harry moved stiffly, cloak pulled on, dagger still hidden, fang still cold in his pocket. Fleur stayed close, steps matching his, like she was refusing to let the castle swallow him. They climbed stairs that tightened in spirals and past portraits that watched too eagerly. Harry kept his eyes forward. He could feel the castle's attention like a hand on the back of his neck. The bathroom door opened into steam and echoing tile. The room was huge, too fancy for children. Rows of taps gleamed in candlelight. A sunken pool sent warm mist into the air. The smell was clean and sharp, soap and something old under it. Harry's scar pulsed the moment he stepped inside. The whisper purred like it was pleased. It liked this place. It knew it. Dumbledore set the golden egg on the edge of the pool. McGonagall stood near the door, arms folded, posture rigid. Pomfrey hovered at Harry's shoulder like she could stop the world with a scowl. Fleur stood on Harry's other side, eyes bright and wary. Dumbledore looked at Harry. "You may open it," he said. Harry's throat tightened. He did not want to be the one to trigger it. He also did not want anyone else touching it first. He stepped forward. His hands shook slightly. He hated that. He took the egg and lowered it into the water, holding it just under the surface. The gold felt warm, almost alive. Harry twisted it open. The scream came out muffled, lower, less sharp. It rolled through the water and became something else. Words. Not English at first. A layered sound, like a chorus of voices speaking through bubbles. Then it settled into something he could understand. "Seek the thing you will miss," it's saying. "Beyond the surface, beyond the air. Where the deep holds its breath, your prize will wait. An hour you have, if you want it whole, to find what is stolen by the cold." Fleur's face tightened. "The lake?" she said. McGonagall's jaw clenched. "The Black Lake," she said. "Of course." Pomfrey muttered, "Sadists." Harry stared at the water, listening for the hiss under the song. It came. Soft. Slithering. Not meant for the others. "Bring me the tooth," it whispered. "Bring me the fawn. Come down, little storm. Let me taste it." Harry's scarf flared hot, and he jerked, water splashing up his sleeves. The egg slipped in his grip, almost fell. Fleur's hand shot out and steadied his wrist. "Harry," she said sharp. Harry clenched his jaw. "Did you hear that?" he demanded. McGonagall frowned. "Hear what?" Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. "Harry," he said quietly, "what did it say?" Harry's breathing went fast. He forced it slow again. He could feel the parasite under his scar pressing, eager. "It asked for something," Harry said. "It asked for my fawn." Fleur's eyes narrowed. "The one you carry," she said. Harry stared at her. "Yes." McGonagall's eyes widened. "You carry a fawn?" Harry's voice went flat. "Yes." Pomfrey's mouth tightened. "Of course he does," she muttered, then glared at him. "Why?" Harry's fingers flexed. "Because I need it," he said. "Because it can destroy what is inside me." Dumbledore went still. McGonagall's face tightened like she wanted to argue and couldn't find the words fast enough. Fleur's voice went sharp. "No," she said. "We are not doing this again." Harry's jaw clenched. "I did not say I would," he snapped. Fleur's eyes held his. "You keep thinking it," she said. Harry's scar pulsed, angry. Dumbledore stepped closer, voice calm. "Harry," he said, "if the egg spoke to you beyond the clue, that is not the egg. That is the fragment reacting. Or something in the castle responding to it." McGonagall's voice went tight. "Something in the castle," she repeated, like she did not like hearing it out loud. Dumbledore did not look away. "There are places in Hogwarts that remember darker ages," he said. Harry stared at the pool water. The steam made his skin damp. His scar kept burning. The whisper kept curling around his thoughts like it wanted to guide him. "Bring it," it urged. "Bring the fawn. I will take the rot. I will make you clean. Then you will be mine." Harry swallowed hard. Fleur's fingers squeezed his wrist lightly, grounding him. "Look at me," she said. Harry forced his gaze to her face. Fleur's voice softened. "You are not going into that lake alone," she said. "And you are not bargaining with voices." Harry's mouth twisted. You do not get to decide, he started. Fleur cut him off. I do, she said blunt. Because if you drown, I have to explain it, and I do not want to. Pomfrey made a small approving sound. McGonagall's mouth tightened, but her eyes softened a fraction. She is correct, she said, sounding irritated that she agreed. Harry let out a rough breath. Fine, he said. Dumbledore nodded once. We will plan, he said. You have an hour under the surface. You will need a way to breathe. Harry's mind flashed to Asgard, to cold water training, to Frigga's voice telling him not to fight the water, to move with it. He could do an hour. The question was what waited down there. Fleur's voice cut through his thoughts. And you need a partner for the ball, she said, like she was casually changing the subject to keep him from spiraling. Harry blinked. What ball? McGonagall looked like she wanted to sigh and also strangle someone. The Yule Ball, she said. A tournament tradition. You will attend. Champions must. Harry stared at her. I do not dance, he said. Fleur's mouth curled. Then you will learn, she said. Harry's jaw clenched. I will not parade, he said. Dumbledore's voice was gentle. It is part of the social expectation, he said, and it will help calm public fears. Harry's scar pulsed, amused. Calm fears. With a ball. Harry looked at Fleur. You want this, he said. Fleur's eyes gleamed. I want you to look like you belong, she said. Not because you owe them, but because it steals their power. Harry's mouth tightened. That sounded like Loki too. McGonagall's voice was clipped. You will be presentable, she said. That is not optional. Harry stared at her. Presentable, he repeated. Pomfrey sniffed. Clean, at least, she said. Fleur leaned closer, voice low so only Harry heard. And you will not go with a random girl to avoid me, she said. Harry blinked. What? Fleur's eyes held his. Choose me, she said simply. Harry's throat tightened. He hated how direct she was. He hated how much he liked it. He forced his voice flat. Why? He asked. Fleur's mouth tightened. Because you are not comfortable with anyone, she said. And because I am tired of watching them stare at you like a weapon. If they will stare, they can stare at us. Harry's chest tightened. The whisper in his head hissed, she is a leash, cut her loose. Harry pushed it down. He nodded once. Fine, he said. Fleur's expression softened, just a fraction. Good, she said like she had won something. McGonagall made a tight sound. Then that is settled, she said. Dumbledore looked quietly relieved. Pomfrey looked resigned. Harry looked at the pool water again and felt his scar burn. The ball felt like a distraction. The lake felt like a threat that was counting down. That evening, the great hall transformed into winter. Ice appeared in arches. Snow drifted from the enchanted ceiling. White lights hung like stars. Music floated from a raised platform where instruments played without hands. Harry stood near the entrance in dress robes that felt like a costume. The fabric was too soft. The collar itched. The shoes were a mistake. His shin throbbed every time he shifted his weight, and the polite pain made him want to break something just to feel real again. Fleur stepped up beside him, and the room changed around them. Heads turned. Whispers rose. Fleur wore silver that caught the light like moon on water. Her hair was pinned back, leaving her neck bare. She looked calm and deadly, like a blade dressed as a person. She glanced at Harry. "Do not scowl," she murmured. "You look like you want to eat someone." Harry's mouth tightened. "I do," he muttered. Fleur's eyes gleamed. "Save it for later," she said. Harry stared at her. "That is not helping," he said. Fleur smiled. "It is," she said, and then she looped her arm through his like it was the most normal thing in the world. Harry's body went rigid for half a second. His scar warmed, irritated. The whisper hissed, possessive. Harry forced his shoulders down. He did not pull away. They walked forward. The crowd parted slightly, like they were making space for something dangerous. Students stared openly now. Some looked impressed. Some looked jealous. Some looked furious. Ron Weasley stood near the edge of the room with a girl Harry did not recognize, his face stiff. His eyes locked on Harry, then flicked to Fleur, and his expression twisted like he had bitten into something sour. Hermione stood further back, hair smooth, wearing blue that made her look older. Victor Crumb stood beside her, shoulders tense, eyes scanning the room like he expected an ambush. Hermione's gaze met Harry's for a beat. She looked surprised, then annoyed. Then she glanced at Fleur and her mouth tightened like she was forcing herself not to judge. Harry's scar pulsed, amused. The fragment liked messy feelings. Harry looked away first. Cedric stood with Cho Chang near the center, looking nervous and proud at the same time. He caught Harry's eye and gave a small nod like he was checking Harry was still alive. Harry did not nod back, but he did not look away either. It was the closest thing to respect he could manage tonight. Snape watched from the edge of the staff area, black robes like a shadow that had learned to sneer. His eyes flicked to Fleur's arm and Harry's, then to Harry's scar, and his mouth tightened like he had swallowed something bitter. Karkaroff smiled too widely, speaking to a group of older students. The rot on him made Harry's skin itch. Umbridge sat at the staff table like a pink parasite, smiling at everything and nothing. Harry's scar warmed again when he saw her. Fleur's fingers tightened slightly on his arm. "Do not look at her," she murmured. Harry's voice was rough. "She looks like she is enjoying this," he said. Fleur's eyes narrowed. "She enjoys attention," she said. "Even bad attention. Starve her." Harry forced his gaze away. Music shifted. A slower song began, and the champions were guided toward the center as if the room itself wanted them there. Harry's stomach tightened. McGonagall approached like a commander walking into a battlefield. Her eyes scanned Harry's posture, his grip, his shoulders. She looked like she was checking he would not explode. "You will dance," she said quietly. Harry stared at her. "I told you," he said. McGonagall's mouth tightened. "You will manage," she said. "One song. Then you may lurk like a gargoyle." Fleur made a soft, amused sound. Harry's jaw clenched. He looked at Fleur. "I do not know how," he said low. Fleur's eyes softened. "Then follow," she said. She placed his hand where it needed to be, firm and confident. Her other hand rested in his, warm against his cold fingers. Harry's chest tightened. His scar pulsed, annoyed. The whisper hissed, "She will make you soft." Harry forced his breathing steady and stepped when Fleur stepped. At first it was awkward. His shin twinged. His shoulders stayed too stiff. His mind kept trying to treat the dance like a fight, watching angles, exits, threats. Fleur leaned closer. "You are thinking like you are about to be stabbed," she murmured. Harry's mouth tightened. It is a habit, he said. Fleur's lips brushed his ear. Then change the habit for 2 minutes, she said. Harry swallowed hard. He tried. He focused on her movement, the rhythm, the music. He let his grip loosen a fraction. He let his shoulders drop. Fleur's eyes stayed on his, calm and steady, like she was teaching him how to stand in a room without preparing to kill it. The crowd stared. Harry could feel it. He could also feel something else. Jealousy. Ron's face was red. He kept watching, then looking away, then watching again like he could not stop. Hermione's expression was tight, eyes flicking between Harry and Fleur like she was doing maths she did not like. Crumb watched the room more than the dance, jaw clenched. The whisper under Harry's scarf purred. It liked the attention. It liked the tension. It liked the way emotions made people sloppy. Halfway through the song, Fleur's hand slid slightly on Harry's shoulder, a small adjustment. Her fingers pressed into the fabric and Harry felt the warmth through it. His scar pulsed sharp. A hiss crawled up behind his thoughts. Mine, it whispered. She is in the way. Harry's breath hitched. Fleur's eyes narrowed. No, she murmured, and her voice sharpened. Breathe. Harry forced air in. Slow. Controlled. He stared at Fleur's face and kept his feet moving. The hiss faded, sulking. When the song ended, Fleur guided him out of the center before anyone could trap them with conversation. Harry followed, relieved and irritated at himself for feeling relieved. They reached the edge of the hall near a tall window. The glass was cold against the night outside. Snow drifted down beyond it. Fleur exhaled. You did not step on me, she said. Harry huffed a breath. Barely, he muttered. Fleur's mouth curled. Progress, she said. Harry's eyes flicked across the room. Umbridge was still watching. Her smile was wider now. Snape spoke to Karkaroff with a face like he wanted to spit. Dumbledore watched everything like he was reading a book no one else could see. Harry's scar pulsed again, and his stomach twisted. He could feel the lake even from here. He could feel it like a pull under his ribs. Fleur followed his gaze, then looked back at him. You are not here, she said. Harry's voice went low. The water, he said. Fleur's expression tightened. Not tonight, she said. Harry's jaw clenched. It does not wait, he said. Fleur stepped closer, her voice dropping. Then we do not wait either, she said. Tomorrow we plan. Tonight you pretend you are not drowning. Harry stared at her. How? He asked. Fleur's eyes held his. By letting someone stand next to you, she said. Harry's chest tightened. The whisper in his head hissed, No, no, no. Harry ignored it. He nodded once. Fine, he said. Fleur's mouth softened. Then she reached up and adjusted his collar again like she could not help herself. Her fingers brushed his throat, quick and warm. Harry went still. His scar pulsed, irritated. Fleur watched his face. You look like you want to run, she murmured. Harry's voice came out rough. I always want to run, he said. Fleur's eyes gleamed. Then stay, she said. Harry swallowed hard. He stayed. Later, when the hall blurred into noise and laughter and too much heat, Harry slipped out with Fleur into the corridor. The cold hit his face like a slap. It felt better than the hall. They walked without speaking for a while, footsteps echoing. Harry's scar pulsed every time they passed a window that looked out toward the lake. Like the water was watching him back. Fleur noticed. "It is pulling you," she said quietly. Harry's jaw clenched. "Yes," he admitted. Fleur's voice went sharp. "Then we do something about it," she said. Harry glanced at her. "No?" he asked. Fleur's eyes flashed. "Not alone," she said. "And not because a voice told you to." Harry's fingers twitched toward his pocket. The fawn felt heavier suddenly, like it was waking up. The whisper purred, excited. It liked the idea of bringing it to the water. Harry forced his hand away. They reached Harry's corridor. The portraits were quieter at this hour. Sleepy, bored, whispering less. Fleur stopped outside his door and looked at him. "Promise," she said. Harry frowned. "What?" Fleur's voice was firm. "Promise you will not go to the lake tonight," she said. "Not for the egg. Not for the voice. Not for anything." Harry's scar pulsed hard, irritated at being denied. Harry's jaw clenched. He hated promises. Promises were chains. Fleur's eyes held his. "If you cannot promise," she said, "then tell me now. I will sit outside your door until morning." Harry stared at her. He believed she would. That annoyed him. That warmed something in his chest, too. He swallowed. "I promise," he said. Fleur's shoulders eased slightly. Harry unlocked the door. Fleur hesitated, then stepped closer. Her voice dropped. "You did well," she said again, quieter now. "You danced. You smiled once. I saw it." Harry's mouth tightened. "Do not tease," he muttered. Fleur's eyes gleamed. "I am not teasing," she said. "I am reminding you that you are still you." Harry's throat tightened. Fleur leaned in and kissed him. This one was not on his cheek. It was on his mouth, brief but real. Warm. Controlled. No hunger that demanded. No softness that begged. Just contact, like a seal pressed into wax. Harry froze for half a heartbeat, then his hand lifted, slow, and rested lightly on her waist. He did not pull her closer. He did not push her away. Fleur pulled back first, watching his face. Harry's breath came shallow. His scar pulsed, furious and jealous. The whisper hissed, "She will leave, they always leave, take what you can." Harry swallowed hard and forced the voice down. Fleur's thumb brushed his hand once, gentle. "Good night," she said. Harry's voice was rough. "Good night," he managed. Fleur turned and walked away. Harry shut his door and locked it, twice. He leaned back against the wood, breathing slow. His scar burned. The hiss in his head returned, quieter, pleased in a cruel way. "You promised," it whispered. "Promises break. Come anyway." Harry clenched his jaw. He walked to the table and sat. The golden egg sat under the bed, hidden like that mattered. The fawn sat in his pocket like a weight. He pulled the fawn out and held it in the candlelight. It looked clean. Too clean. Like it was waiting to be used. Harry's scar pulsed, hungry. He heard Fleur's voice in his head, firm and angry, telling him he was not disposable. He heard Loki's voice too, laughing, telling him to burn rules down. He heard Odin's voice, cold, telling him to be worth keeping. And under all of it, the fragment hissed, patient. Bring it to the water, it whispered. I will take it. I will make you clean. You will belong. Harry's fingers tightened until the fang bit his skin again. Pain grounded him. He forced himself to breathe. Then, very carefully, he wrapped the fang in cloth and shoved it deep into his trunk, under folded robes, under anything that made it harder to grab in a panic. He closed the trunk and sat back, breathing hard like he had just won a fight. For a moment, the hiss faded. Then the window glass tapped. Soft. Steady. Harry went still. He did not turn his head. The tapping came again. Harry's scarf flared hot. A voice slid into his thoughts like cold water. You promised her, it whispered. Not me. The tapping turned into a slow scratching sound, like a claw testing the glass. Harry's breath came fast. He reached for his daggers. And in the dark beyond the window, a pale shape rose under the lake's surface, just visible in the moonlight, as if something down there had lifted its face to look up at him. Harry's boots sank into wet leaves and he nearly went down when the ground dipped. He caught himself with one hand on a tree trunk, the other gripping the edge of the Marauder's map hard enough to crease it. His shins still ached from the dragon, and the cold night made every bruise feel older. The mapping shifted. Names moved. Dots slid through the castle like ants. One dot sat in the forbidden forest, too far from the paths, too still to be normal. It was labeled Alastair Moody. Harry's scar warmed, not pain, more like a pressure behind his eyes. The whisper under it made a pleased little noise, like it was enjoying watching him step into a trap. Harry kept moving anyway. The trees thickened fast. The castle light vanished behind him and the forest turned into dark shapes and damp air. Branches scraped his cloak. Something small ran through the undergrowth and Harry's shoulders tensed like it might be a hand reaching for his ankle. He checked the map again, holding it close to keep the wind from ripping it away. The dot had not moved. Harry's mouth went dry. He had heard Moody's voice in class. He had smelled the wrongness on him. He had watched that magical eye track him like it could see straight through skin and bone. Now the map said he was out here, alone, at midnight. Harry's fingers twitched toward his belt. The Asgardian daggers were there, hidden, and the basilisk fang sat wrapped in cloth in his pocket, cold and heavy like a reminder. He stepped around a fallen log and saw a patch of ground torn up like something had been dragged through it. There was a smear of mud and a darker smear that looked like blood. His scar pulsed once. Harry followed the smear. He found the body half hidden behind a cluster of roots, face turned away, one leg twisted under the other. A wooden leg. A scarred hand. An old coat soaked through with rain. Harry stopped so hard his lungs locked. The man's magical eye was gone. The socket was an ugly hollow. His normal eye stared at nothing. Real Moody, Harry thought, and the thought hit him like a punch. The map dot had been right. There was a Moody out here. But the one at Hogwarts was not this. Harry swallowed and crouched, careful. He did not touch the corpse right away. He watched the tree lean first, listening. The forest was not silent. It never was. Leaves shifted. Branches creaked. Something called far off, low and unhappy. Harry's scar warmed again. The whisper under it slid closer, excited. Now you know, it murmured. Now you stop pretending. Harry forced his breathing steady and leaned closer to the body. The smell hit him properly then. Old blood. Damp cloth. Something sharp like potion residue clinging to skin. Harry's stomach rolled. He put 2 fingers on the dead man's wrist anyway. Cold. No pulse. The skin felt stiff. Harry clenched his jaw. "All right," he muttered, voice rough. A twig snapped behind him. Harry moved on instinct, twisting to the side, daggers out in one smooth motion. The blades crackled faintly, reacting to his adrenaline. A shape stood between 2 trees, just far enough back that the shadows could hide details. A lantern glow bobbed, then steadied. "Out late, Potter," a voice said, rough and amused. Harry's chest tightened. That voice. That tone. The fake. He could not see the magical eye from this angle, but he did not need to. The smell of stale potion and something rotten sat on the air like a fingerprint. Harry kept his daggers low, not raised, but ready. He shifted his weight so his back was not to the corpse. His shoulder still hurt from the first task, and he could feel the stiffness in it as he moved. "You followed me," the voice said, stepping closer. The lantern light caught part of a scarred face. "That was brave. Or stupid." Harry's scar warmed again, and the whisper under it hissed like it wanted to laugh. Harry's voice came out flat. "You are not him," he said. The fake Moody chuckled. "No," he said. "I'm not. Pity, really. He was a legend." Harry's grip tightened. "Who are you?" he demanded. The man's mouth curled. "Someone who needed you delivered," he said. "And someone who needed everyone to trust me." Harry's heart hammered. He felt sweat gather at the base of his neck. The fake Moody's wan hand shifted slightly. "Put the blades down," he said, still calm, still confident. Harry did not. The man sighed like Harry was being annoying. "Potter, you're injured. You're tired. You're alone in the forest with a dead man and a living one who knows more spells than you do. Be sensible." Harry's scar pulsed hard, and for a second the whisper tried to shove anger into his muscles, tried to make him lunge. Harry forced it down. He kept his voice quiet. "You killed him," he said. The fake shrugged. "I did what I had to do," he said. "He figured it out. You were going to, sooner or later. Might as well be tonight." Harry's mouth went dry. "You want me quiet," he said. "I want you alive," the fake said, and the lie slid out smooth as butter. "At least until the right moment." Harry's stomach nodded. The fake Moody lifted his wand a fraction. The lantern light caught the wood and the tip of it looked like a small mouth. "Come on," he said, voice turning almost friendly. "Let's walk back. You tell me what you saw. I tell you what you think you know. We can have a nice talk." Harry stared at him. The dead Moody lay at Harry's feet. Cold. Broken. Used up. Harry's scar warmed and the whisper purred, urging him to strike first. The urge made his hands shake. Harry took a slow step backward, keeping the corpse in sight and the fake in front of him. "No," he said. The fake sighed, then his wand flicked. A rope of magic shot out. Harry snapped his hand up and hit it with a blunt shove of force. The rope curved, clipped his shoulder anyway, and pain bit hard. Harry grunted and stumbled, boots sliding on wet leaves. The fake moved fast, closing the distance. Harry threw his left dagger. It was not meant to kill. It was meant to force the man to dodge. The fake did not dodge. He flicked his wand and the dagger bounced off an invisible shield with a spark and clattered into the mud. Harry's breath caught. "Right," he rasped. The fake Moody's smile widened. Good effort, he said, almost cheerful. Now drop the other one. Harry did not drop it. He snapped his palm out and shoved again, harder, aiming at the man's chest. The shove hit and the fake Moody slid back a step, boots digging in. He did not fall. He looked impressed for half a second, then his face hardened. Enough, he muttered. His wand flicked again, quick, and a curse hit Harry's legs. Harry's muscles locked. He pitched forward, catching himself on one hand, dagger still in the other. His shin screamed. His shoulder screamed. His breath came out sharp. The fake Moody stepped up and pointed the wand at Harry's head. Harry's scar burned hot enough to make his eyes water. The whisper screamed for blood. Do not, Harry said, teeth clenched. The fake's voice went low. You should have stayed in your lane, he said. You were supposed to be confused. Angry. Easy to steer. Harry's hand shook around the dagger. He could not move his legs. The fake smiled. You're going to forget this, he said softly. And then you're going to walk back to the castle and keep playing champion. Harry's stomach dropped. Memory magic. A wand. A leash. Harry's scarf flared and the whisper surged, not just anger now but panic, like it knew forgetting would ruin everything. Harry forced air in through his nose and reached for cedar, not for lightning, not for a blast, but for the small runic trick Frigga had taught him for breaking bindings. It was crude without a carved rune to focus it, but desperation made it sharp. He pushed the energy down into his legs. Pain hit like a spike. His muscles convulsed. The curse snapped. Harry's legs unlocked and he lunged forward, slashing low at the fake's wand hand. The fake jerked back fast, but not fast enough. The dagger cut his sleeve and nicked skin. Blood flashed bright in the lantern glow. The fake hissed. Harry drove his shoulder into him and shoved, hard, with his body and his magic at the same time. The fake stumbled back into a tree trunk with a heavy thud. The lantern swung and spilled light across the dead Moody again. Harry grabbed his thrown dagger out of the mud with one quick move, then backed up fast, not turning his back. The fake Moody wiped at the cut, eyes cold now. That was a mistake, he said. Harry's chest heaved. You killed him, Harry said again, voice rough, and he did not know if he meant the dead man or the boy he used to be. The fake's wand lifted. Harry did not wait. He sprinted. He ran through the trees, branches whipping his face, lungs burning, the map shoved under his cloak. He heard spells crack behind him, heard wood explode where a curse hit a trunk. He did not stop to look back. He ran until the castle lights showed again, pale and distant, and the air smelled less like wet rot and more like stone. He did not slow until he reached the edge of the grounds. When he finally did, his hands were shaking so badly he almost dropped his daggers. His scar burned like an open wound. The whisper under it was laughing, thrilled. By the time he reached the corridor outside the Great Hall, the noise of students and teachers setting up for the third task hit him like a wall. He kept his hood up and his face down, but he could feel eyes anyway. People always stared at him now. The difference was that tonight he knew why he was being watched. He could not tell Dumbledore in the middle of this chaos without the fake hearing. The fake was inside the castle. The fake had a teacher's access. The fake had already tried to wipe his memory. Harry's stomach churned. A hand grabbed his sleeve and yanked him into an empty alcove. Harry nearly swung a dagger, then stopped when he saw Fleur's face. Fleur's eyes were bright with anger. Her hair was pinned back and she looked like she had been pacing for an hour. "Where have you been?" she hissed. Harry's throat tightened. "Forest," he said. Fleur's gaze flicked over him, taking in the dirt on his cloak and the fresh cut on his cheek. "You promise," she said, voice sharp. Harry's jaw clenched. "Not the lake," he snapped back, then immediately regretted the bite in his tone. Fleur stared at him, then saw something in his eyes and her expression shifted. "What happened?" she asked, quieter. Harry pulled the map out from under his cloak and held it between them. Fleur leaned in, eyes scanning fast. Her face went pale. "You have this," she whispered. Harry nodded once. "I followed him," he said. "There is a body." Fleur's mouth opened, then shut. She swallowed hard. "Moody," she said. Harry's scar pulsed. He nodded again. Fleur's voice went low. "You are sure?" she asked. Harry's laugh was ugly. "I touched him," he said. "He is dead." Fleur's hand came up and gripped Harry's wrist tight. "And the other?" she said, and she did not need to say the name. "He saw you." Harry's mouth went dry. "He tried to wipe my head," he said. Fleur's eyes flashed. "Did he?" she asked, quick. Harry shook his head. "No," he said. "Not fully." Fleur breathed out hard like she had been holding her breath since she met him. "You tell Dumbledore," she said. "Now." Harry stared at her. "He will act," he said. "And then the fake will move." Fleur's jaw clenched. "He is already moving," she snapped. "He is steering you to something." Harry's scar warmed again at that word, steering. Fleur's grip loosened but did not leave his wrist. "You are not alone," she said, voice firm. "Stop acting like you are." Harry swallowed. His throat hurt. Footsteps echoed down the corridor. Fleur let go and stepped back a fraction. Harry shoved the map back under his cloak. Professor McGonagall appeared, robes crisp, face tight. Her eyes flicked between them. "Mr. Potter," she said. "Champions to the antechamber. Now." Harry nodded once. McGonagall's gaze sharpened. "And you," she said to Fleur, clipped, "should be with your delegation." Fleur's eyes flashed. "I will be," she said, "after I make sure he does not get stabbed in the hallway." McGonagall looked like she wanted to argue, then her eyes landed on the cut on Harry's cheek and the mud on his sleeve. Her mouth tightened. "Move," she said, and turned away. Harry walked, Fleur a step behind him until the corridor split, and she had to peel off toward the Beauxbatons side. She caught his hand for half a second as she passed, quick and warm. "Do not," she murmured, eyes hard, "touch the cup with anyone you do not trust." Harry's chest tightened. "Cedric," he said, and it was not a question. Fleur's mouth twisted. "Maybe," she said. "But trust is not the same as safety." She left before he could answer. Harry entered the champion's tent with his body tight and his mind louder than the crowd outside. Cedric was already there, hands flexing like he was trying to bleed nervous energy out through his fingers. He looked up when Harry entered, relief and tension mixing on his face. Crumb stood near the back, shoulders hunched, eyes low. He looked like he was trying to be calm and failing. Fleur arrived a minute later with her chin up and her face set. She did not look at Harry right away, but he could feel her presence like a steady weight. Bagman bounced in, grinning like it was a party. "All right," he said, clapping his hands. Big day. Big crowd. This is the one they will remember. Harry stared at him. Bagman did not notice or did not care. Mad-eyed Moody limped in behind Bagman, wooden leg thumping, magical eye whirring. He smelled like potion and smoke and that wrong undertone Harry had noticed since day one. Fake. 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 Harry's scar warmed. The whisper under it purred with anticipation, like it liked being close to the man. Moody's normal eye fixed on Harry. The magical eye spun, pinned Harry's belt, then his pocket, then his face. Harry forced his posture loose. He kept his hands relaxed at his sides. He did not touch his daggers. Moody's mouth curled. "Potter," he said, voice rough, "you look like you've been dragged through a hedge." Harry's voice came out flat. "I have," he said. Cedric blinked. "Are you all right?" he asked, quiet. Harry nodded once too fast. "Fine," he lied. Hermione would have called it out. Fleur would have called it out. Cedric just looked worried and let it go, which made Harry feel worse. Bagman kept talking, bouncing on his toes. "The maze is ready. Full of surprises. Do not panic. Use your wands. Do your best." Harry's scar pulsed. The whisper laughed, like panic was the whole point. Moody leaned closer to Harry as Bagman moved to fuss over Fleur. Moody's voice dropped. "You need to watch Crumb," he murmured. Harry's stomach tightened. "Why?" he asked, keeping his tone neutral. Moody's magical eye spun, then fixed on Harry's face. "He is not himself," Moody said. "Something has him." Harry's scar warmed. Harry thought of the forest. The dead body. The fake telling him he was meant to be steered. Harry thought of the cup. Porkies. Deliveries. Harry kept his face still. "Thanks," he said flat. Moody's mouth curled. "Constant vigilance," he said. Harry's blood went cold. The phrase hit like a shove. Harry forced himself not to flinch. Moody watched him closely, like he wanted to see if the words landed. Harry's scar burned, quick and angry. The whistle blew outside. The noise of the stadium surged. McGonagall's voice cut in at the tent entrance. "Champions," she called. "Line up." Cedric moved first, shoulders squared. Fleur followed, face calm. Crumb shuffled forward last, gaze down. Harry stepped in behind Cedric. He could feel Moody's eye on his back like a hand. Harry kept his breathing steady and his hands loose. When they stepped out into the stadium, the roar hit like thunder. The maze waited in the middle of the pitch, tall hedges packed together so tight they looked like walls. The air around it felt wrong. The hairs on Harry's arms lifted, and not from excitement. The hedges did not smell like plants. They smelled like damp meat. Harry's scar warmed again, uneasy now. Dumbledore stood by the entrance with the other judges, wand in hand, posture calm. His eyes met Harry's for a beat. Harry's throat tightened. He wanted to shout, "He is dead, the real one is dead, the one beside you is not him." He did not. Not here. Not with the fake close enough to hear. The champions were positioned at different points around the maze. Harry stood at his entry with Cedric a short distance away at his own. Cedric glanced across the grass at Harry, and raised his chin in a small nod. It was not cocky. It was the kind of nod you gave someone you might not see again. Harry nodded back once. The whistle blew again. Harry stepped into the maze. The hedge wall swallowed the stadium sound in one go. The air changed. It got colder, heavier, like the maze was a room with a shut door. Harry moved fast, not bothering with the path. He pressed his palm to the hedge and pushed with cedar. The leaves shuddered, then split with a wet tearing sound that made his stomach twist. The hedge bled sap that looked too dark. Harry's scar pulsed and the whisper purred, pleased with the violence. Harry shoved through the hole, cloak snagging on thorns, and kept moving. The maze tried to close behind him. The split hedge crept back together, leaves crawling like fingers. Harry glanced over his shoulder and felt a spike of anger. He slammed his palm into the hedge again and sent a burst of force through it. The wall rippled and the leaves shook like they had been slapped. It stayed open barely. Harry breathed hard. His forearms stung from cedar burn. He moved deeper. Something moved in the corner of his eye. Harry twisted, daggers out. A shape rose out of the hedge itself, a mass of vines and teeth, as if the plant had decided it wanted to eat. Harry did not think. He drove one dagger into the vine mass and yanked, ripping a chunk free. It flailed, wet and angry, trying to wrap around his wrist. Harry snarled and slammed his elbow down, then shoved with magic. The thing hit the hedge wall and splattered leaves. Harry backed up, breathing hard, eyes scanning. The maze was not just a maze. It was alive. It was hungry. His scar warmed again, the whisper almost giddy. Yes, it urged. This is honest. Harry pushed forward. He did not follow signs. He did not trust turns. He broke walls, forced straight lines, and let the maze complain. Minutes blurred into dark corridors and wet leaves. Once, a boggart burst out of a corner and tried to become Odin's face, cold and disappointed. Harry shoved it into the hedge until it stopped moving and did not think about what that said about him. He heard a scream far off. Harry froze. The sound was human. He moved toward it fast. He punched through 2 hedge walls and came out into a small clearing. Cedric was there, wand up, breathing hard. Crumb stood opposite him, shoulders hunched, wand pointed at Cedric. Cedric's face was pale. Crumb, he said, voice tight. What are you doing? Crumb's eyes looked wrong. Blank. Like someone had wiped the inside clean. He lifted his wand and spoke a curse that made the air go cold. Cedric screamed and dropped, body curling in on itself, hands clawing at the ground. The sound was raw. It made Harry's stomach flip. Harry's scar flared hot. The whisper under it hissed, delighted. Harry did not hesitate. He threw his dagger at Crumb's wand arm. The blade hit Crumb's forearm, not deep but enough to make him flinch. The curse broke. Cedric gasped, sucking air like he had been drowning. His hands shook. His eyes were wide with shock and pain. Crumb turned toward Harry, face blank, and raised his wand again. Harry surged forward, closing the distance. Crumb fired another curse. Harry shoved the air sideways. The curse bent, clipped the hedge behind Harry, and the leaves hissed where it hit. Harry slammed into Crumb, grabbed his wand wrist, and twisted hard. Crumb grunted, but he did not fight like himself. He fought like a puppet being yanked. Harry headbutted him. Pain flashed through Harry's forehead and his scar screamed, but Crumb's head snapped back and he stumbled. Harry ripped the wand out of his hand and flung it into the hedge. The hedge swallowed it with a wet rustle. Crumb blinked, just once, like he woke for half a second. His eyes focused on Harry's face. Then his expression twisted in panic. No! He rasped, voice thin. No, no. He looked terrified. Harry's chest tightened. Sit down, Harry snapped. Crumb's knees buckled and he dropped, clutching his head. His breathing came fast and ugly. Cedric pushed himself up on shaky arms, face slick with sweat. He looked at Harry like he was trying to place him in a world that made sense. You saved me, Cedric said, voice rough. Harry's voice was clipped. Yes, he said. Cedric swallowed. He was under something, he said. Harry nodded once. Imperious, he said, because Dumbledore had said the word in his office and Harry had not forgotten. Cedric's jaw clenched. Someone is in the maze, Cedric said, voice low. Harry's scar warmed again. Someone steering. Harry looked at Crumb, who was shaking on the ground. You stay, Harry said. Crumb's eyes darted up, terrified. Help, he said, voice cracking. Help. Cedric's face softened, then hardened again, because the maze was still breathing around them. We have to finish, Cedric said. Harry's mouth twisted. We find the cup, he said. Cedric looked at him, eyes searching. Together, Cedric said, and it was not a request. Harry hesitated. Trust was dangerous. Fleur's warning echoed in his head. Then Harry remembered the corpse in the forest. He remembered the fake smiling. He remembered the word delivered. If the trap needed him alone, then together was a weapon. Harry nodded once. Together, he said. Cedric breathed out, relief flashing across his face. Harry retrieved his thrown dagger from the grass and wiped it on his cloak. His hand shook slightly. Cedar burn and adrenaline and the scar all pulling at him. He checked positions fast. Cedric was to his left, wand up, breathing hard. Crumb was behind them near the hedge, curled in on himself. The clearing offered no other exits except the torn hedge walls Harry had made. Harry moved first. They pushed deeper, breaking hedges when the path turned too much. Cedric stayed close, moving with Harry's pace, not trying to lead, not trying to slow him. Where is it? Cedric panted. Harry listened, not with ears. He felt for the pull. The cup was magic. It would hum. His scar pulsed instead, like it was the thing being called. Harry's stomach dropped. It wants me, Harry muttered. Cedric glanced at him, eyes sharp. What does? He asked. Harry kept his eyes forward. This, he said, and he did not need to explain. They reached a wider clearing with a stone plinth in the center. The Triwizard Cup sat on top, silver and gleaming, looking innocent in a place that smelled like wet teeth. Cedric's eyes widened. There, he breathed. Harry's scar flared hot. The whisper under it purred like it was smiling. Touch it, it urged. Let it take you. Cedric stepped forward, then hesitated and looked back at Harry. You got here first, Cedric said. You take it. Harry stared at the cup. He saw the fake Moody's smile in his head. He saw the dead Moody's empty eye socket. He saw Fleur's hand catching his wrist in the bathroom. Harry's voice came out low. No, he said. Cedric blinked. What? He asked. Harry stepped up beside Cedric, close enough that their shoulders nearly touched. Honor, Harry said, and the word felt awkward in his mouth in this castle. We take it together. Cedric stared at him, then his mouth twisted into a shaky grin. All right, he said. All right, yeah? They grabbed the cup at the same time. The world yanked sideways. Harry's stomach lurched like the bridge had grabbed him again. The air went cold and thin. His scar screamed, and for a second he could not breathe. Then ground slammed into his boots. Harry stumbled, still gripping the cup. Cedric fell to one knee beside him, coughing hard. They were not in the maze. They were in a graveyard. Mist clung to the ground. Old stones leaned at angles like tired teeth. A crooked manor sat far off, dark against a darker sky. Harry's scar burned like a brand. Cedric lifted his head, eyes wide. "Harry," he said, voice shaking, "this is not Hogwarts." Harry's mouth went dry. "No," he said. A thin laugh came from behind a headstone. A man stepped out, hunched, filthy, with a hand that looked wrong, like it had been forced into shapes it hated. He held a wand in one hand and a bundle in the other, wrapped in cloth. Wormtail. Harry did not know how he knew, but he did. The name sat in his head like a bad taste. Cedric's wand snapped up. "Who are you?" he demanded. Wormtail's eyes darted, wet and cowardly, then locked on Harry's scar with something like hunger. "There you are," Wormtail whispered. "My lord's blood." Harry's scar flared. The whisper under it screamed, not fear, excitement. Wormtail's wand lifted toward Cedric. Harry's body moved before his mind caught up. He shoved Cedric sideways with his shoulder and threw his dagger. The curse fired. Green light flashed past Cedric's chest, close enough that it made Harry's skin go cold. The dagger hit the wand hand, knocking it offline. Cedric hit the ground hard, coughing, eyes wide with shock. Wormtail shrieked, clutching his hand. The curse had missed. It had not missed by accident. Harry stood over Cedric, breathing hard, daggers out again. His shoulder screamed from the shove. His heart hammered. Wormtail backed up, panting, eyes wild. "You should be dead," he hissed. Harry's voice came out low and vicious. "Try again," he said. Wormtail's face twisted. "Not yet," he muttered. He slammed his wand down. The ground under Harry's feet erupted in a ring of red light. It shot up like a cage, then snapped into chains that whipped around Harry's wrists and ankles. Harry snarled and fought, muscles straining. The chains tightened. Pain shot through his arms and legs, sharp and immediate, like the magic was using his own blood to pull him apart. Harry felt it, the way it bit into his skin and then deeper, like it found his heartbeat and squeezed. He gasped. Cedric groaned on the ground beside him, trying to push up. Wormtail flicked his wand and Cedric was knocked back down, hard. Cedric cried out, then lay still, breathing fast. Harry's scar screamed. The whisper under it laughed like it loved the helplessness. Wormtail dragged Harry toward a tall stone. A tombstone. The name on it was carved deep. Tom Riddle. Harry's stomach turned. Wormtail chained Harry to it, arms spread, wrists bound, ankles locked. Harry's shoulders burned. His skin felt like it was on fire where the chains touched. Wormtail's breathing came in ragged bursts. "You're strong," he muttered, almost resentful. "But you bleed like everyone else." Harry's jaw clenched. "Coward!" he rasped. Wormtail flinched, then his mouth twisted. "Yes," he said, and there was no shame in it. "I am. That's why I live." He turned and went to the bundle. Harry watched, chest heaving. The bundle was a cauldron, small and ugly, set into the ground like it had been waiting. Wormtail lit a fire under it with a quick flick. The potion inside began to bubble. Harry's scar burned so hard his eyes watered. Cedric lay on the ground a few steps away, barely moving, alive but stunned. Harry could see his chest rise and fall. Harry fought the chains again, muscles shaking. The chains tightened. Blood welled at his wrists. The whisper under his scar slid into his thoughts, silky and cruel. "This is where you belong," it murmured. "On a stone. Used." Harry clenched his jaw until his teeth ached. "No," he whispered. Wormtail began to speak, voice trembling, words that tasted like old dirt. Harry did not understand the language, but he understood the intent. The air changed. The graveyard felt like it leaned closer. Wormtail pulled a knife. He did not look at Harry when he cut Harry's arm. He cut like he was harvesting meat. Harry snarled and jerked, but the chains held. Blood ran down his forearm and dripped into the cauldron. The potion hissed. Harry's scar screamed, and for a second Harry felt something inside him stretch toward the cauldron like it wanted to jump free. Wormtail moved to another grave and scraped bone from it, tossing it in. The potion flared green, then settled into a sickly glow. Then Wormtail held his own hand over the cauldron. His face contorted. He sobbed as he cut. Flesh hit the potion with a wet sound. Harry's stomach rolled. Wormtail screamed, clutching his ruined arm, then staggered back, panting and crying. The potion boiled. The air felt heavy, like thunder trapped under a lid. Wormtail grabbed the bundle he had carried, something wrapped in cloth. He dropped it into the cauldron. The potion surged. A shape rose out of it, thin at first, then forming into something taller, wrong, half human and half corpse. Voldemort. Harry's scar burned white hot. The whisper under it screamed like it was meeting its master. Voldemort's eyes opened. They were not normal eyes. They looked like a predator's eyes, bright and cold, and there was something else behind them, something older than wizard fear. Voldemort stepped out of the cauldron, and the graveyard seemed to shrink around him. His skin looked stretched, too tight, veins dark under it. His movements were too smooth, like a puppet that had learned to walk without strings. He breathed in. Then he smiled. "You," Voldemort said, voice soft, and it made Harry's stomach twist. "You taste of storms." Harry's jaw clenched. "Get off my blood!" he rasped. Voldemort laughed, a low sound. "I already did," he said. He looked down at his own hands like he was admiring them. "Asgard's air in your veins. Asgard's food in your flesh. 13 years of it." Wormtail crawled on the ground, sobbing, trying to bow. Voldemort did not look at him. Voldemort's gaze shifted to Cedric. "And who is this?" he asked, like Cedric was a stray animal. Harry pulled at the chains. Pain ripped through his wrists. "Leave him!" Harry snarled. Voldemort's smile widened. "You care," he said, almost pleased. "How sweet." Shapes appeared in the mist, one after another. Cloaked figures. Masks. Wands. Death Eaters. They formed a loose circle, keeping distance, like they could feel something off about Harry's presence even bound. Voldemort raised his wand, slow and deliberate, and pointed it at Harry. Harry felt his scar swell with heat. The fragment inside him screamed back, eager and terrified at the same time. Voldemort's voice was quiet. Bow, he said. Harry bared his teeth. No, he said. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. Crucio, he whispered. Pain hit like fire poured into Harry's bones. Harry arched against the tombstone, screaming through clenched teeth. His muscles seized. His vision went white around the edges. He could taste blood where he bit his tongue. The whisper in his head laughed like it loved the pain. Voldemort watched, calm, like he was testing a tool. Harry forced air in, gasping. His arms shook. His wrists bled. The chains held him open like a target. Voldemort lowered his wand. You endure, he said. Good. You will be useful. Harry panted, sweat running cold down his back. You are not a god, he rasped. Voldemort smiled, and the expression looked wrong on that face. No, he said. Not yet. He stepped closer. The air around Voldemort crackled, not lightning, something darker, like death magic learning new tricks. Harry's scar screamed again, and for a second Harry felt his own magic surge, trying to answer, trying to fight. It died in his veins. The chains tightened and the blood magic bit harder, using his own pulse as a handle. Harry choked on a gasp. Voldemort leaned in, close enough that Harry could smell the cauldron on him, hot metal and old dirt. Your seed, Voldemort whispered, voice fascinated, is will, force, energy. Voldemort's pale fingers pressed to Harry's scar. Harry's whole body jolted. It felt like the fragment inside him tore itself awake, screaming, trying to crawl out through the scar, trying to merge with the hand on his face. Harry cried out, raw, and the world blurred. Voldemort pulled his hand back and smiled again. There you are, he murmured. Harry's breathing came in ugly bursts. He could not win like this. He could not burn lightning through chains that fed on his blood. He could not outspell a wizard who had just rebuilt himself with Harry's storm-soaked veins. He felt panic surge, fast and sharp, and the whisper tried to turn it into fury. Then something else cut through. A memory of Odin's voice, cold and simple, telling him that a warrior did not beg a battlefield to be fair. A memory of Frigga's hand pressing a charm into his palm, telling him to focus when his mind scattered. A memory of Thor calling him brother, like blood did not matter. Harry's breath hitched. He stopped trying to be a wizard for them. He stopped trying to be the boy this world wanted. He let the fear sit in his chest, and he accepted it. Then he made a choice. Harry turned his head slightly, ignoring the burn in his scar, and looked at the mist above the graves. He did not ask the wand world for help. He called home. Mjolnir, Harry said, voice hoarse. The Death Eaters laughed, a few of them, uncertain. Voldemort's smile tightened. Harry's scar burned like it wanted to choke the word. Harry said it again, louder, forcing it through blood and pain. Mjolnir. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then the air changed. Pressure hit the graveyard like a fist. The Death Eaters staggered, some of them grabbing at their masks like they could not breathe. The mist trembled. The ground vibrated under Harry's boots. A sound rolled in from nowhere, not thunder, not wind, a deep crack like the sky itself splitting. Voldemort's eyes widened, not fear, but surprise. A second later, something screamed through the air and the sound punched the breath out of every chest in the circle. Mjolnir hit the ground in front of the tombstone with a crash that made gravestones shudder. Static snapped across the grass. Harry tasted copper. The hammer sat there, solid and simple, and the world around it felt smaller. Voldemort stared at it, then looked back at Harry with a slow smile. "There it is," he said softly. "Your proof." Harry's chains tightened. Harry stared at the hammer. His scar burned. The whisper under it screamed that he was unclean, unworthy, contaminated. Harry ignored it. He reached. The chains fought. The blood magic bit hard. His arms shook so badly he could barely move his fingers. Harry forced his hand down and out, inch by inch, blood running from his wrist, muscles trembling. He touched the hammer's leather strap with his fingertips. The world went quiet. Then the strap wrapped around his hand like it recognized him. The chains cracked. Not snapped clean. Cracked like old iron under a hammer. Harry yanked. Mjolnir lifted. Lightning erupted around him in a ring, blue, white, and loud, and the Death Eaters stumbled back, shouting. Asgardian armor formed over Harry in flashes, plates and leather and runes locking into place like breath becoming skin. The weight settled on him, and he felt real again, like he had stepped into his own body instead of borrowing one. Harry's scar screamed, fighting the lightning, trying to eat it. The lightning burned back. Harry grunted, breath tearing out of him, and he pulled again. The last chain snapped. Harry dropped off the tombstone and hit the ground on his feet, hammer in hand, breathing hard. Cedric groaned behind him, still alive, still on the ground. Voldemort lifted his wand, eyes bright. "Good," he said. "Now we speak as equals." Harry did not answer. He swung Mjolnir. The hammer tore through the air with a sound like a door being ripped off its hinges. It slammed into the nearest Death Eater's shield and shattered it like glass. The man flew backward and hit a grave with a wet thud. Shouts erupted. Wands flashed. Spells screamed toward Harry. Harry spun the hammer, and the air around him thickened, lightning crawling over the head of it. Spells hit the stone wall and fizzled, some bending away like they were afraid. Harry surged forward. He did not duel politely. He moved like Sif had trained him, like Thor had brawled, like Loki had laughed and stabbed. He smashed a wand arm aside with the hammer handle, then slammed the head into a mask and heard bone crack. He kicked another man in the knee and watched him collapse, screaming. The graveyard turned into chaos. Voldemort did not move back. He watched. Then Voldemort lifted his free hand, palm open, and caught the lightning that snapped toward him like it was a ribbon. The light wrapped around his fingers. Voldemort smiled, delighted. "You made me better," Voldemort said. Harry's stomach dropped. The lightning did not burn him. Voldemort absorbed it, veins lighting under his skin like cracks in ice. Harry's scar burned again, and the fragments screamed, thrilled. Voldemort raised his wand. Green light flashed. Harry swung Mjolnir up and the curse hit the hammerhead and burst apart into a spray of sparks that made the air scream. The force of it slammed into Harry's arms and nearly knocked him back. His elbows locked. His shoulders screamed. He held. Voldemort's smile widened. "Again," Voldemort said, voice soft. Harry breathed hard, sweat slick under armor. He could feel exhaustion biting. He could feel the blood loss, the bruises, the cedar burn still sitting in his forearms from every time he had forced magic through a mortal body. He could also feel something colder. The ritual had tied Voldemort to his blood. Every time Harry called lightning, Voldemort learned it. Harry clenched his jaw. He could not win this here by brute force. He glanced toward Cedric. Cedric was pushing up on shaking arms, face pale, eyes wide with shock. He looked like he wanted to run, and could not decide if he was allowed. Harry made the decision for him. "Cedric," Harry snapped, voice harsh. "Move!" Cedric flinched, then dragged himself backward, crawling, trying to get behind a bigger grave. Voldemort's eyes flicked to Cedric and his wand moved. Harry threw himself into the line. He swung the hammer hard. The spell hit the hammer and burst apart again, sparks flying into the grass. Harry's arms shook. His breathing came in ragged pulls. Voldemort watched him strain and laughed, low. "You can protect," Voldemort said. "Good. That makes breaking you sweeter." Harry's scar screamed again, and the whisper under it tried to drown him in rage. Harry forced it down and reached for a different kind of power. Not lightning outward. The bridge. The thing Heimdall had used to steal him. The thing the hammer could do when it wanted to. Harry slammed Mjolnir into the ground. The earth shuddered. Runes on the hammer had lit. A beam of light began to form, pale at first, then brighter, like the world being split open. Death Eaters shouted in panic, backing away. Voldemort's eyes widened, and for the first time he looked angry. "No!" he snapped. He fired curse after curse at Harry, fast, savage. Harry gritted his teeth and held the hammer down. The beam widened. Wind screamed through the graveyard, ripping mist into ribbons. Gravestones vibrated. Dirt lifted off the ground and spun. Cedric shouted Harry's name, voice hoarse and terrified. Harry snapped his head toward him. "Grab me!" he barked. Cedric lunged, stumbling, and caught Harry's armored shoulder with shaking hands. Voldemort moved too fast, reaching for Harry with his free hand, eyes blazing. The fragment in Harry's scar surged toward Voldemort like it wanted to crawl home. Harry snarled and jerked his head away, refusing the touch. Mjolnir flared brighter. The beam swallowed Harry and Cedric. The last thing Harry saw was Voldemort standing in the wind, cloak snapping, face lit by storm light, one hand lifted as if he could grab the bridge itself. Then the graveyard vanished. Harry hit the ground hard. Grass. Cold air. The roar of a crowd in the distance, muffled by the maze walls. He was back near the maze entrance, but not at it. He landed in a gap between hedge walls, the leaves hissing and trying to close. Cedric fell beside him, armor scraping, and cried out, clutching his chest where the earlier curse had nearly taken him. Harry rolled onto one knee, hammer still in hand, breathing like his lungs were trying to escape his body. His scar burned like a live coal. He could still feel Voldemort's hand reaching in his mind, not touching yet, but close enough to make his skin crawl. Harry looked down at Mjolnir and tightened his grip until his knuckles hurt. The hedges around them rustled, closing in. Somewhere beyond the maze, the crowd cheered unaware. And far away, in a graveyard that was no longer far enough, Voldemort was still standing in the storm, learning how to hold lightning. The hedges hissed and shifted like they were breathing, trying to stitch themselves shut around Harry and Cedric. Harry stayed on one knee with Mjolnir in his hand, armor still buzzing with leftover lightning. Cedric lay on his side, coughing, one hand pressed to his chest like he was checking it was still there. The air smelled like wet leaves and old magic, and Harry's scar burned like it was being pressed with a thumb. Cedric forced himself upright, shaking. "We're back," he rasped. "We're back in the maze." Harry nodded once. His voice came out rough. "Yes." Cedric's eyes darted around the gap. "Where's the cup?" he asked. "Where is it?" Harry's stomach tightened because he already knew the answer. The cup was gone. It had slipped out of his grip in that beam of light, and the graveyard had swallowed it like it wanted to keep proof. "It's not here," Harry said. Cedric's breath hitched. "Then how do we finish?" he asked. "We don't," Harry said, and the bluntness made Cedric flinch. The hedges crept closer again, leaves crawling. Harry could feel thorns brushing his cloak like fingers testing. The whisper under his scarf purred, pleased with the panic. Harry stood, breathing hard, and lifted Mjolnir. The hammer felt heavier than it should, like Midgard wanted to drag it down and claim it. Harry tightened his grip anyway and slammed the head into the hedge wall. The hedge exploded outward in a burst of wet leaves and snapping branches. Cedric stared. "You can just do that," he said, half shocked. Harry started walking. "Move!" he snapped. Cedric stumbled after him, breathing rough, wound up like it mattered. Harry kept the hammer low and used it like a battering ram, making straight lines through a maze that wanted to bend him. The noise of the stadium was still muffled, but it grew louder every time Harry punched through another wall. He stopped short when a scream tore through the hedge corridors. It was Fleur's voice. Cedric froze. "That's Fleur," he said. Harry's scarf flared, hot and urgent, and the whisper hissed, "Go to her, pull her close, make her yours." Harry shoved the thought down and ran. He broke through 2 hedge walls so fast his shoulder screamed. Leaves slapped his face. Thorns snagged his cloak and tore fabric, but he did not slow. He burst into a clearing and found Fleur on the ground, half wrapped in vines that moved like snakes. Her wand arm was pinned. Her face was pale. Her eyes locked on Harry and flashed with anger even through pain. "About time," she snapped. Harry dropped to one knee and hooked the hammer handle under the vines, then heaved. The vines resisted like muscle. They tightened on Fleur's waist, and she hissed through her teeth, breath shaking. Cedric stepped in fast and slashed the vines with his wand. "Defendo!" he shouted. The vines split and recoiled, wet and furious. Harry yanked again, harder. The vines snapped free and Fleur rolled onto her side, coughing hard. Her hair stuck to her face. She shoved it away with a shaking hand and glared at Harry like she was about to bite him. "You were supposed to be dead," she said. Harry's throat tightened. "I'm not," he said. Fleur's eyes flicked to the armor, then to the hammer. "I notice," she muttered. Cedric swallowed, voice tight. "Fleur, we were taken," he said. "A graveyard. Voldemort." Fleur went still. Her eyes sharpened and moved to Harry's face like she was reading him. "Tell me you are lying," she said quietly. Harry shook his head once. "I'm not," he said. Fleur's jaw clenched. "Then we leave," she snapped. Harry nodded and stood, then offered Fleur a hand. Fleur stared at it like she was deciding whether to accept help or refuse on principle. Then she grabbed it and hauled herself up, breathing hard. Her fingers stayed on his wrist for a beat longer than needed. Harry felt the warmth and hated how much he needed it right then. A rustle came from the hedge opening behind them. Victor Crumb stumbled through, eyes wide and unfocused, blood on his sleeve. Cedric flinched and raised his wand. Crumb's gaze snapped to them. His voice cracked. "No!" he rasped. "No, not again!" Harry's scar warmed uneasy. The whisper under it hissed, "Finish him, remove the risk." Harry did not move. Fleur stepped forward, eyes hard. "Crumb," she said, "are you under it?" Crumb shook his head too fast. "I was," he said. "Not now. I was forced." Cedric's jaw clenched. "Who?" he demanded. Crumb swallowed. "Moody," he said. "Or someone wearing him. He said my name like he owned it." Harry felt cold slide through his gut. Fleur's gaze snapped to Harry. "You were right," she said, and her voice went tight with fury. Harry nodded once. "We're leaving," he said. "All of us." Crumb blinked. "You take me too," he said, like he could not believe it. Harry's voice was flat. "Yes," he said. "Move." Crumb limped closer. Cedric kept his wand on him anyway, but he did not fire. They moved fast, Harry in front with the hammer, Fleur close on his right, Cedric on his left, Crumb behind them. Harry broke hedge walls and straight lines, ignoring the maze path. The hedges tried to close, but every time they crept, Harry slammed the hammer into them again and forced them back. The stadium noise got louder and louder until it was almost clear again. Then Harry punched through one last wall, and the world opened up. They stepped onto the grass at the edge of the pitch. The roar of the crowd hit them like a physical shove. Then the roar died. People stood frozen in the stands, staring at Harry's armor and the hammer, staring at Cedric's blood and Fleur's torn dress robes, staring at Victor Crumb limping like a wounded soldier. For a heartbeat, the stadium was silent enough that Harry could hear his own breathing. Then voices rose, confused and frightened. Bagnon's voice cracked through the air. "What's happened?" he shouted. "Where's the cup?" Dumbledore was already moving. He crossed the grass with McGonagall at his side and Snape behind them, robes snapping. Dumbledore's eyes were locked on Harry's face, not the hammer, and something in Harry's chest twisted because Dumbledore looked scared. McGonagall's gaze snapped to Fleur first. "Are you injured?" she demanded. Fleur wiped blood from her lip with the back of her hand. "Not dead," she said. "Yet." Cedric's voice came out rough. "Professor," he said, "we were taken. The cup was a trap." Dumbledore's posture went rigid. Snape's eyes sharpened like knives. "Taken where?" he hissed. Harry's scar burned, and for a second the graveyard smell hit him again, hot metal and dirt. He forced the words out. "A graveyard," Harry said. "Death Eaters. Voldemort." The stadium erupted. People screamed. Some laughed in disbelief. Some shouted questions at once. Harry's scarf flared hot like it loved hearing the name. Dumbledore's voice cut through, low and hard. "Silence," he said, and the sound carried like a spell. The crowd quieted, but not fully. Then Mad-Eye Moody limped onto the grass from the judge's area, wooden leg thumping, magical eye whirring. Harry's stomach dropped. The smell hit him even from here, potion rot and something wrong under it. Moody's normal eye fixed on Harry. "What did you do?" he barked. "What did you do in there?" Cedric turned toward him, face pale, voice tight. "It was you," he said. "You put him under. You used Crumb." Moody's mouth curled. Don't be stupid, boy, he snapped. You've been hexed. Both of you. Harry's scar warmed, angry and eager. The whisper hissed, "Smash him." Harry tightened his grip on the hammer. Fleur's hand shot out and caught his wrist, sharp and grounding. "Not here," she murmured. Harry's jaw clenched. He did not swing. Dumbledore stepped between them, calm but dangerous. "Alastair," he said quietly, "stand down." Moody's magical eye spun and landed on Fleur's hand on Harry's wrist. Then it snapped to Harry's pocket, where the fangs sat cold. Moody's mouth tightened. Harry saw it. Moody took a step forward. "Potter," he said, voice rough, "come with me. You're in shock. You need to tell me what you saw." Harry's throat went tight. "No," he said. Moody's eye whirred faster. "I said come," he snapped. Dumbledore's wand moved, not raised, just ready. Moody's face twisted, and the friendly mask slipped for half a second. Then it snapped back into place. "Dumbledore," Moody said, almost pleading, "let me handle it." Dumbledore's voice was calm. "No," he said. "Not you." Moody froze. The stadium held its breath. Harry's scar burned like a live coal. Moody's wan hand twitched. Harry moved. He stepped forward and swung Mjolnir, not at Moody's head, just into the grass between them. Lightning cracked outward in a ring. The closest officials staggered back. Snape cursed under his breath. McGonagall flinched and raised her wand. Fleur held her ground, hair lifting slightly with the static. Moody's face went hard. Dumbledore's voice dropped to a blade edge. "That will be enough," he said. Moody's wand snapped up anyway. A jet of red light shot toward Harry's chest. Harry raised the hammerhead and the spell exploded into sparks that slapped his armor and fizzled. The crowd screamed again. Dumbledore moved. His wand flicked and a chain of silver light wrapped around Moody's wand wrist, yanking it sideways. Moody snarled and ripped free with brute force, but it cost him a step. Snape's voice cut in sharp. "Stupefy!" The spell hit Moody's shoulder. Moody staggered but did not fall. Harry's stomach turned. No normal teacher shrugs off that. Moody's magical eye spun wildly, then locked on Harry again. "Give it to me," Moody hissed, and he was not talking about the hammer. His gaze flicked to Harry's pocket again. The fang. Harry's scar flared hot. Fleur's grip tightened on Harry's wrist. "He wants it," she said, voice tight. "He wants your weapon." McGonagall's face went pale. "What weapon?" she demanded. Harry's voice came out flat. "Later," he said. Moody lunged, wand flicking fast, and a binding curse shot toward Fleur. Fleur snapped her wand up and knocked it aside. "Do not!" she snapped, voice sharp like a whip. Moody's mouth curled. "Pretty Vila," he spat. "Get out of my way." Fleur's eyes flashed. "I will break your teeth," she said, and she sounded like she meant it. Dumbledore's voice went cold. "Alastair," he said again, "you are finished." Moody laughed, short and ugly. "No," he said. "I'm close." He flicked his wand and Harry felt a hook tug at his scar, hard and sudden, like someone grabbing inside his head. Harry's vision blurred. The whisper surged, screaming. Harry gritted his teeth and slammed the hammer head into the ground again. Lightning flared, bigger this time, and the hook snapped. Harry gasped, breath tearing out of him. Dumbledore seized the opening. He spoke one word, sharp and clean. Moody's body locked, every limb frozen. His wand fell out of his hand and thudded into the grass. The stadium went silent again. Dumbledore stepped forward and pointed his wand at Moody's face. "Finite," he said. Moody convulsed. His face melted. Not slowly. Not politely. Skin shifted like wax under heat. Hair changed color and texture. The scars on his face smoothed into a younger man's features. The magical eye clattered to the ground like a cheap toy. A man with sharp cheekbones and wild eyes lay on the grass, bound and panting, staring up at the sky like it hated him. McGonagall made a strangled sound. "Polyjuice," she whispered. Snape's face went white, then hard. "Crouch," he spat. Harry's scar pulsed like it enjoyed the shock. Cedric stared at the man on the ground. His voice shook. "That's not Moody," he whispered. Dumbledore's eyes did not leave the impostor. "No," he said quietly. "It is not." Fleur's fingers were still on Harry's wrist. They trembled slightly. "I told you," she murmured. Harry's throat tightened. The impostor laughed, breathless and ugly. "Too late," he rasped. "He's back. He's back and you can't stop it." The crowd erupted again, but Dumbledore's wand rose and the sound dimmed, like the air itself was being squeezed. Dumbledore's voice cut through, controlled and lethal. "Take him," he said. Aurors surged forward from the edge of the pitch, wands out, faces pale. Fudge was among them, puffed up and sweating, eyes darting between the bound impostor and Harry's hammer. "This is insane," Fudge blurted. "Albus, what is going on?" Dumbledore's gaze flicked to him, icy. "Your Aurors will escort the impostor to my office," he said. "Now." Fudge swallowed. "Yes," he said too fast. Umbridge appeared behind Fudge like a pink stain. Her eyes locked on Harry, then flicked to the hammer, then to Fleur holding him. She smiled. Harry's scar warmed, and the whisper purred again, pleased by her. Umbridge spoke softly. "Such a spectacle," she said. "And such dangerous foreign magic." Harry's jaw clenched. Fleur's fingers squeezed his wrist again, warning. Dumbledore did not look at Umbridge. He spoke to McGonagall instead. "Minerva, take the champions to the hospital wing," he said. McGonagall nodded, face tight. "No," she snapped, and she looked at Harry like she expected a fight. Harry did not fight. He walked because Fleur's hand stayed on his wrist, and because Cedric was still shaking and because Crumb looked like he might pass out on the grass. As they crossed the pitch, the crowd stared like they were watching a story break in half. Cedric's voice came out thin. "He's back," he whispered. McGonagall's voice was clipped. "We do not know that," she said. Cedric's eyes flashed. "I saw them," he snapped. "I saw the masks. I saw the grave. I heard him speak." McGonagall's mouth tightened. "Then you will repeat exactly what you saw to Professor Dumbledore," she said. Cedric swallowed hard. "I will," he said. Fleur's gaze stayed fixed ahead. Her voice was quiet. "And the Ministry will pretend it is a story," she muttered. McGonagall did not answer. Harry's scar burned, slow and steady, like it was waiting for something. The hospital wing was chaos. Pomfrey nearly screamed when she saw them. "What have they done now?" she snapped. McGonagall started talking fast, clipped details, and Pomfrey shoved Cedric onto a bed and forced a potion into his hands. Crumb collapsed onto another bed without arguing. Fleur tried to sit, then hissed when a bruise on her ribs made itself known. Pomfrey shoved her down too and began waving her wand with sharp, angry movements. Harry stood near the foot of the bed and watched, hammer still in his hand, armor still on. Pomfrey glared at him. "Take that off," she snapped. Harry's voice came out rough. "No," he said. Pomfrey's eyes narrowed. "You will not bring a battlefield into my ward," she snapped. Harry's scar warmed. The whisper hissed, "Tell her no, break her rules." Harry swallowed hard and forced his grip to loosen. He set Mjolnir on the floor beside the bed. The armor faded in a flicker, leaving him in torn robes and damp hair, looking suddenly like a boy again. Harry hated it. Fleur's eyes flicked to his face. "You are shaking," she said quietly. Harry's jaw clenched. "No," he lied. Fleur's brows lifted. "Yes," she said. Cedric coughed, then spoke, voice rough. "Harry," he said, "we need to tell him everything." Harry nodded once. "Yes," he said. McGonagall's face was tight. "Dumbledore is dealing with the impostor," she said. "He will come." Harry's scar burned, and the whisper under it whispered back, "He will be too late, he is always too late." Harry pressed 2 fingers to the scar, hard enough to sting. Fleur's eyes narrowed. "Do not," she murmured. Harry dropped his hand. Minutes dragged. Then Dumbledore arrived. He walked in with Snape at his side and 2 Aurors behind them. Dumbledore's face looked older. Not tired. Tight, like he was holding a storm in his chest and refusing to let it show. Dumbledore's eyes swept the room. They landed on Cedric, then Fleur, then Harry. "Tell me," he said. Cedric spoke first, voice shaking but clear. He described the graveyard, the cauldron, Wormtail, the ritual, the Death Eaters. He described Voldemort stepping out and smiling like he owned the night. Harry watched Dumbledore's face while Cedric talked. Dumbledore did not flinch. But his eyes hardened. Fleur cut in when Cedric's voice broke. She described the vines in the maze, the way the hedges moved like hungry things, the way Crumb had looked empty, the way the magic felt like someone steering. Then Harry spoke. He kept it blunt. He told Dumbledore about the corpse in the forest. He told him the real Moody had been killed. He told him the impostor had tried to wipe his memory. He told him Voldemort had touched his scar and it felt like the fragment inside him had tried to crawl out. Snape went very still at that. Dumbledore's gaze stayed on Harry. "He used your blood," Dumbledore said quietly. Harry nodded. "Yes," he said. Dumbledore's voice went lower. "Then he anchored himself to you," he said. Harry's stomach turned. Fleur's hand found Harry's wrist again, quick and grounding. Snape's voice was sharp. "The impostor is Barty Crouch," he said. "Barty Crouch Jr." Harry's scar pulsed, and the whisper hissed, "Names do not matter, blood matters." Dumbledore nodded once, eyes cold. "He confessed enough," he said. "He wanted you delivered. He wanted the cup to take you to the graveyard. He wanted the ritual finished." Cedric swallowed hard. It was finished, he whispered. Dumbledore's mouth tightened. Yes, he said. Pomfrey's voice cut in, furious. And what now? She snapped. Do we send them back to class like nothing happened? Dumbledore's gaze flicked to her. No, he said. The castle is on alert. Aurors are arriving. The students will be sent to their dormitories. McGonagall's jaw clenched. And the ministry, she said. Dumbledore's eyes went hard. The ministry will try to deny, he said. It will not matter. We will prepare. Fleur's voice was low. They will blame him, she said, nodding toward Harry. Umbridge's smile flashed in Harry's mind, and his scar warmed again like a bruise being pressed. Dumbledore looked at Harry. You will stay close, he said. Do you understand? Harry's voice came out flat. No cages, he said. Dumbledore's eyes held his. No cages, he agreed. Snape's mouth tightened like it hurt him to hear it. Cedric swallowed. Harry saved me, he said, voice hoarse. He saved me twice. Dumbledore nodded once. I know, he said. Harry's scar pulsed, and the whisper hissed, he only saved him because it made this story better. Harry clenched his jaw. Dumbledore's gaze softened a fraction. Rest, he said to Cedric and Fleur. Then he looked at Harry again. And you, he said, voice quiet, come with me. Fleur's head snapped up. No, she said. Dumbledore paused. Fleur, he said gently. Fleur's eyes were hard. He is not going alone with anyone, she said. Not after what your fake teacher tried to do. Harry's chest tightened. McGonagall looked like she wanted to argue. Snape looked like he wanted to sneer. Dumbledore just nodded. Then you may come, Dumbledore said. Fleur's shoulders eased slightly. They moved through the castle corridors under escort. Aurors stood at corners now, wands out, faces pale. Portraits whispered like the whole place was alive with rumor. Harry's scar burned the entire walk. Not pain. Pull. Like something in the castle had noticed the graveyard touch and was calling him again. Bring it to the water, the hiss whispered, soft and steady. Harry forced his gaze ahead and kept walking. Dumbledore led them to his office. The impostor sat bound in a chair, hair wild, eyes bright with fanatic joy. Veritaserum stains ringed his mouth. He looked like he would die happy if it meant Voldemort lived. He grinned when Harry entered. There he is, Crouch said, voice too cheerful. My Lord Storm. Harry's scar flared hot. Fleur's grip tightened on Harry's wrist. Dumbledore's voice was flat. You will answer, he said. Or you will sit in silence until Azkaban rots what is left of you. Crouch laughed. You think Azkaban frightens me, he said. I did my time. I stayed loyal. And now he is back. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed. You tampered with the maze, he said. Crouch's grin widened. Of course I did, he said. Had to keep you all busy. Had to keep the Potter boy moving. Had to keep him angry. Harry's stomach twisted. Fleur's voice was cold. You use Scrum, she said. Crouch shrugged, almost casual. A puppet is a puppet, he said. Fleur's jaw clenched. You are disgusting, she said. Crouch's eyes flicked to Fleur. And you, he said, voice sly. You were a pretty problem. I did not expect him to cling. Harry's scar pulsed, and the whisper hissed, "He is right, she is a weakness." Harry swallowed hard. Dumbledore's voice cut in, sharp. "Enough," he said. "Tell me about the cup." Crouch leaned forward as far as the bindings allowed. His eyes shone. "The cup was a portkey," he said. "One touch and he would be delivered. Simple." Dumbledore's eyes narrowed. "And why did it bring Cedric?" he asked. Crouch laughed. "Because the boy grabbed it too," he said. "A spare. A bonus. A body to kill if the mood struck." Harry's stomach turned. Fleur's fingers dug into Harry's wrist. Dumbledore's voice went colder. "And the return," he said. "You did not plan for it." Crouch's grin twitched. "No," he admitted. "But you have a hammer now, do you not? A bridge in your fist. A storm you cannot fully control." Harry's scar burned. Crouch's gaze locked on the scar. "You are tied to him now," he said, almost reverent. "Blood called to blood. Soul called to soul. He can feel you." Harry's chest tightened. Dumbledore's voice was quiet. "How?" he asked. Crouch smiled wider. "Because you were never just a boy," he said. "You were a vessel." Harry's breathing went shallow. Fleur's voice cut in, fierce. "He is not a vessel," she snapped. Crouch's eyes gleamed. "Tell that to the thing in his head," he said softly. Harry's scarf flared hot enough to make his eyes water. The hiss in his head rose, louder now, and it did not sound like Crouch. "Come to the water," it whispered. "Bring the fawn." Harry staggered half a step. Fleur caught his elbow. "Harry," she said sharp. Dumbledore's eyes snapped to Harry's face. "What?" he demanded. Harry swallowed hard. "It's calling again," he said, voice rough. Dumbledore's mouth tightened. "The fragment," he said. Harry shook his head once. "Not only that," he said. "Something else. The lake. It keeps asking for the fawn." Crouch's grin widened like Christmas. "Oh," he breathed. "So the castle wants its due too." Dumbledore's eyes went hard. "What do you know?" he snapped. Crouch laughed. "Nothing you will believe," he said. "But I know this. Hogwarts is old. Hogwarts is hungry. And it loves dark bargains." Harry's scar burned again. Fleur's voice was low and urgent. "We go to the lake," she said. Dumbledore's head snapped toward her. "No," he said. "Not tonight. Not without preparation." Fleur's eyes flashed. "It is calling now," she snapped. "You think waiting helps?" Dumbledore's gaze stayed on Harry. "Does it feel urgent?" he asked. Harry's throat tightened. He could feel the pull under his ribs like a hook. He could almost taste lake water. "Yes," Harry said. Dumbledore exhaled slowly. "Then we do it properly," he said. Snape's voice cut in sharp. "You are not taking him near water," he snarled. "Not with that thing in his head." Harry's eyes snapped to him. "You will not decide," he said. Snape's mouth curled. "You will drown," he said cold. "And you will take everyone with you." Fleur stepped closer, eyes hard. "Say that again," she said. Snape stared at her, lip curled. "I said what is true," he said. Dumbledore's voice snapped like a whip. "Severus," he warned. Snape went still, jaw clenched. Dumbledore turned back to Harry. "Bring the Fong," he said quietly. "But you do not use it on yourself. Do you understand?" Harry's throat tightened. Fleur's earlier words echoed. "You are not disposable." Harry nodded once. "Yes," he lied. Fleur's eyes narrowed like she heard the lie anyway. They moved fast. Dumbledore summoned McGonagall. He summoned Pomfrey. He summoned two Aurors to stand back and watch, not interfere unless ordered. Fleur refused to leave Harry's side. Harry retrieved the Fong from his trunk with fingers that would not stop shaking. It felt heavier the moment he touched it, like something under the castle had noticed and was smiling. The corridors toward the lake were quieter than they should have been. Portraits pretended to sleep. Torches flickered low. The air smelled damp. Harry's scar burned with every step. When they reached the doors that led to the grounds, wind hit their faces like a slap. The night was cold and wet. Clouds rolled low. Thunder rumbled far off, like the sky was arguing with itself. Harry's scar pulsed and the whisper under it purred, pleased by the weather. The black lake looked like a sheet of ink. Moonlight broke on it in dull patches. Mist hugged the surface. The shore was muddy, and the reeds moved like they were listening. Dumbledore stopped a few steps from the water. He raised his wand and murmured spells that made the air hum. Wards. Listening charms. A net of magic laid over the surface like a thin skin. Pomfrey hovered behind them, face tight. McGonagall stood with her wand up, posture rigid. Fleur stayed close to Harry, shoulder nearly touching his. "Show it," Dumbledore said softly. Harry pulled the wrapped Fong from his pocket. The moment the cloth came off, the lake rippled. Not wind. Not wave. A ripple that moved outward from the center like something had opened its eye. Harry's scarf flared white hot. The hiss in his head became a voice, low and wet. "Bring it," it whispered. "Feed me." Fleur's hand snapped around Harry's wrist. "Do not listen," she said hard. Harry's breathing went fast. He forced it slow. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed. "Who speaks?" he demanded. The lake's surface bulged. Something pale rose just under the water, close enough that moonlight showed the curve of it. A smooth shape, like skin without scales, and then a line that might have been a mouth. Harry's stomach dropped. The voice came again, clearer. "The tooth that killed me," it whispered. "The tooth that opened the wound. Give it back." Pomfrey made a small frightened sound. McGonagall's voice went tight. "That is not mere people," she snapped. Dumbledore's jaw clenched. "No," he said. Harry's scar burned so hard his vision blurred. He could feel the fragment inside him pulling toward the lake voice like it recognized it. Fleur tightened her grip. "Harry," she said. "Look at me." Harry forced his eyes to her face. Fleur's voice was low and fierce. "You are here," she said. "With us. Not with it." Harry swallowed. "Yes," he said. Dumbledore stepped forward one pace, wand raised. "You will not take him," he said to the water. The lake rippled again, and the pale shape shifted closer. A laugh rolled through Harry's skull, wet and amused. "Not take," it whispered. "Trade." Harry's scarf flared. The whisper under it screamed with hunger. "Trade," it echoed. "Trade. Give it the Fong. Give it the rot." Be clean. Harry's hand trembled around the thong. Fleur felt it, and squeezed hard enough to hurt. Harry hissed, then steadied. Dumbledore's voice was sharp. "What do you want?" he demanded. The voice purred. "The peace in him," it whispered. "The peace that belongs in the deep. The peace that tastes like death and storms. Give it to me, and I will sleep." Harry's chest tightened. Fleur's voice was a snarl. "Liar!" she said. The lake's surface bulged again. A thin, pale limb rose out, dripping black water. It was not a human arm. It was too long. The joints bent wrong. Pomfrey swore under her breath. McGonagall's wand snapped up. "Back!" she barked. Dumbledore did not move. He stared at the limb like he was seeing a problem he had tried to ignore for decades. Harry's scar burned, and the fragment inside him surged toward the water like it wanted to jump. Harry gritted his teeth. His voice came out rough. "What are you?" he demanded. The voice laughed, soft and cruel. "A hunger," it whispered. "A lock. A debt." Harry's stomach turned. He remembered the egg whisper. "Bring me what I want." He remembered Crouch smiling. "Hogwarts is hungry." Fleur's voice was low. "It wants you to cut," she murmured. Harry swallowed hard. Dumbledore's voice sharpened. "Harry," he said, "do not move that thong toward your scar. Do you understand?" Harry's throat tightened. The lake voice whispered again, closer now. "One cut," it purred. "One gift. I will take it. You will breathe." Harry's scar burned so hard it felt like it might split. Fleur's grip tightened. "No," she said, voice shaking with fury. "No bargains." Harry stared at the thong. He could end the pain. He could end the hiss. He could rip the fragment out and give it to the deep and be clean. That thought felt like relief. That thought also felt like bait. Harry forced air in. His chest hurt. He looked at Fleur. Her eyes were bright. Angry. Scared. Present. He looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore's face was tight, but his gaze held steady like he was choosing to trust Harry anyway. Harry's hands shook. Then he made a different choice. He stepped forward and drove the thong into the pale limb. Black water exploded up like blood. The lake screamed. Not in Harry's head. In the air. A sound that made Pomfrey clamp her hands over her ears. The pale limb convulsed and tried to pull back under the surface, but Harry held the thong and yanked, ripping. The limb tore free and slapped onto the shore, twitching. Harry's scarf flared like it was furious. The whisper under it screamed. Fleur's hand shot to Harry's forearm, trying to pull him back. "Harry!" she shouted. Harry did not stop. He slammed Mjolnir down beside the severed limb and called lightning. Thunder cracked overhead. A bolt hit the lake's surface and the water flashed white. The lake boiled for a heartbeat, mist blasting outward. Something huge shifted under the surface. A pale shape rose, broader than a boat, smooth and wrong, with a mouth that opened just under the waterline. Harry's stomach dropped. McGonagall swore and fired curses into the water. Dumbledore's wand moved in sharp, clean arcs, casting nets of light that tried to pin the thing beneath the surface. The creature laughed in Harry's head, wet and delighted. Yes, it purred. Yes. Fight me. Feed me. Harry's scar screamed again, and a spike of pain drove behind his eyes. He staggered. Fleur caught him, arms around his waist, holding him upright. Breathe, she hissed. Harry forced air in. It tasted like rain. The creature surged, water bulging toward the shore. Pomfrey screamed and stumbled back. McGonagall planted her feet and raised a shield. Dumbledore stepped forward, voice like iron. You will not, he said. Harry's vision blurred. Through the blur, he saw another flash. Not the lake. A graveyard. Voldemort's eyes, bright and cold, and a hand lifted as if it could feel the same storm. Harry's blood went cold. He could feel Voldemort through the scar now, like a thread tied to his ribs. Harry bared his teeth. He could not fight the lake and Voldemort and the fragment all at once. He needed to end one problem. The Fawn was in his hand. The lake wanted it. The lake had revealed itself for it. Harry made the simplest choice. He turned and flung the Fawn as far into the lake as he could. It spun through the air and splashed into the black water, disappearing. The lake went still. For one heartbeat, everything froze. Then the creature screamed again, furious and satisfied at the same time, like it had been given what it wanted and hated that it had been tricked. The water bulged once. Then it sank. The ripples spread outward and faded. The mist thinned. The surface returned to a flat black sheet like nothing had happened. Harry stood shaking on the shore, rain on his face, Fleur's arms still around him. McGonagall lowered her wand slowly, breathing hard. Pomfrey stared at Harry like she wanted to slap him and hug him at the same time. Dumbledore's gaze stayed on the water for a long moment. Then he looked at Harry, voice quiet and tight. You gave it the Fawn, he said. Harry's throat worked. Yes, he said. Fleur's voice was sharp. He did not give it willingly, she snapped. He threw it. He denied it a bargain. Dumbledore nodded once. Harry's scar still burned. The hiss in his head had not stopped. It had changed. Now it sounded pleased. Harry swallowed hard. Fleur loosened her hold just enough to look at his face. Are you here? She asked, low. Harry forced a breath. Yes, he said. Fleur's eyes narrowed like she did not fully believe him. Then she pressed her forehead briefly to his shoulder, a quick grounding touch, and pulled back. Dumbledore spoke softly. We go back, he said. Now. They returned to the castle under heavy silence. The corridors felt colder than before. The portraits whispered again, louder now, like they had sensed the lake wake and settle. Harry's scar burned with every step, and now the pain felt organized, like it was being aimed. In Dumbledore's office, Fudge was waiting. Umbridge sat beside him, smiling like she had been invited. Fudge sprang up the moment he saw Harry. There he is, he blurted. Albus, you cannot keep him hidden. The stadium was chaos. People saw armor. They saw lightning. They saw that man turn into someone else. Umbridge's eyes gleamed. And they saw a dangerous boy, she said softly. Harry's scar warmed at her voice. The whisper under it purred like it loved her sweet cruelty. Dumbledore's voice was flat. "The man was Barty Crouch Jr.," he said. "He impersonated Alastor Moody. He arranged the portkey. He delivered Harry to Voldemort." Fudge's face twitched. "Voldemort," he repeated, and he tried to laugh. It came out weak. "Albus, you cannot say that." Cedric's voice rose from behind, hoarse and furious. "I saw him," he snapped. "I saw him step out of the cauldron." Fudge's eyes darted to Cedric, then away. Umbridge smiled wider. "Trauma can make boys imagine things," she said. Fleur's voice was ice. "You are vile," she said. Umbridge's smile did not change. "And you are foreign," she cooed. "Your opinion is noted." Harry's hands curled. His scar burned. The hiss in his head whispered, "Break her." Harry took one step forward. Dumbledore's voice cut in, sharp. "Harry!" Harry stopped, breathing hard. Fleur's hand touched his wrist again, grounding. Fudge swallowed. "We will handle this," he said, voice shaky. "The Ministry will investigate. Quietly. We will not spread panic with wild claims." Dumbledore's eyes went cold. "Panic is already here," he said. "You are only choosing to be blind." Umbridge's voice was sweet. "Or choosing to be responsible," she said. Harry's scar flared, and for a heartbeat he smelled the graveyard again. He could feel Voldemort's attention like a hand on the back of his neck. Harry's voice came out low. "He knows I am here," he said. The room went still. Fudge blinked. "What?" he said. Dumbledore's gaze sharpened. "What do you feel?" he asked Harry. Harry swallowed. "A pull," he said. "Like a thread in my blood." Fleur's mouth tightened. "The ritual," she whispered. Snape's face went pale, then hard. "Blood anchors," he said, voice tight. Umbridge's eyes gleamed. "How fascinating," she murmured. "So the boy is a danger to everyone simply by existing." Harry's hands shook. The hiss in his head whispered, "See, she wants you caged, she wants you owned." Harry forced air in. Dumbledore's voice turned sharp. "Dolores, leave," he said. Umbridge smiled. "No," she said, sweet as poison. "Not until the Ministry has determined what to do with him." Fudge nodded too fast. "Yes," he said. "Albus, we cannot ignore the risk." Dumbledore's gaze went icy. "You will not take him," he said. Umbridge's smile finally tightened. "Then you will be obstructing the Ministry," she said. Lightning cracked outside the tower window. Harry flinched not from fear, but from recognition. The storm answered him. Or it answered Voldemort. Harry could not tell any more. Dumbledore looked at Harry, voice low. "Go with Fleur," he said. "Now. Stay in the guest room. Lock the door. Do not go near the water again." Harry's jaw clenched. "And you," he said. Dumbledore's eyes held his. "I will handle this," he said. Fudge looked offended. Umbridge looked pleased. Fleur grabbed Harry's wrist. "Come," she said sharp. Harry let himself be pulled because if he stayed one more second, he might do something that made Umbridge smile harder. They reached Harry's corridor in silence. Fleur shoved him into the room and shut the door behind them. She locked it, then turned and stared at Harry like she was trying to decide whether to shout or shake him. "You threw it into the lake," she said. Harry's throat worked. "Yes," he said. Fleur's eyes were bright. "You could have died," she snapped. Harry's laugh came out rough. "That was not the part they were scared of," he said. Fleur's jaw clenched. "I am scared," she said, voice low. Harry went still. Fleur stepped closer, right into his space. "When you stepped toward her," she whispered, meaning Umbridge, "your eyes change. I see it. Do not tell me it is nothing." Harry swallowed hard. His scar burned. The hiss in his head purred, amused. Harry forced his voice out. "It is not nothing," he admitted. "It is hungry." Fleur's face tightened. She reached up and pressed her palm to his cheek, firm and grounding. "Then you stay with me," she said. "When it gets loud, you look at me. You breathe." Harry's chest tightened. He wanted to argue. He wanted to run. Instead, he nodded once. Fleur exhaled hard, then leaned up and kissed him. It was not gentle. It was not sweet. It was a sharp, real kiss that said, "You are here, you are not alone, do not leave me with ghosts." Harry froze for half a heartbeat, then his hand lifted and settled at her waist, steadying. When Fleur pulled back, her eyes searched his face. "Are you still you?" she asked. Harry forced air in. "Yes," he said. The lie tasted bitter because he did not know how long yes would stay true. Outside the window, thunder rolled again. Harry's scarf flared. And somewhere far away, through blood and storm, Harry felt Voldemort smile like he could taste the same lightning now. Harry closed his eyes, jaw clenched, and the hiss in his head whispered one simple thing.